Payday 3, Payday 3, Payday 3 seems to be all anyone can talk about. Payday 3's release date is slated for September of 2023, and after years of being in the dark, we finally have an onslaught of news. The reveal gameplay trailer, the Payday 3 FAQ, and even dev diaries have started up again, all of which bring promising information about Payday 3. Is there hope for Payday 3? Can it become the awesome game that everyone is hoping it will be? Because let's face it, Payday as a series has its ups and downs. Some people are burnt out from the
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Days to Die Tie No Art offers please cook cabbage.
The debacle with Epic Games Store has left some questioning if Payday 3 really has their best interest in mind. Today, I'm going to go over all the information we have available and give you guys all the juicy details. In a previous video, I did a breakdown of the gameplay trailer. I'll leave a link to that in the description and as a card somewhere in the top right corner of your screen. This covers a lot of the new gameplay elements that were teased, as well as a few of my criticisms. So for this video, I want to focus mainly on the dev diary and the Payday 3 FAQ. To start things off, I'm just going to take a brief look at some of the differences between the reveal gameplay trailer and the dev diary. Now, if you watch my breakdown video, you'll know that my main criticisms of the trailer was that I wasn't impressed with the visuals, mainly the human models, the textures, the color grading, and that the animation didn't look quite right, especially for gunplay. It looked too bouncy and cinematic, like GoPro footage.
Restream,
Of
but
course, some people disagreed.
welcome to my channel.
That were quite mean, because apparently I'm still too critical. But, thankfully, the newest dev diary did quell a lot of my fears on the gunplay and the animation. Here's a quick side-by-side comparison of the footage. And it looks a lot better in the dev diary than the trailer. I was right, goddammit. They did make it too cinematic for the damn trailer. They should have just used the dev diary as the trailer. But I digress. So let's move on to the new gameplay phases that were mentioned. One called Search, which is mainly for stealth, and one called Negotiation, which seems to be mainly for going loud. In Search, guards are semi-alert, and instead of doing their usual patrols, they are actively searching for the player. With Negotiation, the amount of hostages you have can influence the timer before enemies come at you, and it was mentioned that you can trade them for either more time or supplies. Both prospects are welcome additions, especially considering how stale Payday 2 became for both stealth and loud. Gameplay design is very map dependent, and over the years, many mechanics were simply lost because they were never explored again. For the stealth enthusiasts, we know that some maps previously had a few unique styles. We had control stealth, where technically you're alerted, but you have to control civilians and cameras as to not alert the police. We also had a few instances, very few instances, of assassin stealth, like Big Oil Day 1 and Scarface Mansion, where the goal is to kill quickly and quietly without being spotted. And of course we had traditional stealth, complete your objective without being seen at all. Unfortunately, only the last option remained for Payday 2. Here's your objective, you have 4 pagers, good luck. The lack of variety in the later years of Payday 2 really sucked, and I hope that we can explore more options for a nuanced stealth in Payday 3. Similarly, the loud also lost a lot of features. Just take Bank Heist, for example, one of the very first missions in the base game of Payday 2. Holding a lot of hostages delayed that very first assault wave, even extending it a couple minutes if you had enough. But now, almost every heist goes like this.
Welcome to my channel.
That is. You go loud, assault in 15 seconds. You kill 200 enemies. Break in the assault for 15 seconds. Next assault starts. Repeat until you're done. You don't really have any ability to influence this. And the breaks in the assault, where you're meant to trade hostages or do objectives, they just became shorter and shorter, where it feels like there's no breaks in the assault at all. Again, if Payday 3 actually creates more mechanics for the players to have control over, it would make it feel a lot more nuanced than just the average arcade FPS shooter. So I do have high hopes that these gameplay phases can shake up monotonous gameplay. The last gameplay feature that was shared in the dev diary is holding up hostages. This was also featured in the reveal gameplay trailer, and here it's stated that you can use them as meat shields. It was also shown that they have use in the negotiation phase, where you can supposedly trade them out for time or supplies. For me, I think the most exciting prospect of it is how I can see it being useful in stealth so you can move civilians or dominated guards without having jank AI trying to follow you or relying on shotguns to fling ragdolled bodies out of sight. I also hope that it can synergize with stuff like skills so it's an actual mechanic, and it's not really just an afterthought for stuff like the harder difficulties. So that covers the gameplay portions of the dev diary. They also covered a lot of lore and setting information regarding Payday 3. I'll try not to speculate here too much because I feel like, there's no way to actually predict what they're going to do. So what we do know is this. Payday 3 takes place in New York instead of Washington. It will feature the original gang, which is Dallas, Wolf, Chains, and Hoxton, as well as 2 more heisters at the start of the game. So for me, I always love Chains the most. I'm not invested on who I want the last 2 to be, but personally I think there's probably a decent amount of people that will want a bit of representation from the fairer sex. It'll also be curious how they handle Wolf going forward, as his voice actor was not present for the entirety of Payday 2, meaning he never got updated voice lines for even the smallest of additions, like callouts. But even so, he was quite a beloved character for his really crazy personality, so I wonder if they're going to try to emulate that, or just try to form something new for the character. He also has a new voice actor, which will be covered in the FAQ section of the video. Also mentioned in the dev diary is that there will be lots of story ties to New York, as well as lots of hints that old characters will return and affect the story. My safe picks for that are Locke and Vlad. They were the most active and integral to actual story elements, so I can see them being there from the start. As for the others, who knows? It was also mentioned that collaborations will continue to be a thing, kind of like how we got Jacket from Hotline Miami, or John Wick from, John Wick. The focus at the start of the game, though, will be on the main game, though they do plan to expand collaborations in the future. Honestly, I do quite like collaboration characters and heists and all that good stuff, but if there's one thing that I wish Payday did better, is just base character interaction, especially among the main crew. If any of you have ever played Vermintide or Vermintide 2, that's basically what I want. There's always discussion amongst themselves about past stories, likes, dislikes, what they've been doing, what they've done. It happens all the time. During missions when there's downtime and a long stretch of nothing, or there's triggers for certain conversations like in a new area. Even in the main lobby when we're all just hanging out and nobody's doing anything, people will be talking. That game gave so much life and color to the characters, and I really hope that Payday 3 does something similar, because so far the only real chances that these characters have to express personality is through pager voice lines, and that's not a whole lot. So that was mainly it for the dev diaries. Let's move on to the FAQ. Here we have a lot more technical information, some of which was shared in the dev diary, so I won't go over it again. So let's just break it down one at a time. What is the release date of Payday 3? September 21st, 2023. Personally, just refer to this more as a guideline than set in stone date, but that should be. What is the engine the game is developed in? Unreal Engine 4, with plans to move to Unreal Engine 5. So I think this is good news, but I do retain a bit of skepticism on the actual implementation, for a few reasons. I saw some comments telling me already that this is great because it's an automatic upgrade and there's somehow visuals will improve and there'll be less bugs, but I don't know. Feel free to correct me for all the video game devs out there, but I don't think that's quite how it works. Most likely, they'll be porting over assets they've already made, so unless there's a conscious effort to update textures, animations, or even how they handle stuff like lighting, wouldn't it just look the same, but on a different engine? I can't really see the devs going out of their way to redesign everything just for an engine switch. As far as performance and bugginess goes, well, that really depends on the devs. There are plenty examples of modern games on modern game engines that run like horseshit because they're poorly optimized. But at the same time, there are also games running on old technology that run and look amazing. My main example being Killing Floor 2. Now, I know that this game has a lot of issues with DLC and content cycles, but personally, I think it's a great looking game with fluid animations, tight gameplay, and solid visuals. And it was done on Unreal Engine 3. So simply an engine change isn't enough to convince me that things will be better, but it does allow for more potential. That is, if it ever comes to fruition. I mean, they didn't even give a date or anything for this one. Which characters will be in Payday 3 at launch? Well, we already know this one. It's going to be Dallas, Chains, Hoxton, and Wolf, and also the 2 additional ones that we don't know about. What talent can we expect in Payday 3? Simon Kerr and Pete Gold voiced Dallas and Hoxton since Payday the Highest. Awesome, awesome. Damien Poitier as Chains from Payday 2, and introducing Niklas Berglund? I'm sorry, I probably butchered that. The new voice actor for Wolf. so that's exciting. Where will the game take place? Payday 3 will take place in New York, yes, yes. Will this game be available on the consoles too? Yes. PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series XS. I have no idea what Xbox is doing with the naming scheme these days. Okay, this is great news for all the old Payday 2 console players, which the world has probably forgotten about. There have been a couple of games where I myself have played where I was on the flip side as the minority, and we didn't get the same attention to servers or updates, and I do know how frustrating that can be. And yes, I am already well aware, it's Payday 2's engine. It was atrociously bad. They had to develop multiple versions of the game for each platform. I get it. I understand the reasoning. But imagine you're a console player and you see PC players getting all these cool weapons and heists and characters, and the reason the devs gave to you was it's too hard, it's too much work. I'd imagine they'd be pissed. In fact, I know they were pissed because they directed that energy at me. And I'm not even someone Overkill/Starbreeze considers as a partner anymore for 5+ years now. And now imagine the flip side, where I tell people that Payday got abandoned on consoles, and I'll get them telling me, it ain't easy for the devs, they have good reason, you should stop bitching about it. Imagine thinking that being a content creator is a fun job. So for the next few questions, I'm just going to go over them all together, and then I'll talk about it after. How much will the game cost at release? It will be $40. If I pre-order the standard version now, am I locked out from getting silver or gold? No. They will also offer upgrade packages. What is included in the Season Pass? Silver has the first 6 months of DLC, which will be 2 heists, 2 tailor packs, 2 weapon packs. Gold has the first year of DLC, or 12 months, which is 4 heists, 4 tailor packs, and 4 weapon packs. Payday 3 will be similar to what you had in Payday 2 for DLC. Will Payday 3 have microtransactions? Yes, you can buy Payday 2 Payday credits separately. However, these are only for purchasing additional cosmetic items. They will not affect gameplay. That was probably the most disappointing of all the new Payday 3 stuff. They also left out the prices in the Silver and Gold edition, so I'm just going to share this, which shows the prices and what each edition gives. Silver edition being $70, Gold edition $90. Holy fuck, that's an expensive 1-year season pass. I remember when season passes used to be like $10 or some shit, not $50. There's also a physical collector's edition going for $130 at Best Buy, but this also includes physical goods, so can't comment on that.
Goodbye for now.
If you guys watch my breakdown video, you'll know I'm not really happy with any of this. This is pretty predatory pricing, but it's also extremely common for the gaming industry today. That doesn't make me any less okay with it. I mean, you're telling me that $50 is worth 4 heist suit skins and 4 weapon DLC? A whole nother game's worth of content? These must be some amazing ass heists. They better be. Pre-orders in general, they're an awful practice, and given the choice, I would never pre-order. You're giving a shitload of money to publishers when you don't even know how good the game is. So instead of making smart purchases, you're being goaded by FOMO, or fear of missing out. What if you can't get these cosmetic bonuses anymore? What if you really want to play it early? What if your friends already had their fun, and now you're afraid of missing out on that? I know specifically it says in the FAQ that the DLC is available to buy anytime, but what if the price increases? What if it's not a nice bundle for sale like it is now? When you pre-order for promises, but what if it underdelivers? What if the game isn't as good as you thought it'd be? What if you've played too much to be able to refund it? And don't even get me started on that season pass. That price is insane. It's also very convenient to split up content. So say that the game is supposed to have 10 heists, but you want players not to be too happy with the base version of the game. You want to sell your DLC, right? Well, how about you take 4 of those missions, sell it as DLC, and have just 6 heists in the base game. All your problems solved. Of course, no game company will ever admit this is true, but logically speaking, from a business standpoint, why work harder when you don't need to, and your customers already paid for it? Both the base game and future content can be compromised because of this. So you've got a really expensive ass season pass, and they also plan on you buying more stuff from the in-game microtransactions, or MTXs, probably in the form of weapon skins.
Well, why are you so against skins, Jen? They won't affect the game. Who cares?
Well, I do, and here's why. So yes, in
By
the FAQ
making
it states that
skins.
microtransactions won't have gameplay effects, which is funny because Payday 2 is one of the few games in existence that I can think of that tried to break that trend by selling weapon skins that affected stats. But no, this is not where the issue lies. The issue is that oftentimes the MTX shop in-game gets more focused than the game
Yes.
itself.
Yes,
There are
exactly.
quite a few games where the MTX shop gets more consistent updates and runs a whole lot smoother than the actual game, which may be suffering from bugs, content drought, or bad balance. Destiny 2 is a good example. Darktide is another. I'm sure there are people that can give their own examples. Okay, sure, realistically speaking, the people making the skins are not the same people designing maps, fixing code, or writing dialogue, but the fact that a game can revolve so much around the MTX shop alone makes you question where their priorities are. Is it actually about making the game better, or are they just trying to get you to buy more skins?
But no, Jen, this is just to support the devs.
Sure, if it weren't for the price of that season pass. The only game I can think of where I'd say the MTX shop was a I support the dev shop was Monster Hunter World. You buy the base game, and it's very complete. And then you get a year full of free content, new monsters, arc temper challenges, seasonal events, collaborations, not a dime spent. And when they did drop the Iceborne DLC, which, you know, it cost quite a bit, almost as much as the base game, but you essentially bought an entire second game worth of content. Is 4 heists, suit skins, and 4 weapon DLC worth a whole nother game in half that amount of time? I'd love it if the answer were yes. One that I haven't played much of, but people regularly tell me is also a great example, is Deep Rock Galactic. You know, it's priced and handled fairly, and the MTX shop is purely just to support the devs. So, look, I'm sorry, I spent a lot of time on this topic, but I feel
%. Free of charge.
Aiton. Welcome to my channel.
feel very, very strongly about this. It's not just for Payday 3, it's games in general. But to see so many of my own comments tell me that I'm just complaining too much and that it's completely fine, no, it's not. There are real problems here that affect the consumers. And I get it, things are expensive and everything is they just cost more to make, and this is also just the way things are now. But that's the same mentality that perpetuates this downward spiral of predatory pricing and MTXs, and game companies taking advantage of the consumer. I don't say this just to be negative or mean. I continue my futile efforts to hopefully spread knowledge about it, and maybe if enough people are aware, it forces developers to create a product they can stand behind and avoid all the things I mentioned that plagued the other games. I want Payday 3 to exceed my expectations and prove me wrong. I don't mind paying a ton of money if it's something good, but it has to be worth that money. And the pricing of the Season Pass and the MTXs, they just don't instill that confidence. Alright, next? When will we see some Payday 3 gameplay? Well, we've already seen it now, and they'll also be doing more dev diaries, so I do look forward to that. Which platforms support Payday 3 crossplay? All of them. So I guess that means console, Steam, and most likely Epic Game Store. I know a lot of people got turned off by their Epic Game Store shenanigans, and I'm quite against the Epic Game Store myself, but not so
DTD
much to
cooldown
deny
commands
people
are
from
now
playing a game
active.
they want to play just because of it. I do think that crossplay will be very healthy for the game and keep the player base alive, more so than having isolated platforms. So as long as it's not broken, like what happened with Payday 2, I'm all for it. Who is the main composer for Payday 3? Gustavo Coutinho. Well, I miss Simon. I'm sorry. But honestly, I just can't even recognize most of Payday 2's music after a certain point. It's just not very memorable. But I kind of understand and respect his decisions. What DLC and other updates can we expect after release? Well, they can't share their plans except for what's given from the 4 Heist, 4 Tailor Packs, and 4 Weapon Packs. Will Payday 3 have this or this or that? Of course they're not going to tell you. Well, okay, well that was another long-ass video from me. Honestly, like with most things, it's really just going to come down to the execution. It seems to me, from a gameplay standpoint, that Overkill / Starbreeze are really looking to up their game, which is wonderful, but at the same time they're doubling down on the paid live service and microtransactions. Maybe it gets handled well, maybe it won't. But if you came this far, well, goddamn. Thanks for listening to the ramblings of an old man that has lost his place on YouTube.
DTD, a new vote has started. Hey.
Alright, and welcome back to the channel, everybody, and I hope you're doing fine. So today we're gonna have an interesting topic. We're gonna talk about teasers and leaks. And
We finally will break NDA and spoil everything. Woo!
no.
Oh.
So honestly, most of you are probably aware of that already, that some Crytek partners have like a little bit of access to some stuff earlier, or are in the knowledge loop a little bit earlier, okay? We all have an NDA though. NDA means non-disclosure agreement. We are not allowed to talk about this. Even when people leak it, we are not allowed to talk about it. Alright, but they shared a lot of stuff that also got leaked over the last couple days and weeks. So I'm gonna show you the stuff now, most of it, probably not everything. And then I'm gonna give you my 2 cents and we're gonna discuss this. Keep in mind, I would like to see your comments in the comment section, what you think about the individual topics. I'm gonna have the timestamps as usual, and you can just jump to the stuff that you're interested in. First, I'm gonna look at the trailers that they released over the last couple of weeks and days, and then we're gonna discuss
DTD voting is
pictures.
complete and the viewers
Okay.
have chosen critical
Here we go.
immune.
Let's just start with this trailer right here. And we will go through most of the trailers. I might just click through them. And all of them have already some teasers and leaks in them that we can discuss. So, as always, cinematics for Hans there, goddamn amazing. But otherwise, it's kind of whatever. And if we go here, we can see now the first thing is this shrine here, where this tier 1 white shirt is praying to. And there's already some insane theories, like, oh yeah, you can go there and restore health bars that are lost. I mean, Mike, you were talking about this forever, more options to get your bars back, and yeah, I honestly, I don't think so. It would be amazing. I think this is just a regular thing that they also had with like the shadows. You have to burn this or to interact with this, and you get event points. So keep in mind, this is about the summer event, the whole trailer thingy. And then if we go like the next scene already, and we have to be careful with this one. Okay, you can see here there are trades at the supply point. There's also some boxes, and these are not the regular boxes. Now we had already a trade system with the Inferno event, and maybe the trades come back, or we will get new trades. Maybe trades that interact with the new setting, because of course we have rain soon-ish. I hope, I think. Will be interesting. We're gonna discuss that later though. Now, Trades back in the days, the event-specific trades, they were kind of cool, but they were broken as fuck, okay? I think probably, they shared the numbers, I can't remember them anymore, but almost everybody took Grounded. The Infernal Pact and the other one, I can't even remember that one. Almost nobody took it. Oh, like the Moon Path thingy there, where you did not lose a bar. That one was actually kind of legit. That one was... That's how an event trade should work in terms of balance. That was good, but not fucking OP. Grounded was just... that was a bit too much. But that's okay. We will hopefully get new trades, and if there's again this imbalance of trades, I would like to see an adjustment after a couple days. After a couple days, you see what people pick. You see if something's too strong. And then please,
Welcome
not like
to
last
my
time
channel.
that people play with the stuff for a month or two. Adjust it quickly, if Krytok has the resources to do so. That would be amazing. Clutch. And then here we go, next, New Hunter. I'm pretty sure that is from the new event, because they also leaked already the battle pass a little bit. We're gonna talk about it later. And it looks nice, dude. I like these Native American skins. Apparently she killed already Rockjaw with this alligator paw there on her shoulder. Looks cool, dude. I always like these new skins. They're amazing. And then we have Rockjaw himself. Now, this bad boy is not your regular crocodile, though, because look at all the stuff that he has on him. I think this is like a trap that, yeah, doesn't fit him, I guess. And he's carrying that now with him. It's gonna be fun fighting that bad boy, I tell you that. Then we have this dude here, new legendary hunter, I assume. And he wears belts as a hat. No king shame. But there's something way more interesting, and you can see that right here. When we do this in slow motion, you can see when he turns that he has 2 barrels on top. But if you check the wall, there are like 5 impact holes. So that has to be a shotgun. I think that's the new drilling rifle. And when we go back a couple frames, then you will see, at least in the trailer, that the shotgun barrel has the same length as the rifle barrels. Yeah, this will not be a hand cannon, I tell you that. Then we have this one right here. Yeah, also new skin. They look great. Then these hunters, I don't think they're carrying new guns, but this one does. We have no hand crossbow with fire. Let's pause here again real quick. Now, I don't know if this is like a regular fire or if that's a hellfire crossbow.
A? Ne, podłoży sobie czesaną prędkość, to sam zakręma, ne, prawa? Ciao, šta je? Rec.
Hoćeš da jedeš, saš da jedeš.
Ne, jedan kupus bez, da jedem 2-3 dana kupus kuvan, jedan dan mogu. A, hoćeš, možeš. Kada ne idem ništa,
Commander Root. Welcome to my channel. Fuller smoke a lot. Welcome to my channel. Kumara. Welcome to my channel.
love is with us. Oh, hello. I'm sorry. For FK King. Only love is with us now. Something wrong with you. Find the beast within ourselves, longing for a cure. When the wind is hot and fire, won't you wait to see what art? All pretty, all the scenery, this is nature's sacrifice.
Bolt. I hope it's a regular one. Honestly, I don't know what's going on right now. I would like to have more different status effects and not go crazy this fire path. Like with 1.13, the incendiary rounds getting a huge buff. If it comes live the way it is in Testo, we don't know it yet. Do we really need more? I mean, normally there's lanterns, and otherwise you have no reason to take a firebomb anymore. On the other hand, though, maybe not at the beginning because it's new and everybody wants to play it, the hand crossbow is more of a niche weapon, and not everybody can handle the frustration that sometimes comes with the hand crossbow. Hand crossbow is great, underrated weapon. One shot kill to the torso up to, what is it, around 15 meters, right? But when they aim at you and the arm is blocking the bolts, with the arrows, with the bolts, it counts as an arm shot. And you're dealing, I think, 102, 110 damage. They survive, and they still have enough time to fucking kill you. And that's frustrating when you go up against shotguns. So I hope this is gonna be a regular fire bomb hand crossbow bolt. Then I wouldn't mind it. Especially we have to check how this interacts with all, you know, the rain that is coming. That will be interesting. But okay, enough talking because there is still more that I want to discuss. Okay, the trailer is over here. We don't need the advertising at the end. And then we have this one. Honestly, that's just like a little bit of a cinematic piece where they introduce rain to us. I don't know what to think about rain from like an immersion standpoint, how cool it will be. It will be amazing. Like honestly, people were asking for rain since forever. From a gameplay point of view, I'm not so sure about that. The Inferno map was great too, man. I can remember the first time joining the Inferno map and I'm like, this is nuts. This is amazing the way it looks, the way it feels, it's great. But it's so goddamn loud. And you can't fight properly anymore. And I think you will have something similar with crouched footsteps and the rain. But again, we don't really know how the rain will work. Yeah? So will it be the whole match? Will it be like dynamic weather? But Mike, we don't have dynamic weather. Yeah, maybe it will come though. We don't know that. There's gonna be engine updates and whatnot, so maybe one point we're gonna have that. Because otherwise, I would like to see dynamic weather. Because otherwise, you always have it, oh yeah, it's a fog map, so all the snipers are leaving. Which is not really a bad thing though. But you will have the same issue with rain. And you get these half-empty servers. Not in the beginning, because at the beginning everybody will be like, oh, this rain is so amazing, this rain is so cool. And then after 2 or 3 weeks, they're like, oh yeah, rain. You wanna play the next one and hope we get single bounty daytime with our sniper scopes? Yeah, let's be real here, okay? We're gonna check the next trailer though. And yeah, we have again the hunter right here. And I just like the new skins, honestly. You always have the people then, but oh my god, more skins, please fix the bugs. The people who have like the pencil in the hand are not the people fixing the bugs. Okay, then we go back to this though. So this seems to be a tracking thing. You can see the black smoke pointing a direction. And you use this probably to follow Rotjaw. The gun is just a little marksman, I think, so nothing too fancy. The same with this officer pistol here, or a gun pistol, I actually don't know. But yeah, this is what I meant. You can see the water pouring down the roof. That looks amazing, but visibility, man, is absolute ass. Like, how the hell are you supposed to snipe here? You do not. It's gonna be nice for everything else, though. crossbow is gonna be nuts. Bow is gonna be nuts. All suppressed weapons. Nuts. Okay, and then we have here Rotjaw. This is going very quickly. I think this is just a regular mat. Or is it the upper mat? No, but you have here this. You see this? If we go frame by frame, it has this weird blue lighting. And it looks like lightning, like electricity, right? That would be kind of cool, honestly, if it's just a gator. It would be like, yeah, okay. I know you guys were waiting for that forever, but hey. It seems it's not a regular gator. And honestly, electricity would be effing cool if they implement it correctly. We have electricity already in the game with the generator, but the generators, they're just loud and annoying, and well, if it's not nighttime, the light is doing effing nothing. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't implement any electricity traps that you can place. And once the generator is turned on and people go through the traps, it maybe slows you or deals a little bit damage over time. I'm surprised it's not in the game, honestly. But yeah, I would not mind some, you know, some new effects, because I'm waiting for new effects since forever, and electricity would be kind of cool. It's not new, but you know what I mean. Go a little bit more in depth with that. Next trailer, I think this is just the one with the sheriff, where the sheriff gets eaten. But again, you can see how massive that thing is with all the metal parts that are around him. That is just a regular gun. Nothing new, nothing too fancy. And here we go, and there he comes. Oh yeah, dude. Yep. So that thing is effing huge. Alright, nothing too fancy about this one. Okay, yeah, then we have this where they talked about the new currency system. And they showed something in the background that was obviously intentional, but they showed the new battle pass. Let me just go through this, because this is like a couple of minutes of trailer. Fast forward, I could have done that beforehand. Here we go. Okay, so again, you can see already the new skin, the battle pass, and this is something that kind of confuses me though. If you check, like, slot number 1 is a new knife. 4 knife skins, sure, although I'm using more the knuckle knife lately. But number 3 and number 6, that's a toolbox and a med kit. So you can bring now not just ammo boxes, but you can also bring toolboxes? But what about the med kit then? Is this just a new skin? Or maybe they add new med kits that can restore bars? And we're gonna call them surgery kits? Oh my god, escape from Tarkov. Just kidding. I don't know it yet. I mean, 7 is obviously a weapon charm. Number 4, we talked about it already. That is the fire crossbow bolt. And then you check number 9. That's bomb plants ammo. Looks like the steel bolts though, so I'm a little bit confused what exactly we're seeing here. Yeah, this should be for the bomb plants. I don't know what's in there, but we're gonna see that soon enough. I think that's everything that they showed in this one. Okay. Again, I'm not gonna show everything. Maybe there's some Easter eggs that I missed, but hey, who knows? Alright. Then I would say we talk about this now right here. The drilling. And it's a special variant of the drilling. So the regular drilling is 2 shotgun barrels on top and a rifle barrel below. There's also some, I think they're called Bock drilling, in German at least, where you have 1 shotgun barrel above and I think the regular rifle barrel below. I'm not 100% sure, okay? I'm not a weapon expert, okay? But this right here is a drilling, and in German we call this one a Doppelbüchs drilling. I have no idea how to translate that, if I'm completely honest with you guys. But you have 2 rifle barrels on top and the shotgun barrel underneath. Now they said already that it's gonna be medium ammo, and phew, dude, nice! Because if that thing would be long ammo, we would be in trouble. Now maybe we're still in trouble, because if you remember the patch notes for 1.13, it says that the dum-dum ammo for medium rifles is gonna be buffed and it applies intense bleed. So that thing will most likely have intense bleed if you choose dum-dum ammo. Send help, please. I don't know how expensive that thing will be, but it kind of has to. I know a single Springfield is cheap, but if you have 2 and you duct tape them together, and then you take even more duct tape and you have the shotgun. And we saw earlier with the new Hunter in the trailer that this is not a short barrel shotgun. that might even be full size or at least rival range or rival size. Maybe it even has access to special ammo. So you could play double dum-dum bleed rounds in the rifle and maybe a slug rifle in the shotgun barrel. Ayo? This is gonna be interesting. It's also gonna be pretty annoying at the beginning when it comes out because everybody will play it because it's new. That doesn't mean it's OP. Keep in mind, people were like, Mike, the bow is OP. When the bow came out and everybody was playing it, and then people were like, oh my god, the Beetle's gonna ruin the game. And guess what? It did not, and I can barely finish the Beetle kill quests. Great. Okay, good talk. So I think the drilling will be cool. I hope it will be kind of expensive because the thing is with the dum-dum ammo, you do not have any penetration anymore, but if you put the slugs in the underbarrel shotgun, you can just switch to that and do happy wall banging. At least close range. So the drilling will be definitely fantastic. They also showed us a new knuckle knife, the knotted spine. Yeah, it's a knuckle knife, but for the sake of completion, I'm gonna show it here to you guys. And then we have a new variant though, and that is the Slate Repose. So I'm not a huge fan of the Slate, honestly. It's crazy good with slugs though, don't get me wrong. With the Repose, yeah, dude. I don't know. Now what you have to keep in mind is, this is a Repose. This is not a bayonet. We have this discussion every time. It also means that the light attack works like the Martini Henry Repose and like the Berthier Repose. Light attacks both runs with a normal regular swing, and then you still have the stabby for, like, you know, the heavier targets or enemy hunters. This is gonna be nice. I'm definitely gonna try this one. Normally though, I like the bayonets and the Repose when I use Dragon Breath or the Flechette, for example when I play the Spectre bayonet, because Dragon Breath and Flechette rounds, they almost never one-shot. They have the potential to do it. For example, with the Flechette, when all the bolts, when all the darts hit your hand, then you can one-shot close range, and Dragon Breath, if you're really close, then you can do that too. But most of the time, it's more to apply the bleed and set them on fire, and then you skewer them with the bayonet. With the Slate, though, you have Penny, you have slugs. I'm probably missing here something, but I think it's only Penny and slugs. You either kill them or you don't, right? It's very rare that you will go for the bayonet option. But I think it's cool, dude. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can sneak up them and stab them in the back. Not that I would do that, ever. Then we have this sledgehammer here, the railroad hammer. And now you're like, but we have already a hammer in the game, it's gonna be just the same, but different skin. Wrong! They leaked it already, or they teased it already. It will consume a little bit less stamina than the World Sledgehammer, but it will also deal a little bit less damage. Lots of people were asking for this. Yeah, okay. It's most likely gonna be a medium slot, right? I don't know if they mentioned that. So you have now the axe and you have now the sledgehammer for more bonking. Which is cool. Lots of people were asking for that, so why the hell not? Will not change the matter though. But hey, there is still the upper mat. Yay! The Lamet Mark II upper mat. So what if we take the Lamet and just make it long ammo? Yeah. Yeah, so the upper mat, honestly, I don't know about it. It's gonna be a medium slot, long ammo pistol. Okay, so at least if you want to play it with a rifle, you need Quartermaster. It's still crazy though, because that thing will most likely have access to the same special ammo as the regular Lamet has. That needs slugs, hello, and maybe even Dragon Breath, and then you have an uppercut on top. I mean, uppercut is probably the best sidearm in the game right now. Alright. Or one of the most picked for sure. And then you just, you know, put a shotgun on it. Why not? It's crazy because jokingly I always say that the uppercut is a pocket rifle, although I'm not so sure if that's actually a joke, but hey. And yeah, now you have a pocket rifle with a pocket shotgun. Now imagine you have the drilling rifle together with the upper mat. So you have 2 shots, dum-dum medium ammo, together with probably a big slug, together with long ammo pistol, together with, dude, this is like the Swiss Army tool loadout. Okay, it's gonna be absolutely insane. Expensive as fuck, don't get me wrong. most likely. I hope. Please. Balancing by hunt dollars, though, should always be your last attempt at balancing something, because a few people just don't care about money. You're only hitting the people with money adjustments that already have no money. Like, people have hundreds of thousands and I don't know how much hunt dollars. Some of them, they don't care. They just play it, right? But the people who already struggle with the game... Yeah, and I know there's always this one dude in the comment section. Oh my god, how can you not have enough money in hunt? Shut up. Okay. Not everybody is a god, and some people maybe do not have a super passive playstyle and always W, and that's expensive. It's you can bleed quite some money in the game if you're not careful. Let's be honest here. Maybe you don't, and that's cool, but no need to look down on people and to trash talk people who struggle financially. In real life and in video games, okay? So, here's one more thing though. Fanning does not work with this, because it's too big. What about dual wielding? Like, just in theory, could I dual wield this? I don't think I can, right? Because it's 2 small slots. It's still a pistol. Just saying, alright? Might be interesting. Okay, so now you got my 2 senses about upcoming stuff, upcoming teasers and leaks. And did we discuss Rain already? I think we did. Huh. Let's do a quick cut here because I can't remember what I talked about already. So you will either see me talk about Rain or you will see the outro right now. Alright, I guess I did not talk about Rain enough yet. So, here we go. So Rain will look amazing, but there's a few things that we have to keep in mind that we don't know yet. How will Rain interact with our arsenal? Do I finally need to bring liquid fire bombs to set people on fire? What happens when people get shot indoors by dragon breath and they run outside into the rain? Will the rain stop you being on fire? I don't know, because honestly, regular rain, when you're on fire, you run out. You keep burning because that's not enough water. But from a, gameplay point, maybe it does. Then again, dynamic weather might be a thing, maybe in the future, not now. Because otherwise, dynamic weather is something that Han Shodan, in my opinion, would really need. It would lead to some very interesting gameplay mechanics. For example, hey man, fog is coming, snipers out there camping us at the extraction. We wait for the fog 1 or 2 minutes and then we take the fog to extract. I don't know. Oh my god, they're gonna camp now and wait for the fog.
Exactly. Jesus Christ, I can't win this, right? And I don't know, interesting. How does it work then with Dragon Breath? Dragon Breath is already a meme and trash, okay? In Series rounds, probably not so much anymore. So you nerf Dragon Breath even more, and then suddenly the firebombs don't work and lanterns don't work, and they need the liquid firebomb.
maybe the hand crossbow bolt is actually not a regular one, but it actually has like, I don't know, it's an oil fire hand crossbow bolt and it works in rain.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see. Same with the audio thing. I hope that the rain will not be the whole match, because then defending boss slayers will be really annoying. I hope it will just be for certain amount of times during the map. But again, we don't have dynamic weather. They never announced it, I think. They announced rain, so would be cool though. Okay, here we go. Now I should be done though, and now I want the outro. Alright, then thank you for watching Zero gameplay from me, just a nerd talking about his favorite video game. I hope you don't mind that. Then more of my favorite nerds, maybe you're not a nerd, then my bad, right here, patrons. Amazing. Thank you for everything that you do over Patreon. It's much appreciated. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to drop in the comment section what you think about all the upcoming teasers and leaks. I see you in the next one. Until then, have a good day and bye-bye.
Mind you, I have about 10 years on this game. So I've been literally playing this game on and off for over a decade. So I kind of play it a little bit differently than a lot of other people who maybe would. Play some Xanima, dude. Fuck it.
Welcome. TikTokers are getting a harsh reality check. Uh-oh.
Pay on TikTok is horrendous. Now, before you go to the comment section and leave angry remarks, let me explain. TikTok only pays about 2 to 4 cents per...
Why would you make an angry comment at him? This is a fact. This is like saying dogs die, and then somebody writes a hate comment as if you killed their dog. No, it's just what happens.
1,000 views. So even if you get a ridiculous amount of views, you're not making much.
Yeah.
Take Cabby Lane, for example. He's the most followed TikToker on the planet, with a whopping 159 million followers and nearly 18 billion views.
Wow.
But in terms of ad revenue from TikTok, these 18 billion...
He probably made, you know, $15.
Views only translates to 540,000 That's not a bad amount by any means.
Yes, it is. It's a billion fucking... 18 billion fucking views? That's 3 times the Earth population? And they only managed to get him 500,000?
But keep in mind, we're talking about the most followed TikToker in the world. For perspective, if you got the same number of views on YouTube, your total earnings would be closer to $54 million, assuming it's $3 RPM. Now, of course, these TikTokers don't just rely on TikTok ads. They also do brand deals and sponsorships and affiliate marketing and all that stuff, which pulls in a whole lot of money. But the disparity between TikTok ads and YouTube ads is still staggering. I mean, we're talking about a 100x difference.
Well, another reason, here's one reason, right, is because a lot of the people on TikTok are like little kids. So like, you can advertise toys to them, yeah, but a lot of other stuff, they're not gonna buy shit.
And it's not just creators who are feeling the pain. TikTok is also very much feeling the pain, having lost $7 billion last year alone.
Ooh, that's a lot of money.
It's only getting worse. Vine was facing this same challenge 10 years ago, and this is the main reason that they eventually shut down. All of their most popular Viners would translate their audiences over to YouTube.
Yep.
This included
like
Drew
Jake
Gooden,
Paul.
David Dobrik, Danny Gonzalez, Cody Ko, and of course Logan Paul and Jake Paul.
Yep.
We're starting to see the exact same thing happen with TikTokers as well. Notable examples are Joey D'Amelio, Bella Porsche, Addison Rae, and Call Me Chris. Call Me Chris, for example, has likely earned about 350,000 on TikTok, but she's already made millions on YouTube. This
Yeah, see,
is
that's
not a
smart.
great sign for TikTok in terms of longevity, as this is hard evidence that people are simply using TikTok as a springboard for YouTube or to jumpstart their music career, while the platform is burning billions. So,
Well, the platform is great. Like, TikTok is great for getting awareness and being able to funnel people to somewhere else, but it's not that great at actually being monetizable on its own.
here's TikTok's monetization crisis and the uncertain future of the platform. By far the largest shortcoming for TikTok is advertisers. Advertisers simply do not want to advertise on TikTok. And it's easy to blame the medium for this reluctance. Most advertisers aren't used to making short form ads in portrait mode.
Yeah.
And this is true to a certain degree, but it's not the main reason.
What's the main
I mean,
reason?
companies like Apple and Coca-Cola have marketing budgets in the hundreds of millions,
Yeah,
if
they
not
figured it out if it was going to make money.
billions. And they have hundreds, if not thousands of employees whose full-time jobs are to simply figure this out.
Yeah.
So the reason that companies are reluctant to advertise on TikTok is not because they don't know how or can't figure it out. It's because they don't want to. Why, you ask? Well, for one, it's not a very lucrative audience.
Yeah, what the fuck is a 16-year-old gonna buy? What the fuck are they gonna buy? Like, how? Where do they get the money? Like, yeah, well, what is this? They're gonna hopefully get their mom to buy them some V-Bucks for Fortnite? What the fuck? You called it? Yeah, because it's obvious.
41% of TikTok users are between the ages of 16 and 24, which means that most of them don't have any money. For perspective, this is how YouTube's audience demographic looks.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's a lot more evenly.
And that's a money that this right here. This is the money range right here, 35 to 54. That is where the money's at. Because at that point, you've got a career, you're settled, you got shit going on, and you can fucking afford to spend some money. You can buy a car. You can buy a house. Some people buy a car or a house. You can buy a little bit of bullshit, and it's okay. But if you're down here at the 13 to 18 to 18 to 24, ooh, not gonna have as much money. That was the time that I learned how to make $2 pizzas.
Dispersed. This in itself is a big turnoff for advertisers, but the issue goes much deeper than just demographics. Likely the biggest concern for most advertisers is brand optics. It's no secret that the content on TikTok is, how should I say it, edgy.
No, it's just a bunch of fucking porn. Like, let's be honest, like, it's just girls shaking their ass and shaking their titties. That's the whole thing. That's what the website is built off of. And if you got rid of that, it'd be like Tumblr, where like Tumblr got rid of porn and the website died. That's why people go on there. What's wrong with that? I don't know. There's some fucking uptight advertiser that looks like, oh my god, we can't have our, you know, our fucking, our machine or our product that was made with third world labor inside of warehouses where they lock the employees inside of a door. Well, we can't just have our, you know, high integrity product shown next to something that could be lewd. This would be awful.
You've got thirst traps, a bunch of cursing, and all this other stuff that YouTube tells you not to do. This is actually what has made TikTok so popular in the first place.
Yeah.
But there's a reason that YouTube does not lean into this content. Advertisers simply do not want to be associated with this type of content. I mean, if you were Apple, would you really want your ad to play after this?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess no. And this makes
I don't understand what the problem is, though. Like, am I just like a fucking, you know, a coomer? I don't care. Why would that be a problem? Why would that bother me? I mean, it's not like it was without her consent. Like, most of these girls film the videos themselves. What's the problem?
A far larger difference
You
than
feel different when you have young kids? What do you mean? Like you gotta monitor your kids' internet activity. And if you don't, you can't expect the world to do that. That's crazy. That's so, like, it's everybody else's world. It's everybody else's responsibility to be a padded room for your kid to bounce around in because you can't keep control of them. I don't fucking think so, man. Like, you got a kid that's going out looking for this kind of content. You've got to be responsible for that yourself. I'm sick of this bullshit and this intellectual dishonesty that people have, that it's somehow the world's problem that they can't keep control of their own fucking kids. Just stop it.
you might think. At this point, I think we can agree that TikTok is very much a worldwide platform.
It
In
is.
2021, it was literally the world's most popular domain for
People
crying out
loved
loud.
it.
So clearly, it's extremely popular across the globe. But guess what? 80% of TikTok's revenue still comes from China.
Oh.
And if you didn't know, the
China's a
TikTok
different
that
type
we
of
use
TikTok.
is actually
Yeah.
banned in China. You see, the CCP decided that mainstream TikTok is simply too vulgar and unproductive for the youth. So instead, they have a healthy
Hey, yo, that's why the people over there want to be astronauts and the people here want to be YouTubers. It is what it is.
version of TikTok called Douyin. Fundamentally speaking, it's the same app. The difference is the type of content that is posted and promoted on the platform. Douyin primarily promotes science, educational, and historical content instead of lip syncs and dancing. Furthermore, younger generations are limited to just 40 minutes of Douyin per day, so no hours of mindless scrolling. And
Wow.
Douyin is extremely popular in China, but it doesn't quite stack up to TikTok. Douyin boasts 730 million
makes
monthly
sense.
active users, while TikTok boasts 1.05 billion monthly active users.
Sure,
So
but, like,
TikTok
that's
is
only
not
one
only more
country.
popular, but people tend to spend far more time on TikTok. But despite this, China is able to account for 80% of TikTok's revenue because advertisers are actually interested in appearing next to Douyin videos. So until TikTok,
Well, it's also a way more targeted audience because it's just people in China. So you're advertising just to one small group of people. And like the more targeted that you can go with your advertisements, the more valuable getting that advertising out is. And that's why small, narrow. Better word is narrow. Like the Chinese audience is not small, but it is a very narrow, narrow advertising block. Yeah, I did use the wrong word. You guys are right. And because of that, you can sell your ads for more. And that's why, again, Google is just fucking insane with their ads. Like, I can make a pizza video, and there's a pizza ad on the pizza video. You can watch a World of Warcraft video, and there's going to be a World of Warcraft ad.
is able to address advertiser hesitation, TikTok will continue to face major monetization issues, leading to more creators migrating away. Advertisers no doubt play a massive role in how much is paid out to creators, but they're not the only issue plaguing TikTok. You see, short-form content is simply fundamentally harder to monetize because views are worth substantially less. On TikTok, for example, the average video is only 36 to 42 seconds long, depending on
Well, it's because it's young people too. Like, you look at Dr. Lupo, like whenever he does a charity event, he raises like $1 million. Like whenever I do a charity event, I raise like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why is that? It's because all of my fucking viewers are boomers and they have $25 to spend to maybe get like a prize or something like that. It's not a big deal. But whenever somebody with a very young audience does something like that, or they do it with short form content, well then we don't really have as much of a turnover. That's just how it is.
the size of the account. Even if we assume that these videos have 75% audience retention on average, each view only translates to about 30 seconds of watch time. Now, compare that to what we see on YouTube. Using myself as an example, my average video gets just under 7 minutes of average watch time, which, by the way, thank you. This means that
Here, I'll tell you guys what my average watch time is. What my total watch time over the last 30 days is. Watch time hours. 11.9 million. So in the last 28 days, there's been 11.9 million consumed watch hours on my channel.
the average view on my channel is worth about 14 views on TikTok. Why do I bring this up? Well, monetization has more to do with watch time than views. I tend to put an ad break once every 3 minutes, which means that the average view translates to 3 ad impressions. For simplicity, let's say that TikTok also shows an ad once every 3 minutes. Since each video is only watched for 30 seconds at best, a viewer would have to scroll through 6 TikToks before reaching an ad, and that's the best case scenario.
Yeah, so you only get
More
monetized
likely,
1 in
they'll
6
have to scroll
times.
through 10 or 15 TikToks before seeing an ad, but we'll call it 6 to give them the benefit of the doubt. This
And it's also, the ads aren't really that good because they've got to be super short. You can't have like a 3-minute ad on TikTok because the video content is like seconds long.
means that each view on TikTok only translates to 1/6 of an ad impression. Putting this next to YouTube, we'll see that each YouTube view translates to
multiple
18
ads. Yeah.
times more ad impressions. So if we want to really create an accurate comparison between how much advertisers pay on YouTube versus how much they pay on TikTok, we can't compare views to revenue. We have to compare ad impressions to revenue. YouTube generally pays $3 to $5 per 1,000 views in most niches.
Sure.
And as we previously touched on, TikTok only pays 2 to 4 cents per 1,000 views. But if we normalize based on ad impressions, we'll see that TikTok is actually paying 36 to 72 cents for the same number of ad impressions that you would get from 1,000 YouTube views. Still about 7 to 8 times worse than YouTube, but also...
Well, it's just also because like you scrolled like this is the way that I've done with like I've like scrolled through like Instagram Reels or like YouTube Shorts. Like I don't really scroll through TikTok a lot. It's just not like a normal part of my routine. I don't remember what I watch most of the time. It's just like wasting time. So like think about it, if you're watching something and like it's just noise. It's like junk food, right? So whenever you're doing this, what is the value of an ad in the context of it being junk food?
About 18 times better than what the upfront number suggested. The only way to work around this obstacle is to move towards longer form content, which is exactly what TikTok has been trying to do. What started at a maximum video length of 7 seconds has grown all the way to 10 minutes. TikTok has also been testing with landscape mode, but increasing the average view duration isn't as easy as just getting creators to post longer videos.
Yeah.
The algorithm highly values audience retention, so if TikTokers want their long-form videos to perform well, they have to increase video length.
And that's a huge factor, right? Is that a lot of people like, that's a big thing on YouTube, is if you get people to sit there and watch your views or watch your videos, and that's like a huge thing for me, is because I will have a video, I will release a video, and it will be like a 9-hour video. Asmongold plays Diablo new class. It's got like 300,000 views. And it's because somebody sits there and watches it for like 45 minutes. And now everybody sees this shit.
Without sacrificing audience retention. Also, you know how we see all those articles about our ever-decreasing attention spans? Well, if that's true anywhere, it's true on TikTok. So, TikTok is very much fighting an uphill battle when it comes to monetization due to the fundamental nature of their content.
Giving up.
Hearing all this, you might be saying that this isn't just an issue on TikTok. Instagram and YouTube have also been promoting short-form content, so they should be facing the same issues, right? Well, you're right. YouTube and Instagram are indeed...
I feel like I've heard that YouTube isn't even pushing shorts as much as they used to. I think that they tried to, and they realized that like it's a market that's either unprofitable or cornered by TikTok. So there's no reason to compete in that market.
Facing the same issues. With YouTube Shorts, for example, you can expect to earn 5 cents per 1,000 views. But here's the thing. YouTube and Instagram are not tied down by short-form content. short-form content is not their golden goose.
Yeah,
it's
like just
simply
one
an
thing of many.
expansion effort. And they're already starting to decide that this expansion effort isn't worth it. You see, platform monetization is a two-sided coin. If creators aren't earning much money from ads, neither is the platform. At least the creators
Well, it
can
also
go...
doesn't incentivize creators to do it, to make content. Because, like, if you can't make that much money, then why the fuck would you even try?
out and get brand deals and sponsors and affiliates and all that.
It's
For
common
these
sense.
platforms, their only revenue is ad revenue. So if that's garbage, the entire revenue from the whole effort is garbage.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what seems to be playing out. In fact, according to Mark Zuckerberg, revenue from Reels is so garbage that Meta is losing $500 million per quarter because of users watching Reels instead of scrolling through pictures.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be surprised to hear that Meta has stopped offering Reels bonuses to creators.
Yep, there you go. So I remember I had heard about this privately. I didn't know it was public, but I guess so. Yeah, they're not supporting this shit anymore at all because they're losing money on it. Yeah.
So while Instagram and YouTube are very much in the same position as TikTok with shorts, they're also not. They have the luxury of pulling back and focusing on what they were already doing. The same cannot be said
$1
about
billion
TikTok.
a year, yeah.
But then, what's the solution? Well, unfortunately for TikTok,
I do think that you can make an argument that creating shorts creates a more cohesive ecosystem that may keep people on YouTube longer, which would cause them to give residual viewership to videos. But like that's so like I guess you could kind of measure that, but it's a lot more theoretical.
there is no clear solution to their monetization problem. Again, this is literally why Vine shut down. What TikTok really needs is time. They need time for brands to become more open with the idea of advertising on TikTok.
Yeah, I am so sick of these brands being fucking, oh, we don't want to advertise next to sensitive content. Bro, if I see a fucking Coca-Cola ad next to a crazy person, I'm not gonna go and think it's that. I'm not gonna think Coca-Cola is like, haha, good job, keep it up, keep being crazy.
In the meantime,
Who
their
cares?
best bet is to tinker with the algorithm to push longer form content that's more advertiser friendly. But this is also a pretty big gamble. This can lead to a sort of ad apocalypse like we saw with YouTube back in 2017. More edgy creators got pushed off the platform as family friendly content got pushed to the top. But the thing to note is that
And
YouTube...
by the way, I actually don't think that most people believe that. I think that that is a lie that is sold. Most people don't give a fuck. Like, that's really the truth. Now, I remember during the Target protest, whenever people were mad that Target had, like, some fucking, like, gay or trans thing, I went to Target. Nobody was talking about it. Nobody was around that section. Nobody cared about it because they're there to get toilet paper. They need toilet paper, diapers, and a new shirt. And the biggest problem in their life is rent. There's a gay section over there? Okay, I'm not gonna go over there. I'm not gay. It is a lie that intellectually dishonest people use to push a narrative that makes them feel like they have control. It's like a fake majority thing. The majority of people don't give a fuck about this stuff. They don't care. Now, there have been big blunders. Like, it looks like the Bud Light thing was a big blunder. Like, that was a really bad one. But, like, that is massively the exception. The majority of these things don't matter at all.
always had a good mix of edgy and family-friendly content, so the shift towards family-friendly content was more natural. With TikTok, on the other hand, we're primarily dealing with edgy content, so the shift is a lot more jarring. And it's not clear how many viewers TikTok would push off the platform by making such a change. But
they would kill the platform. You get rid of thirst traps, nobody's gonna go to TikTok. Like, it's just that simple. Like, you do that, it's dead. It's dead.
Here's already dropping out and pulling back. This might be the Hail Mary that TikTok needs to stay relevant over the long term. As you can see, TikTok is very much facing a monetization crisis, and there is no easy solution. But there is a silver lining for TikTok. Unlike Vine, which was backed by Twitter, which in itself was not a profitable company, TikTok is backed by ByteDance, which has been posting record profits. In fact, they made it $25 billion last year, so losses from TikTok are definitely something that they can sustain even over the long term.
Yep.
Also, even if ByteDance can't pull it off on their own, they've got the backing of the CCP. You can bet that as long as TikTok is
True.
popular, the CCP won't let them go under, as TikTok is literally a gold mine for them. So, from a
Well,
financial
they can view it as like a weapon, you know, like pacify the fucking enemy by just keep giving them cat videos and titties, and then we'll invade them and take over the country.
perspective, they very much have time on their side, but they may not be able to say the same thing about their creators or viewers. Their creators are naturally pivoting towards YouTube to build stronger businesses with more revenue. And as for viewers, they could easily migrate back to YouTube with these creators. Also, TikTok faces the risk of their viewers growing up, kind of like what Snapchat is dealing with right now. So, while TikTok
Do people still use Snapchat? I feel like Snapchat was really popular in like 2016, or maybe like 2017. Like now a lot of people don't really use it that much. Like I don't know. I've never, like the last time I was on Snapchat was like literally years ago.
not be on the clock for financial reasons, they're very much on the clock due to trends amongst their viewers and creators. Will they be able to beat the clock? Well, only time will tell. While all this madness has been going on with short-form content, podcasts have surprisingly been doing better than ever on YouTube. If you want to learn why, check out this video. But until then, I'm Hari, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised podcasts are doing well. People are more invested into podcasts. They care about them more. They use it for sexting, yeah, but like, why can't you do that on Instagram? I think this is a pretty good video. I mean, like, I feel like now also, like, you know, a lot of TikTokers and people that are like super entertaining on TikTok, it's the same as YouTube, right? How many people on YouTube go and they try to make Twitch streams and do Twitch streams and nobody watches them because they're fucking boring? That's just the truth. They're fucking boring. People don't like watching them, and that's it. But they're very good at making a 30 or a 15-second video with like a quick hook in it. That's like entertaining for a couple of seconds, then you move on. So yeah, it's the same as YouTube content creators. Some of them can't stream because it's like, it's a lot different, like talking in front of a camera for like 4 hours versus just recording a video or reading a script. It is, and it's also like, I don't want to make this seem like, oh, streaming is so much harder. Like, it's a different skill. Like, I'm not very good at making TikToks. I've never tried, but like, I'm not very good at it. And editing videos is incredibly hard to do. It takes a long time. It's very time consuming, absolutely. But the truth is that a lot of these types of things, why am I getting recommended this 7 to 60 view video about how the United States dollar is gonna die in 2027? What the fuck is this? Why am I getting this video? Like, what? Why? This is like some straight fucking conspiracy shit. Why am I doing this? I don't get any of your videos on YouTube. If I click one of your videos, my entire channel is Asmongold. Yes, that's by design. YouTube's been doing that for a while now. Videos with barely any views. Yeah, it's really annoying. Like, I don't want to watch some random fucking video that, like, just somebody randomly put up there. It's just annoying. So, yeah. Trout doesn't need to say a single word and be entertaining. There's still plenty of people watching him. You don't need to be entertaining to be a streamer, though. No, he is entertaining, but he is not. That's like saying that like Charlie Chapman wasn't entertaining because he did a lot of like silent like improv and silent acting. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, but it's like really not an argument. It doesn't make any sense. Charlie Chaplin? Yeah, I meant Charlie Chapman. Sorry, excuse me. And like, he's still entertaining people by being good at a game. Does that make sense? So like, people are watching him not because he's funny, but because he is really good at a game or something like that. Everybody has like one hook or another. And like, there were also, keep in mind, there were a lot of people on YouTube that were these like super badass like MLG players, and then you watch them stream their games and they're actually fucking garbage. They just play all day and they only edit in the headshots that they do. There was a lot of that. And that happened in like 2012, whenever a lot of people kind of got exposed for being dog shit. Like, that's what happened with Wings of Redemption, for example. right? Is like he played that one dude and like a syndicate, and he got his ass beat, and he looked like a dumb fuck.
Let's get this rusty leg off of you. You want a leg? Take the leg. Take the leg. Oh yes, my beautiful monster creature back. I'm doing a little thing here today before we start off. With the renaming of the monster girls, I asked you guys if I do more of this, I would rename the monster girls based on your suggestions. So I got some here today. This will be kind of at random. I'll look at them and I'll see what kind of fits. So, you know, once we make some more, by all means, leave some more suggestions. But the one that we had previously dubbed as Octo Sussy, no more. Octavia. From Arrow Senpai 2884. And as far as our second monster girl goes, creature number 2 ain't gonna be it anymore. This one is now going to be called And if we make some more, which we probably will, doesn't matter if I do more of this or not. Right now I'm making a second one because you guys seem to enjoy the first one, and it seems that for once the video landed in people's feeds for once. What a shocker that is, you know? What a shocker. People watch your videos and actually on your subscribers' feeds. What an insane concept that is, huh, YouTube?
Obvious.
But we need some more research documents right now. That's not how you do that, Falcon. Turn on the computer. Let's see, research documents, where do we want? Oh, here we go. This here, Iron Veil. It seems that this is going to be the event that we do need for this, so let's do Michonne. And we'll send both of my ladies out there. The degree of danger is low. We are looking for gather research paper. Probability of detection is 100. That probably makes sense as we're breaking into, like, you know, an institution somewhere to grab these papers, so you know, it is what it is. But the danger should be low for our girls here. In the first video, somebody mentioned, wasn't there supposed to be like visible combat where you could actually go into like a third-person perspective as your characters and fight? I'm not sure. I think I saw that in the trailer. I don't think that was ever going to be a thing. I thought they were going to have like visually, like you would see like an automatic battle play out with your girls on the other side. And like you'd see it play out. That I think they removed, and they kind of gave us this, well, that screen that you see where you see like the numbers dropping, the HP dropping. And that's basically the end-all goal of the game, the ultimate mutagen. You make that, you essentially win the game. Now for this, you basically have to slowly progress to the main quest. You will find the papers needed to finally eventually get the right combination to make the ultimate mutagen. Timer, the temperature, the pressure, all the egghead stuff really. We have to create an elixir for ourselves to make ourselves smarter, to get one step ahead of the military oppressors that are onto me. So we have to create an elixir with this element and an activator, either or. Those elements, by the way, are very important. This thing I didn't show off with the first video, but the elements over here tell you exactly the type of probabilities and stats your characters will have based on what you use. I'm looking for Alejandro would be the one that has that element, right? So if I click this here,
Impressive. Very nice.
we don't have to analyze this boy because we already know what's in there, so bada bing bada boom. Now the problem is we do not have any ingredients with either of those activators right now, so we have to go out and look for these items. So this is where our monster girls come into play. Now one thing to keep note of is that we don't necessarily know what the ingredients have when it comes to elements, unless we have collected them before and we have also run them under the microscope to find out what element that a certain ingredient has. So at the moment, if we don't know what activator is in what ingredient, we essentially kind of have to just take a wild guess, send my monsters out to a place with maybe items that we haven't collected before. So for instance, True Waters is a pretty good one because there's 2 items that we have never collected before, so maybe either one of those has the activators that we do need. I think we're going to go over to Fort Will, primarily because the population is low, so less chance of detection that way. And we have never collected Cave Basil before, or at least we haven't researched it. And there's also a second one with the scarce one, which would be whatever the hell you want to say that word right there. So I think that one works out best. We'll go with this one here. So mission out, we look for substances. And we'll send both of our girlies out there. 25%, that's fine. They did not get detected? Perfect. And they brought in what? 10 boulettes, 5 cave basil, and 8 abamon. We didn't get the scarce item, unfortunately. Cave basil. Ah, there we are. Cave basil. So we don't know what element you have. Let's make sure that we identify it so it enters into our pedia. And again, this is where we're going to start doing some of the egghead stuff that I didn't really show off too much. I mean, I showed off some of it in the video, but it's a bit more complicated than what I actually did show off, especially once it comes to making mutagens to make your monster girls. So let's see. Analyzing through that, it's fine. Successful. Oh, yo! Brew it. And this is going to be for us to apparently get a little bit smarter. Alright. Take unknown 5. We should be naming this as I go along too, but hey, whatever.
Going up on a Tuesday.
My last experiment was a spectacular success. The next part should be easy. I have intel that my beloved Clementine is being held captive by the government's henchmen at a place called the Asylum. A brilliant mind will aid me in my efforts to create the ultimate mutagen. I should prepare more creatures before I break her out. Make a new creature? Let's go. So, Clementine, huh? We have a fellow mad scientist, love of her life. So make a new creature. Perfect. So here's what we gotta do now. Let's get into the egghead stuff. We need an element from each side here, right? So we need one of these, one of these, one of these, and one of these. And obviously they can't clash with each other because they'll destroy the formula.
No shit.
So this is the one that we're using. We're going with Bullet, Cave Basil, Dalsiltro, and Iron Handro. So, love these names. In you go. Next up is what? Cave Basil. Which we just got. So from 4, we're dropping to 3 of these. This is where you gotta send your monster girls occasionally out to get more substances for you. There's also apparently, one thing I haven't checked out, you see there's a dark web. There's a dark web in the game where you can actually do jobs for people. And they will give you, like, you know, blueprints for, like, different limbs or something like that. Speaking of limbs, we should probably also try to create a limb for one of our new girls. Alright, so we'll go ahead and use you for this. Turn mixer on. Mutagen mixer missing fluids and tubes. No, you're not. I mean, you are now because you've used it, but otherwise we're fine. So this here will be our mutagen for our next monster girl, presumably, assuming we haven't screwed something up here. Now, do we have any girlies? Here's the other problem. And I don't feel like we do, and if we don't, then we have to send my girls. Excuse me? Chad? I don't think we have any more girlies. So I think we only have nothing but monster boys. And I'm not making monster boys. Sorry, but there's no monster boys in my harem. So that means that we gotta send my girls out to get some bodies for us. Let's go into here. Let's do acquire new bodies. And boom. Boom. 20% probability of detection. Start mission. They got detected. But again, the problem shouldn't be a problem. We're relatively weak. Investigation is with 39 now. Not crazy about that, but so be it. Let's find out. Oh, I'm already seeing them. Man. Huge mama right here. I was about to say some thick thighs that save lives, and there it is right there. Okay. As a matter of fact, we got twins. Yo. Alright, you guys know the routine. We have a new monster girl. I'm gonna need some names for this one here. And as a matter of fact, you might want to give me names for twins if I do more of this going forward, because I feel like we should have twin monster girls. At the very least, considering these two behemoths we just got over here. Alright, mama. Let's go ahead over here and prep you. Did I use this one? Yes, I can. Let's use a different one if we can. Hey, put her in there. Okay. Stand up. Open this up. Unknown 6. Hold up. Well, actually, I don't have to put that down, but, Mixturepedia? Where is it at? Oh, you know what it is? Before I use it, let's go ahead and syringe it. This is not something that I did for my second monster girl, so I don't necessarily have her formula on hand. I gotta, like, piece it together again. But then this will put in my Mixturepedia. Successful? That was quick and easy. There it is. And there it is. Unknown 6 now. So, again, I need names for her, but for now, let's just call it Monster Girl number 3. So I know whenever we need to make the mutagen to, like, say, revitalize her, I know what we're looking for. Okay. So, in here you go. Close that. Yes, you're here. And let's see. Fill with mutagen. Hopefully I didn't screw something up here. Initialize. Come on. Oh, it worked. Send your creatures to win a fight against the military. Alright, so back we go.
I'm ready to rescue Clementine. She's guarded by a suspiciously strong force, and a direct attack would be too costly. Instead, I need to lure the military away by sending my creatures to attack a nearby district. This should draw them out long enough for me to break into the asylum and save my love.
Alright. Oh ho ho! I'm here, Mama. You got the horns. This is our horny monster girl, in case you were wondering.
What's wrong with you?
So it seems that downtown might be the best one. There's a high population, so high chance of being discovered. But at the moment, it's only a very small amount of army here. Well, we can just send one girl out. We don't have to send all of them. We're gonna be detected no matter what, and it's still only a danger level of 1. So let's do that. We'll send our new girl out. Oof. She rocked him. Uh-oh.
Disaster! While my plan was inspired and executed flawlessly, I was defeated by a trick of fate. Clementine was moved to a different location shortly before my assault. And all I found were her leftover notes. But my darling was smart. She knew I would come and left clues and hidden notes for me. With them in hand, I know the location of another set of research documents I need for my ultimate mutagen. Oh, how I love you, Clementine. When I win, I will make everybody bow down to you too.
I kind of want to see what this Clementine looks like.
Oh, really?
Yo! Could that be Clementine? Because I know that's us right there, just when we're less insane. So that could be Clementine. Yeah, I have a feeling that's Clementine. Okay, so we got to get those research documents, but before we do that, let's start thinking about customizing our girls here a little bit. Start getting some particular limbs here put up. And for that, we do need to collect their DNA first, so let's put you here and Stella. Stella! We haven't acquired your DNA just yet either. Come here, Mom. Let's put you right over there. Oh, she's quite the look at this Stella. Turn computer on. Take DNA sample. Oh, we can actually see it happening? Alright, hold on. Let me hit back really quickly on this one. Computer on. Oof. Oh, we just we barely catch the tail end. We don't see them actually get pierced, just the tail end. So we have both of their DNA samples now too, which is what we need to incubate some limbs here, right? Yes. So let's start working on Stella first, as we still don't know much about the third one until we get a name for her. We can make a chain arm? Yo, that sounds baller as hell.
2 hours later.
Okay, God, please be the one. Please, mellow weed. I personally need some mellow weed right now. Oh, thank God it's finally the one. You guys don't even know how many freaking missions I've sent these girls out to, like, get items for me, but we finally got the right one. Mellow weed. Okay, and this was the original mutagen we used for Stella. So now, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna actually sample that after we make it, so I can get rid of, well, I guess I don't have to get rid of them, but I don't necessarily have to follow these anymore for the Stella thing. Replace water with Stella container? Yeah, sure. Do that. And chain arm, creature number 3. No, Stella. Chain arm. 2 days, huh? It is what it is. And there, oh my God, there it is. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It is indeed a chain arm. It's like a chain arm and like a saw attached to it as well. Alright, Stella. We're about to make you even more gruesome. I wonder what this arm could be used for. The octo-sussy one. Wait a minute. That's not your stasis. Stella. And unknown number 3. You guys playing tricks on me or what? So let's go ahead and remove, left, start process. Great. So let's go ahead and disarm, put it here in my arm pile. Oh, there's me. Dangerous criminal. Imagine that. Put it.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the?
But I mean, I loaded the mutagen. wait a second. I loaded the mutagen. Huh. Oh god. She's planking. I loaded the mutagen for Stella, which is the reason I was over here killing myself, trying to get the samples for the proper activators, but could it be that I maybe didn't load the proper DNA?
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
If not that, I'm at a loss for words. Luckily, I have plenty of mutagen to make it so we can still give her and Stella chain arms. Yep, that's what it was. I didn't change the freaking DNA on the incubation thing. God damn it.
Instant replay, please.
What are you talking about?
Because I used the mutagen for Stella to make this arm, but she could still use it, so I guess it doesn't matter what mutagen I use to make the arm? As long as the DNA sample is the one that's loaded. I'm a bit confused about it, but that's fine. Okay. Oh, it is indeed dinosaur in nature. Let's get this rusty leg off of you. You want a leg? Take the leg. Take the leg. It's jumping away. And there it is. Oh my god. We're just making you so gruesome, Stella. Attach. Start process. Alright. This beautiful creature here. Hey! Not too bad once it's attached, you know? Kind of even complements the rest of her skin, you know? It's like a perfect leg for her, I would say. Alright, Stella. Let's get a good look at you here, huh? There it is. A face only a mother could possibly love.
Hello. Да, добре. Какво ще стане? Sure.
These recent attacks are talk of the town as more and more prominent figures speak up about the sightings of unsettling creatures committing crimes in our city. In a recent press conference, novelist Dr. Isaac Wade himself condemned the pseudoscientists responsible for these, in his words, acts of terrorism. He stated, "Only a broken mind is capable of such vile deeds. Animating the dead and using them as slaves goes against every conceivable law of nature." This speech was met with roaring applause as the military asked for patience while local forces contained the situation. Reinforcements are already being sent from other cities as a response to increasingly violent creature attack. We understand that a special investigations team is making progress in finding the pseudoscientists responsible for the abominations that plague our beautiful city.
Only a vile mind? Wade! Wade!
Alright, everybody.
Successfully lost.
I'm gonna wrap it up here for this. I hope you have
Welcome
enjoyed
to my
it.
channel.
If we do more of this going forward, let me know in the comments a name
Hello,
for our
Lost.
third monster girl. I would need that if we do more of this going forward, so hopefully you have enjoyed. Right now we have to...
It's like I was watching about
https www.youtube.com watch vjdkhmmri about
Frankenstein girls game.
Making Frankenstein girls.
Well,
Game. Wow.
I have no words. It's like, sure. If people like that, that's fine. Wait a minute. Oh, la, 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 la.
Video started now. It's I'm not doing the intro. It's your video. No, you do the intro.
I've just said good evening to
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But that was the recording for the YouTube video. So next it. Get everyone to watch the video. 10 seconds in already. Get everyone to watch the video.
What video?
The video we're making. Do with the intro.
What have I just been talking about for the past 10 minutes?
I don't know.
Right. Just forget it.
Right, I'm going to keep this intro short because we want to get into the good stuff. Recently in my videos, you guys have been very supportive of my mum making guest appearances in my videos, and all of you have asked for a full, dedicated video with her included, which is a terrible idea. It can only go wrong. But you guys are relentless, and the least I can do is give her a chance. So we are here today to answer the question, can my mum beat Dark Souls? But there's one thing no one can beat, and that's sponsored content. Sponsorinoed by Warhaven Arena. No flipping way. I can't believe I'm playing Warhaven. Wait, what does Warhaven even mean? I don't know, but it probably means best game ever. Seriously, Warhaven is a medieval fantasy combat game of 16 versus 16. I personally love sword PvP games instead of gun shooters, and this one is looking very promising. You can tell it's good because with a lot of these types of games, you have to be a team player and work together. But here, you are also rewarded for acting on your own as a solo player. Quick, everyone get here. We are capturing point B. Wait, where is little Billy? Sir, he's over there being an epic solo Warhaven gamer, but we need him to capture the point. Oh my god, shut up, nerd. Wait. No way. Little Billy is capturing a point as a team player and won us the game. How does it feel to use team play to win the game? Oh my god, shut up, nerd. Combat here is also very easy to pick up with clicking your mouse to attack and block, but players looking to get really in there to challenge themselves can uncover the true potential of this game's fast-paced combat. And the best thing here is that all it takes to be playing this is to add it to your wish list on Steam, and you get the game for free during this Steam's Next Fest running from June 19th to June 26th. So support the channel by adding Warhaven to your Steam wishlist and get playing for free in the Steam's Next Fest. And once again, thank you Warhaven for sponsoring this video.
Do you want to give yourself a name? Type out your name here. Type out on the keyboard. What's your name?
Julie.
No, don't, not your real name. Give yourself. I'm Zero Lenny. Yourself.
Forget that. Just forget that.
How about, do you want to be Zero Mum?
Zero Mum. In the age of the, can't I say it?
No, you do it. I'll mute the video. You can do the voice work. Do the voice work.
And now?
Yeah, do it. Read it off.
A land of grey crags, arched trees and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire, and with fire came disparity. That year 7 reading there, ma'am. Heat and cold, you know that one. Life and death is what it is, and of course,
it's Gwyn.
It's Gwyn.
Yeah, you like Gwyn, don't you?
I do. We have a cheeky bottle after the stream.
After you light the fire, like cheeky bottle.
A cheeky bottle or two. Is there a secret world that nobody knows about in this game?
Yeah.
So what if I find it? And what is this place that I am in?
You're in jail, man, because you're an undead and you can't die properly, so they'll lock them all up. Before we get into the actual gameplay, so I'll let people know, I do have a controller in my hands too. This is because, ma'am, I'm going to be doing the camera for you, the camera. That's it. That's it. Because if I don't do the camera, it's going to get messy, guys. For example, ma'am, can you go pick up the item?
Well, where's the menu?
You know what I mean, guys, so... There we go. I'm going to do the camera for her, and that's it. On this, so it makes the control of my hands. All I'm doing is the camera. She's doing everything else.
And my hands are clammy, but you're also excited at the thought. What is beyond that door?
What is beyond that door?
What is beyond? Right, camera controls.
Yeah, I'm doing that for you. Right.
Don't touch out it. Don't touch
I'm just doing the camera. Don't worry.
Right.
But there's that guy right there. Again. Again. Go on. What's that? What's that?
Oh, it's like can I have some? Can I pause it? Can I like?
Yeah, you can pause here.
So bonfire lit.
Yeah.
So I can rest by the bonfire as long as we like. So we can have a bit of a.
If you're feeling a bit overwhelmed, you can have a bit of a chill out here.
So we can have a chill and chat time. So shall we talk? Shall we have a meme, a thought for the day, or a joke? The joke of the day before, because we're only
you can do a joke.
5 minutes time.
Do your
Right.
joke.
How do you get Pokemon? No, how do you get? How do you get Pikachu on a bus?
How'd you get Pikachu on a bus, man?
Pokemon.
Big man up there, can you see him?
It's a boss.
It is a boss.
What's it called?
He's called Stray Demon.
Is he gonna float down?
He is gonna float
He's
down.
gonna float down and kick shit out of me. Can't read your messages. I'm too busy trying to run away from that screaming demon. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I aren't reading your messages. If you guys have left me these messages, like, you know, what do you have for your tea and, you know.
Oh, look at that. That's the guy who freed you.
Oh!
You know why he's hurt? Because that demon was on the roof and he smashed him through the roof. And now he's down here.
Ah, right. What's matter, love?
He's done for.
I've got any. You got a battle pass on you, so.
Oh! He's dying and all you want is his battle pass.
What is your decision? I'm sorry. I've got to take your battle pass, love.
Oh! And then look! You're back here!
Oh, it's time out, chair.
Time out, chair.
Time out, chair, guys. 184 souls. What do you think about that, then, guys? Oh, I haven't finished me. Oh, sorry. The joke of the day is.
Yeah, go on.
Shakespeare walks into a
DTD
pub.
cooldown
The
commands are
landlord
now
says to him,
active.
You're bad.
That's it! But now you've got the first boss.
Where?
Through that door. Right, I'm going to tell you all about how to beat him. I'm going to walk through here, I'm going to be above the boss.
What do they call him?
He's called Clive.
Guys, is this boss called Clive?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
While we're falling, you're going to press that attack button. Let me see you press the attack button. Lovely. Walk forward and spam. Yeah. Go up. Nice. Right. Walk forward and attack. Attack. Go on. Okay, that's good, that's good. Okay, you stop now. Doing good. Walk forward.
I am!
Wait, stop. Walk back, walk back, walk back, walk back. Lovely, walk forward. Attack, attack, attack. Go on. One more.
How many times do I need to just
One more.
all the time?
Yes! You got him!
And it's sweet!
Yay!
Sweet victory!
I told you to walk back and you actually walked back.
Yeah!
Yeah! We make a great team. How many souls do you have on your fucking tab right now?
Yeah, 2,276. Get your partners in, get your girlfriends, get your schoolmates in.
Yeah.
Get them all on this.
Do what I'm doing. If people want to do this, this is called Xbox Pilot Control. We can do two controllers at once.
Well, this is an education.
It is. It's like showing people, anyone can do it.
This is education. Anybody can play it.
You really can't play and talk at the same time.
DTD, a new vote has started.
We've been stood still for 5 minutes.
Right, okay then, come on then. Right, I'm not talking to anybody. Okay, my lips are sealed. I'm not talking to anybody.
Man,
Don't even talk to me.
What do you think of the Battle Pass that's just come out?
For which game?
Dark Souls.
Oh,
right.
Have you all got one? Because I have.
She just
Well, I'm going to be buying one now.
Just stopped.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, right, I'm not... Who made this game?
Some guy called Hidetaki Miyazaki.
I can't say Hidetaki Miyazaki. Name's Clive. Time out, chair! This bloke... this bloke was walking down the street.
Yeah.
He went into the building.
Yeah.
And he went up to this woman and said, "Fish and chips twice, please, love." And the woman said, "This is a library." So he said, "Fish and chips twice, please."
That's good. That's good.
What's the matter with him?
Got a face that slapped arse.
Who's that? Happy Chappy.
Happy Chappy! You gonna talk to him?
I've lost me fortnight battle pass. Slow down.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen mystery supplies.
To me? But a copper
He's giving you, he said, here's a quid and fuck off.
cheeky bastard.
I'll pay you to fuck off, he said.
Guys, that's all I'm worth, a quid.
That's it.
A quid? I can't believe you. No, I'm sorry. How do we barter?
2 quid! 2 quid and I'll leave you alone.
Do I? Can I? What do I press? What do I press?
There's gonna be a few enemies. Go for him, go for him. Lovely, lovely. Wait, hang on, wait on. Is that one there? Go for him.
Jesus, just...
Oh, you're fucking natural. Go back, go back. Lovely, one dodge. Go. She's a fuck. I'm not doing anything. She's a fucking natural. She's wait, stop.
253, guys. 253. What the?
Mum, you do not have 253 souls anymore.
You can see why. You can see why it winds you up, can't you?
Yeah.
You can see why sometimes you want to ram your. And then some cheeky bastard offers me £1 because that's all I'm worth. And then what's this? I don't know.
It's a rat.
Is it a boss?
Yeah.
What's its name?
Darren.
Fuck's sake, Darren.
Yes.
Do a little dance.
There we go.
Make a little sound. Let's get.
Your spacing is immaculate. That guy there. I am not playing, by the way. I just want to reiterate. Go.
Well, lift your hands up in the air,
Yeah,
then.
I was.
So no one can see.
Yeah.
893, guys.
893. Watch out, man. Watch out. Oh,
Bastard.
oh she's swinging. She wants a piece of that.
Hey, Prissy. Time out. Right, your turn.
My turn for a joke.
Yeah.
Did you know? Shit, this is hard. This is hard.
What, like your gear?
A lot of people think that edits, no, it's all live. Look, you press this button here.
That's a stream deck.
Yeah, press that button right there.
I don't know, that's cheating.
Press that button there. Press that one right there.
I just want to see
press that. I swear to Christ, press that button right there. Press it. What's that say?
Dash it. Looks like the battle pass.
I have to say, you have only died once, and you're here. I'm willing to bet there's people watching this video on the stream who have died multiple times getting here. Like, walk into it and press B.
For what reason?
You broke it! What are you doing?
Do you always break the table for some reason?
You do.
I think I'm looking quite pretty there. Somebody give me some skin. What it be?
Very important for later.
Can I have it?
Yeah, you can have it. Go on, it's all yours.
Gold pine resin. What's gold pine resin then?
That's going to be very
lads
useful
and lasses.
for later.
What do you think?
Very useful for later.
One, you've got a
Lovely.
shield, and you shouldn't have a shield, you cheeky bastards.
Oh, shit.
Because I haven't got one. And I think that's biased because you've got a shield and I haven't. I'm not happy about that. 1,085. L1. No! Jump!
Go on, get him. Get him.
I am.
Oh,
I'm moving forward.
Nice. Mum, you have upcoming your next boss. I know. When we get halfway across,
yeah,
there's going to be a demon that jumps down from there, right?
Right.
And we're going, as soon as you see him, we're going to leg it, like absolutely leg it, all the way back and climb up this ladder.
Is he a big bastard?
He's a big bastard.
Right, turn round, gather your swords. R1.
You don't keep going. Leg it. Go. Keep going. Up this ladder. Press it. Up this ladder. Nice. Right. Do you remember what you're doing?
No.
The ledge. Yeah, you do. You practiced it. There he is down there. Alan, go. Nice. Right. Now it's fight time. Hold forward and attack. Keep going. One more time. Oh no, that's unlucky. Wait, you got to get in range. Walk forward. Oh, that's it. For your first try, that was good.
Bastard. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys.
It's all right.
I'm so disappointed in myself because we've come this far.
You've only died once. It's only one time. You were pressing it too much.
Right.
Because you were pressing it and you weren't near him, so you started missing. You were just pressing it, and you got to walk up to him and then start going.
Yeah, that game has just said it's true what you say. It's about die. You've got to die to learn. It's B. Bastard! You're so disappointed in yourself, but you're determined to do it.
That's why we like it so much. Because when you die, it sucks, and when you win, you feel like you feel great. Okay, go back. Lovely, and press heal. A few times. Press. Lovely. That'll do it. Great. And forward.
Come on, you fucker.
Nice. Good job. Keep going. Leg it. Excellent. Good job. Get up the ladder. Excellent. Okay. Hold up. Nice. Right, do you remember what you're gonna do here? Go, go, go. You gotta be quick, you gotta be quick. Go. Nice, you got it, you got it. That was a bit lucky. Right. Now walk forward. Attack, 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 attack. Keep going, keep going. He's stuck on! One more, one more! Yeah!
And it's sweet, sweet victory!
That's it.
It's all in the
How does that
fight!
feel, Mum? How does that feel?
Oh my God! Your heart's beating dead fast. I can't say what it feels like because his daddy will tell me off. But
I tell you what, this is an absolute true fact, Mum. I'd say a quarter of people who buy this game never beat that. Because it's too hard. Oh, she's buzzing. Little lass is fucking chuffed.
it's so late and I'm going to talk. Take your helmet off then, look.
Oh, you gotta do a little kiss.
Yeah, yeah. Don't tell your dad. Right, I've got a special treat. It's not just for Lenny, it's for you lot because his dad's been sick of me singing it to him all week. I've created a song for you lot, for all you've done, and for keeping me going tonight. You know, and for looking after Lenny and all you've done in support.
1, 2, 3, 4.
At first I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never play this Dark Souls game. But then I spent so many nights thinking how to beat the boss. Then I played good. Just like bonking you I would, oh yeah. I will survive. As long as I keep pressing X, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all those souls to find, and with the help of Solaire, I'll stay alive. I am alive, yeah.
That is fantastic. That might be the best soul song. Yeah?
What's called? Solaire?
Yeah?
Turn round, I've just been singing to you, love. What is your decision? Yes, I'll go out yet, but don't tell Daddy. Well, we've done 2 hours, guys.
Yeah, exactly. And before we get any further, I just want to say for people saying, oh, you need to get good. You need to know someone's fucking get good. They need to get a fucking shower, man, don't they? Don't they?
You can't be negative. If you think I need to get good, thanks for the advice. I'll take it on board. However, I am just a novice. I am just here. But anybody who is a genuine Dark Souls fan knows the pain, knows how you feel.
Out of all of the bollocks that you've talked tonight, that's probably the truest thing you've said tonight. A true Dark Souls fan would say, I know the pain. You said this is what Dark Souls is all about, didn't you? So for you, what is Dark Souls all about?
It's that feeling, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's that.
Yeah.
You can understand that when you started playing this game 11 years ago.
I was the same, man. I was
11
so
years ago,
embarrassed.
and he used to come downstairs. I know he maybe pulled it all night on a school night. Well, what did we know? And he used to come downstairs, and I used to say, "Are you got a face like fuck for?"
Me?
Well, it's because he's obviously been up all night gaming on Dark Souls, getting his ass kicked. And you think,
downstairs,
you've
got a face like fuck.
What you got a face like fuck now? Right now. And I think Bloodborne and Sony have missed a great opportunity.
Bloodborne and
I think they've missed a great opportunity to. It's wrong to put it just on the PS5.
Go get him. Look at that camera and get him right now. Go on.
Instead, you feel a bit cheated because not mums and dads can afford them. But you go to Steam, you get a battle pass, a Bloodborne battle pass, but not everybody can afford the PS5. Not everybody can afford these things. And I think Dark Souls reaches and ticks every box. We'll have to cut it now because.
Do you think, is that it? Before we end the video, do you want to get everyone to like the video? Get them to like.
What video?
The video we're making! Right, listen, because it's going to be a multi-parter, and if we get loads of likes, we'll come back and do it sooner, won't we? How many likes do you want, Mum? Get them to like the video.
Well, I'd be happy with. Well, I'm 57.
How many likes do you want, Mum?
I'm getting there.
All it takes is 2 seconds. Scroll down, like the video.
That's it.
It's free, boys. It's free.
Guys, I'd like to. I am 57, and I would like to get 57 likes.
No, you didn't.
If I get 57 likes, I'll be back. Some people just click just for the crack of it. But if I get 57 likes, it's from genuine people who have checked in with me tonight, watch me fail, you know, and you all were there with me, so I think the likes are going to be genuine. So, thank you, guys. thank you. Is that it, darling?
Oh, Mum, you've done absolutely fantastic. I am so proud of you. Anyway, Mum, it's your video. It's your video. Your outro.
What's outro?
You're gonna wrap up the video, so
I think, well...
Say, hey, gamers, that's it.
Hey, gamers. I think I need to get out now. We've had the songs, we've had the jokes. I've, you know, nearly copped off with him.
Welcome. We've all bought our fair share of unnecessary junk. Things we really liked at one point in our lives for a ton of different reasons outside of practicality. We're all guilty of buying stuff that we don't have a real need for. Usually what ends up happening with all this junk is we either put them in a box in a storage room somewhere to gather dust, or hand them down to a friend or relative who surprisingly has some kind of practical use for them, which we never thought we could use them for. Or maybe even less frequently so, we do end up having to sell some of these things either during the leanest of times when we're in a bind, or whatever money we're making working our 9 to 5 just isn't cutting it, or when we simply have to move to another location and mover fees are too high. Indeed, we've all mostly been in a situation where as gun owners, selling any of our beloved guns is typically the last thing we'd want to do, but sometimes it just can't be helped. Still, if you happen to own a rare piece, I'd strongly recommend against selling it because chances are its market value will appreciate exponentially over time. In 10 or more years, it may be worth a fortune if you can manage to hold on to it. Here's our list of the top 5 handguns you should never sell. Colt Single Action Army. The U.S. Army adopted the Colt Single Action Army in July 1873 and named it the M1873. They purchased a total of 36,000 revolvers chambered in the new caliber that was custom designed for it, the .45 Colt. Some 2 months after its military adoption, Colt introduced the revolver to the civilian market, where it was given the nickname Peacemaker. More popularly known as the gun that won the West, the Peacemaker was introduced in 1878 and later on was made available by Colt in 3 more chamberings besides its original .45 Long Colt, 4440, 3840, and 3220. Winchester used these cartridges at the time for their 1873 lever action. This decision made by Colt made people take a liking to the concept of carrying both a long gun and a handgun that chambered the exact same cartridge. After this move, Colt relaunched the Single Action Army as the Frontier 6-shooter and sold it for $17.50 apiece. The company managed to sell more than 357,000 Frontier 6-shooters of varying calibers between the years 1873 and 1941. The original Colt Single Action Army, the M1873, was extensively utilized by any person who needed a powerful handgun that made use of the newly perfected centerfire cartridge capable of propelling a 254-grain, 454 caliber bullet at velocities reaching 1,050 feet per second. From the U.S. Army to the white settlers to even Native American tribes, the Colt Single Action Army was used across the western frontier in the 19th century. Even though the military replaced it 20 years later, settlers to even Native American tribes, the Colt Single Action Army was used across the western frontier in the 19th century. Even though the military replaced it 20 years later with the newer Colt M1892 Army and Navy double-action revolver, more on that model later, the Colt Single Action Army remained in limited military service because of its more powerful chambering and saw some action in the Spanish-American War, the Philippine Insurrection, and even the U.S.-Mexico border conflict of the 1910s. The famous U.S. Army General George S. Patton carried a Single Action Army as his personal sidearm throughout World War II, even though it had long started going out of circulation by the end of the First World War. A decade after World War II, Colt decided to bring the Single Action Army back in 1955 as Westerns made it popular again. Each was sold for a much steeper $125 compared to its original price. To this day, older 19th century model 1873s and Peacemakers are highly sought after by gun collectors. How expensive can these revolvers get? On May 19, 1987, an article appeared in the New York Times where it was reported that an original Colt Single Action Army M1873 was sold for a whopping $242,000. That purchase was made 35 years ago. If you factor in inflation, that particular piece is now worth $566,000 thereabouts. Pre-2020 Colt Python. Every knowledgeable gun person worth their salt considers the original Colt Python one of the finest revolvers ever made. Despite the handful of downsides associated with it, which led to its production being discontinued for more than a decade, and even with the introduction of the 2020 Colt Python remake, the original ones are still regarded by many to be among the most collectible revolvers out there. As it was originally intended to be a luxury target revolver, the Colt Python's form and function had to be top-notch, so the company gave it a real special treatment as far as its production goes, from the custom-built high-precision barrel to the hand-fitted trigger assembly to the high polish of all moving and non-moving parts to its rich, lustrous royal blue finish. The Colt Python was in a league of its own. It became a huge hit as soon as it was released. Decades after its introduction, the Colt Python has become one of the most expensive and most coveted .357 Magnum revolvers of its time. But because of all the hand-fitting and manual labor required to build a single Python, they ultimately became too expensive to build and had to be sold at a much higher price by the company to turn a profit. The Colt Python eventually became unprofitable, and ultimately Colt had to stop production as much more affordable handguns became highly available. Polymer-framed high-capacity semi-autos, mostly chambered in 9mm, 40 Smith & Wesson, and 45 ACP. From the year production stopped in 2005 up to just 3 years ago, before Colt started building their newer, more beefed-up version of the Python, many pre-owned Pythons in mint condition were selling for around $3,800 on average, with some earlier production models surpassing the $10,000 mark. Granted, the market for older Pythons isn't as big as it used to be anymore because of the new 2020 version, but it doesn't change the fact that there are collectors out there who are willing to pay extra for a well-cared-for vintage Colt Python in mint condition. Besides, older Pythons are becoming rarer and rarer as CZ acquired Colt in May of last year, and production of what many people now call the CZ Python starts ramping up. FN Browning High Power T-Series. Originally released in 1935, the Browning High Power is one of the most popular high-capacity semi-automatic handguns from the past century. It became wildly popular as a service sidearm for many countries' military and law enforcement personnel for decades. A Belgian firearms company called Fabrique Nationale de Herstal, or FN Herstal for short, talked to John Moses Browning about designing a new handgun to become the standard-issue sidearm for the French military. As Colt had bought the rights to Browning's previous masterpiece, the Model 1911, and had it patented shortly thereafter, Browning had to come up with another design, which he unfortunately couldn't complete because he would die in 1926. Another firearms designer hired by FN Herstal, Dieudonné Joseph Saïve, had to step in to complete Browning's unfinished design. After years of endless revisions, the new design, a semi-automatic handgun chambered in 9mm and can accommodate 13 rounds in the mag, was introduced in 1935, 9 years after John Moses Browning died. The Browning High Power was adopted by the Belgian Army that year as their standard-issue sidearm. Years later, its design would become the template from which many firearms engineers would base their double-stack 9mm handguns, and to this day, countless military and law enforcement personnel all around the world still carry the Browning High Power as their standard-issue sidearm. The most coveted of which are the ones referred to as T-Series that show a letter T on the serial number and can sell for as high as $3,000 depending on the condition. Produced from the end of the Second World War up to 1973, these T-Series Browning High Power handguns are considered by pundits to be the best models as far as fit and finish. These were also the first models that used an external extractor, which is reportedly more durable and easier to replace than the internal extractor earlier models used. 3 years after FN discontinued production, in 2021, two companies released their own unique takes on the original Browning High Power: Springfield Armory with their Model SA-35, and Gursunov with their Turkish MCP-35. This fueled a resurgence in popularity, which prompted FN to reintroduce a more modern version called the FN High Power earlier this year. But even with all these recent reproductions, there are still people out there who are willing to pay top dollar for a mint condition T-Series Browning High Power. pre-World War I M1911 or pre-World War II M1911A1. The Colt M1911 is one of, if not the most, iconic pistol ever produced. Everyone who's had an interest in firearms has seen a 1911 at least once in their life, but very few know of its history, which deserves a video of its own, so we won't do a deep dive, but we'll just touch on it a little. As its model number suggests, the Model 1911 was formally adopted by the U.S. Army in 1911, several years after John Moses Browning started designing magazine-fed auto-loading handguns. Before its adoption, the U.S. Army's standard-issue sidearm was the Colt Model 1892. As I said earlier, the Model 1892 was chambered for the 38 Long Colt, a cartridge that is weaker than the 45 Long Colt, which is the original chambering for the previously mentioned Colt single-action Army. The Model 1892 was weaker, but also had a lighter recoil, which made it easier to handle. And its swing-out cylinder allowed for faster reloading, two of the reasons why the U.S. Army decided to adopt it. Shortly after the Spanish-American War, American soldiers who'd been sent to Jolo and Sulu Islands in the Spanish Colt, which is the original treatment. Before its adoption, the U.S. started on it a little. As its model number suggests, the Model 1911 was formally adopted by the U.S. Army in 1911, several years after John Moses Browning started designing magazine-fed auto-loading handguns. Before its adoption, the U.S. Army's standard-issue sidearm was the Colt Model 1892. As I said earlier, the Model 1892 was chambered for the 38 Long Colt, a cartridge that is weaker than the 45 Long Colt, which is the original chambering for the previously mentioned Colt single-action Army. The Model 1892 was weaker, but also had a lighter recoil, which made it easier to handle. And its swing-out cylinder allowed for faster reloading, two of the reasons why the U.S. Army decided to adopt it. Shortly after the Spanish-American War, American soldiers who'd been sent to Jolo and Sulu Islands in the southern part of the Philippines came face-to-face with native tribal warriors, locally referred to as the Moro Juramentados, fighting men who were seemingly unaffected by the 38 Long Colt. The U.S. Army commissioned 6 firearms manufacturers to build a semi-automatic handgun that must be chambered in a .45 caliber projectile. Colt submitted John Moses Browning's auto-loading pistol design. It proved to be the most durable and reliable, and the rest is history. Today, despite the dominance of polymer-framed, high-capacity compact and subcompact handguns chambered in 9mm, the 1911 in .45 ACP is still one of the most widely available handguns in the world, with budget-oriented, plain-Jane, mil-spec models from Turkey or the Philippines costing $300 thereabouts.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen silly sounds.
If you have a pre-World War I M1911 or a pre-World War II M1911A1 in good working order, you can expect it to fetch a high price, somewhere in the neighborhood of $2,000 to $5,000 depending on its condition. The rarest models, like the M1911A1, the U.S. Army commissioned Singer to manufacture in 1941, are record holders, with one particular model selling for upwards of $400,000 just a couple years ago. But there were only 500 of those ever made, and even fewer are in circulation, as all 500 were reportedly issued to U.S. Army Air Corpsmen who were known to have really low survival rates at the time of the war. That makes the Singer M1911A1 one of the rarest 1911 models out there. So don't be surprised if you can't find one in the wild. If you happen to have one that was handed down to you by your granddad or your great-granddad, you are one very, very lucky 1911 owner. Hold on to it for at least 10 more years if you're thinking of selling it. By then, it should be worth more than $1 million. Pre-World War II and wartime Walther P-38. The German Army adopted the P-08 in 1908 as its standard-issue sidearm. More commonly referred to as the Pistole Parabellum, or simply the Luger, the P-08 was found to be more reliable than the C-96 Mosser, previously adopted by the German Army 10 years prior to the fact. But the Luger was too expensive to produce, so the German Army decided to look for a replacement. 30 years after the Luger's adoption, in 1938, it was replaced by a more cost-efficient 9mm pistol, way ahead of its time with all its features. It was designed and developed by Fritz Walther and Fritz Barthelmess at the Walther Firearms Plant and was given the military designation P-38, an abbreviation for the Pistole 38. The P-38 was one of the most advanced semi-automatic handgun designs in its heyday and introduced a lot of technical features that are still present in today's current civilian and military production pistols. Designed from the ground up as a military sidearm, early production Walther P-38 models developed a reputation as the perfect fighting man sidearm as it was compact, rugged, reliable, accurate, and easy to maintain on the battlefield. It was so good that long after the Second World War, the German Army would continue carrying it and its cheaper version, the P-1, as their main sidearm until 1994, when the H&K USP was adopted as the P-8. Pre-World War II and wartime models are some of the most sought-after versions of the Walther P-38, and depending on the condition and the actual year of manufacturing, one of these can sell easily for $3,000. Older P-38s manufactured in 1938 only had the Walther banner on the slide, while models manufactured during wartime had one of three codes stamped on the slide, AC, BYF, or CYQ. To date, the rarest wartime P-38 with an AC mark and no date is estimated to sell anywhere from $8,500 up to $11,000. If you happen to own a Walther P-38 with an AC, a BYF, or a CYQ mark, resist the temptation of selling it for maybe a decade or so, and you'll see a sizable jump in its price. And that's it for my list of the top 5 handguns you should never sell. There may be other handguns out there that you might have wanted to see in this video. If so, you can let me know by posting a comment down below. Please like, share, and subscribe, and click on that bell icon so you don't miss out on any new content. And as always, thanks for watching.
your reward. I owe you one. I have a task for you. God bless you, and good luck. Thank you, Survivor. Check back soon. I get new merchandise daily.
Well, looks like I'll have to milk the goat. Oh.
Amateur. Welcome to my channel. Happy affiliate anniversary. Hey, my guy gonna be lurking. Elysian. Welcome to my channel.
goodbye for now. Welcome.
Yo. I'm Heywo, a high-energy streamer. This video is brought to you by no one because that's who asked for my opinion. First, some background. I played Diablo 1 when it came out. Loved the gothic horror hack and slash. Reminded me of Ultima 7 with the atmosphere. Plus Hellfire X back, even though that was Sierra. I typed my friend's phone number in-game, which physically called his house. He signed into his AOL browser, opened Diablo, and clicked answer after hearing the phone ring in real life, and we played a video game across space and time. Later, his mom tried to call someone and it broke our connection, and she got an earful of static. In other words, I am old. Played Diablo 2 off and on for 20 years, put hundreds of hours into D2R, played vanilla private servers instead of retail for 10 years, thoroughly enjoyed Classic. We opened the gates, made Grand Marshals, speedran Nax. I have EQMU installed on my new computer. I make Warhammer Age of Sigmar videos and I don't touch grass, without consent. I'm telling you this so that you understand the perspective through which you can take this review. Old guy yells at cloud. Also, I have less than 2 years to live. Week 1 of Diablo 4 is over. I played a lot despite having a job, so I'm only level 90. I chose Druid because I like Druid in Diablo 2, even though it's probably the worst class. That being said, the worst class feels pretty good once you get Enigma and 163 FCR. Anyway, we'll do this in order. Let's start with visuals. Igor Sid has been a favorite artist of mine for Magic the Gathering and Warhammer Age of Sigmar, which is what most of my content is about. And I was thrilled when Blizzard hired him to make them some fucking Renaissance paintings for Diablo 4. If they could capture half of this look and feel for in-game art, level, characters, details, I would be a happy man. They did, and so I'm a happy man. Diablo 3 looked cartoony and bad. Fixing the visuals was a great step forward for the IP. A+ work. Loading up the game, I noticed no single-player offline mode, which means my game that I bought is always at the mercy of Blizzard servers and has no mod support. But that kind of thing is normal nowadays, because the bad guys won. The game is $70, which is considerably cheaper than Diablo 2 was when it came out if you adjust for inflation.
DTD new actions are available: degrade, repair, spawn, dire wolf, supply books, supply meds.
Also, there's an in-game shop, but don't worry, it's only cosmetics, and they honestly look worse than the stuff you get from playing the game normally. So you can safely ignore it. Also, you can play the seasonal content without buying the battle pass. D4's various shops and monetization are, so far, avoiding any actual benefits, and only the loosest wallets will be tempted to open. Beyond buying the base game. Good, I guess. This is what counts as good now. They will absolutely charge for stash tabs in the future, though. Sorry, Asmund. Character creator is super basic. Where are the sliders? Also, how can modern games look so amazing? And yet, custom character beards are always so fake and bad. Every content creator ad read for D4 I watched made sure to specifically mention that your custom character was in all the in-game cutscenes. And I remember Mass Effect doing that 16 years ago, so I have no idea why that is something to brag about, but alright. Go on. Before anyone clicks away, the game is very fun. They took the gameplay of Diablo 3, except better, and then put Diablo 2 visuals on top, except better. Now, D3 sucked hard, but most of that wasn't necessarily from the gameplay itself, which was arcade mode fun. It just scaled beyond any cosmic comprehension, and the itemization was terrible. No talent trees. No rune words. Real money auctions. And the endgame was only Rifts, and Rifts fucking blew. They did keep too much bad Diablo 3 DNA in D4 in my opinion. I was hoping for another big divergence from the previous title, like how different D3 was from D2, but not this time. What makes this particularly frustrating to me is that you already went through the huge problems D3 had, and over 10 years you worked on it. Supposedly the game is good now, people tell me. I don't know, I dropped that shit before Reaper of Souls. And then again about a month after Reaper of Souls. You already know Rifts was a dog shit endgame that essentially killed D3, and so what are we doing in D4? Nightmare Dungeon. All the quality of life changes you grudgingly added to D3, it's like you got amnesia and they're all missing again at the start of D4. Maybe I should expect this at my age, but I feel like you learn from the previous game's full life cycle of solutions, and pick up where you left off for the sequel. Stand on the shoulders of giants, right? Not Blizzard. I'll complain about those later, and there are a lot of them, but the game is so goddamn fun that I can't stay mad at it. I also can't stop playing it, so fine, you bastards, it's good, go get it if you like this type of game. Play it with the boys if you have friends, I certainly don't, but I'm told the multiplayer is much improved from previous titles. The story is also much improved, if you give a shit. I think most people spam left-click past all dialogue and in-game cutscenes, but if you don't, you will be pleasantly surprised. Especially if you're used to Blizzard writing, which, in the modern era, let's be honest, has been spectacularly incompetent. Not so here. There are some fun twists and turns, legitimately interesting characters, great voice acting. Like, listen to my man Lorax.
A war between angels and demons. But Lilith serves neither side. She has her own plans for us.
His voice is buttered toast dipped in hot chocolate. It's still like hella campy, right? And obvious, lots of pulp, but it's fun in a certain mood. Nice and depressing, forsaken dark world, lots of betrayal, senseless violence. Everything's a prophecy. No plot points are a surprise, but in a comfy sort of way. After the last cinematic, which was totally sweet by the way, the wheels definitely fall off and plot points just kind of rapid fire happen. It felt rushed, anticlimactic, and I was left watching the credits a bit confused and more than a bit disappointed, as Lorath drifted away on his invisible horse. There you go, right up onto nothing. There you go.
Find her. Once you're together, meet me at dawn.
Damn, I haven't played Skyrim in years. And we're off. This moving scene. Story B, last part D+, so we'll say C+. Again, big improvement on D3 and way better than I was prepared for. This is the company that wrote The Jailer, alright? D+ is fantastic.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Class. The controls and response feel very nice. Great sound, great music. Dash keyboard instantly and even interrupt certain actions. That's a proper dodge mechanic. Sluggish dodge controls can make a whole game feel terrible. And D4 collects a W here, as I have come to expect from the series. The games are always snappy, responsive, and satisfying for their time, A+ work. They did a great job of making classes feel distinct, reinforcing class fantasy, personality, strengths, and weaknesses, especially for party play, and keeping homogenization at bay. The leveling process is where their bizarre choices start to get in the way of the fun, at least in my opinion. D4 has level scaling, such that everything in the world scales up to your level at all times. This is like kind of antithetical to the idea of an RPG. Normally you might have humans tailor the leveling process in a guided manner on purpose. Starter zone, first dungeon, mid-zone, dangerous optional area, etc. Skip ahead for more of a challenge. This boss is hard, you might need to grind a little to beat him, send you back through a starter zone to show how much you've grown. Give personality and power level lore for NPCs and areas. Damn, this dude is high level, etc. Or you could just write an algorithm, I guess, which they chose. I think their idea was you could go anywhere to level, which I think is a minor upside at best, with a lot of downsides. One of the main knock-on effects of this is everything feels the same. Cathedral of a Fallen Angel filled with gothic Iron Maiden mech suits. Story was building them up to be badasses. Nope. Exactly as hard as the wild boars outside. I've been fighting them since level 6. You kill the same boars slower at level 12, by the way, and slower yet at 24 because of scaling. Feels bad. Being able to party with a low-level friend is cool, but you could have done that without full scaling. At max level, I think a type of scaling is actually good. Terror zones in D2 or Helltides in this game. They're great. Breathe life into zones you wouldn't go back to at level cap, but as the main leveling process, scaling is weird and bad. I did play a druid, and everyone says they suck before level 70, and they were mostly right, but I have some broader thoughts anyway. Going into Diablo 4, I figured who cares? I'll pay the suck tax if druid is good at max level, right? But now I admit that I was wrong. This isn't Diablo 2, where you blast Fisher until hell, respec Windy for seal popping, and Bale runs till 90. Then pick a meme build to chill with because 99 isn't worth the grind. Or Retail WoW, where literally nothing matters except max level. The D4 grind to 100 is the whole game, besides one very hard optional last boss, and seasons are their main push, where we'll be starting over every few months. Classes
DTD, a new vote has started.
Untold Barbarian for 70 levels every single season. It is probably not okay. Level scaling certainly makes this worse, but the real culprit is how bad the generator spender system is before you have enough gear to ignore it completely, which I don't think you ever fully do, depending, especially against one or two monsters. In AoE packs, you get everything. Against one guy, you get nothing. kind of weird. Look, Diablo 2 chugging potions is not great design either, but at least you can use your skills. You can press your button. Generators feel so bad to press. Maul hits for 2k, and Pulverize hits for 400,000. These numbers have to be closer together. But I'd prefer a redesign entirely, which won't happen, so I'll just think out loud. What if generators were great single target and spanned for AoE? Then fixing the spirit problem with this gear would only gatekeep density clearing, but you'd at least one-shot single mobs. Your generators should one-shot a white mob. It takes like 7 swings or more at level 90.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Tourist Horde Bird.
In a room of 20. I get that it's an optimization game and you're supposed to want to pimp out your chosen core skill until you can spam it. But trust me, players want to do that anyway. Making generators this miserable is not a necessary incentive. If you're concerned about making basic skills too good so people just build around those and ignore core skills entirely, which is a reasonable concern because D4's resource system is not fun, then just make sure when you buff basics, they don't do AoE damage. Problem solved. Ain't no one trying to play 0 AoE in this game. Maybe for Lilith they are, I don't know. I can only give a druid perspective here, but the resource system gets a fat F until your gear and Paragon allow you to have infinite resources, and then it no longer gets a letter grade at all because it doesn't exist. In high density, high keys, if you aren't permanently unstoppable, you will be CC'd to death from full life. When planning a build, I consider unstoppable not the ability to play the game. I feel like every class should have access to this. Druid and Barb have this, or just about have this with perfect gear. I'm told the others don't. I think they should. The ultimate tier of every class's talent tree feels like the right place for this, since you can only play with one of the 4. Druids have 4 ultimates, and only one makes you unstoppable, so really, we only have 1 ultimate. Whoever made the other 3 was wasting their time, I don't know. Every ultimate for every class should make you unstoppable, because then we could all ignore the stupid spam, and there would be a reason for the other ults to exist and maybe get played. Despite this, there's a lot more min-maxing and alternative builds to make with talent trees, Paragon core, and legend aspects than I thought there would be, at least as a druid. Pleasantly surprised, since theory crafting is an integral part of ARPGs. Tentative B+ for druid, and from what I hear, sorcerer. For barbarian, it seems like if you aren't spinning, you aren't winning, so maybe lower depending on what class you chose. A class with like only one good build is a code red issue. This sounds like I'm just complaining, and to be clear, I am, but at the end of the day, I'm also an unstoppable power bear Hulk smash compared to the streamer with these unstoppable auto crits for free. And let's not lose sight of how fun that is. End of the day, Diablo 4 gets a B, maybe B+. It's exceptionally good at what it does well, but I don't know how long the Mithar smell will stick around, and it's held back by Nightmare Dungeon being pretty lame content, and a mountain of quality of life issues. Yet, stop playing it. The rest of this review will be me bitching about stuff and also suggestions for improvement. Actually, you know what? I can't go back and find Storefront. It's a Diablo game. It is downgraded to a B. I'm liking Pulverize, but I wanted to grab it against Stagger 2 because I like theory crafting. The problem is, all of those builds are like to be untested, which has not dropped for me in 90 levels. Because the devs confirmed Druid is bugged to get Barbarian uniques instead, I've gotten many. And now this hat is like 9 times more rare than it should be. Isn't an ability like this what the Codex of Power is supposed to be for? To not gatekeep basic builds. Tornado and Lightning Storm are not niche meme builds like Staff of the Crone No Spender or Explosive Bulwark, which may be fun. If you want to play with 2 of your 5 core skills, you need the rarest helmet in the game to reduce your spear cost by 75%, just like 5th Spirit is. Then again, it's a bug, so I guess whatever. On the topic of legendary aspects, why are these physical items that take up space? Put your collected aspects in the Codex. It's already there. There's already a UI for it. Make captured ones limited quantity, right? You find one perfect one, you use one perfect one, easy. Then you might not even need the Coda search feature for the inventory and stash, even though those should have been in default as well, but probably they're not there because of console dev or something. Speaking of itemization, it's bloated with filler. There's about 6 phylum of stats that are meaningfully different, and then like 30 that are just plus damage. Damage versus close, versus distant, healthy, elite, injured, immobilized, poison, slowed, stunned, damage on a Tuesday, holy shit. They were in a Zoom call with a whiteboard and wrote down every suggestion for possible situations where damage could happen, and literally used every single suggestion for the final game. Even the game knows these are filler, the random crap is additive, the good ones are multiplicative. I'm simplifying this a lot, but long story short, you want vulnerable crit damage, X damage, and main stat. The other 30 technically exist. but they needed a bunch of affixes to appear on items so good ones are rare, and this was easier than making them all interesting, I guess. Regardless, there's too many. This kind of sucks, but it doesn't ruin anything. You wouldn't want most stats on your specific character's build anyway, so just get the good items. Resists don't do anything, but I heard they're fixing that. Also, surprised not to see a transparent tab map like all modern ARPGs have, including Diablo 2 made in 1999. The game's worse for the lack of it. I heard the devs say they don't want people playing with it open all the time. Why?
Thank you, Survivor.
I tend to turn mine on and off as I play D2R. Usually off, flash it on here and there when traveling to exits. Is that not okay? Is that against the law?
I like you, friend.
What do I do in
You're
D4?
the man.
This. The same thing, just way more annoyingly. Is this a console thing? Upper right minimap is too zoomed in, and also we are too zoomed in on our character during normal play. Like 20%. Speaking of quality of life that all of your competitors have, and have had forever. Here's where I would ask for a loot filter, but I know Blizzard's history. For 23 years, Diablo players have asked for a loot filter in Diablo 2, Diablo 3, and Diablo Resurrected, and they have looked down on us and whispered no. Some guy named Loot Filter must have stopped Bobby Kotick from sexually harassing someone, and he vowed revenge. I don't know. I don't remember who suggested this, but it's a good compromise, so I will echo it here. What if loot names on the ground had the item level in parentheses? Then I could never pick up anything below 800, and everyone's happy. Also, we need a hierarchy for item affixes as they appear on tooltips. Alphabetical, by bucket, it doesn't matter too much how, just that there is one. The less time spent hovering over a full inventory of stuff, the better, and knowing vulnerable is always at the bottom, or plus skill is always at the top, or whatever would be nice. Speaking of loot, mark as junk should instead be mark as keep, because only 1 in 100 items are good, so it just makes more sense that way. Also, please add a sell all button to stores. We sell items in D4 because there are proper gold sinks. We don't salvage anything after level 20. Mats are infinite, which I think is actually a bit of a missed opportunity. It might have been a useful alternative farm, but the ship sailed on that one. This is probably my most I'm old complaint, but I find the mouse cursor easy to lose track of during big combats, and I don't in other games, so there must be some enigmatic graphic design issue going on there. The horse controls suck, but I don't care too much, and I'm sure a lot of other people are complaining about it, so maybe it'll get fixed. I mentioned this in the final grade, but the dungeons are sad. Probably the weakest content. And I get the sense that Nightmare ones are supposed to be like the main endgame thing to do, which is doubly concerning. They have the Diablo 3 disease, and I'm sorry a cure hasn't been found over the last 10 years. I don't think they're really dungeons. They're like hallways with a fork or two. They're beautiful. But minus the background art, I'm a train going back and forth on railroad tracks. Find the 3 things, and put them on the 3 other things by backtracking 6 times. Why can't I carry more than 1 at a time? A barbarian can quad wield 4 swords with 30 suits of armor in his backpack, but 2 rocks is a bridge too far. It's like the quest item tab only exists to mock us. Put them there. Look, I too remember Den of Evil Slay All Monsters, which was the first introductory quest cave in Diablo 2, and actually kind of annoying, even for that. They did not repeat that quest in D2, and for a very good reason. I'm baffled someone suggested putting it in every other dungeon like that could possibly be fun. That person is not to be trusted. A lot of people hate this, so I imagine they might try to do something about it. But if your solution is, well, what if they only have to kill almost all the enemies? Then I hope your air conditioning breaks, because you missed the point. Since dungeons are just 2 or 3 tunnels, forks in the road make backtracking constant. The large area dungeons are technically more wrong ways to take, but really it's more like directions. Towards or away from an exit, at least you can curl through areas you haven't been to for an illusion of freedom. I understand this cannot be changed. Hallway dungeons are just what Diablo 4 is, and
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
5, can we have real dungeons? If so, I will enjoy that from the nursing home. Nightmare dungeons are pretty weak content. They're essentially Diablo versions of Mythic Plus from WoW, which sucks, because Mythic Plus sucks. Wouldn't it be great if you could do the same dungeon again, except with special modifiers to make it slower and less fun? Not really, no. I will do them because I have to, but I'm not, like, thrilled about it. Hey, what if monsters drain your spirit in this one, so you actually cannot ever press a core skill? How about...
Watch your profanity.
Everyone's complaining about this, so when Blizzard fixes Nightmare dungeons, and I think they will try to, I hope they separate target goals. The best XP should never also be the best item drop, or the most item drops, or the best gold farm, or target farm, or max, even though there's no farm for this in D4, I think you get infinite trying. Find every meaningful farm and divide them between the different farmable activities you make. If one piece of content is the best, or close enough to the best, for most or all player goals that matter, in an MMO-like game, your whole game shrinks down to only being that one thing. And that's how you get D3, and that game was trash. Because rifts were trash, and that was the only thing you did in that game, because it was the best for all target goals. And finally, target farming story bosses needs to be a thing in D4. I actually cannot believe that it's not, to be honest. Replaying that kind of content is what endears players to your world and its characters. Not even death can save you from me, right? Sure, maybe they went too far in D2, any bail runners, but that was a different time. We're better now. How about a high chance of uniques from story bosses, but no other loot, like, I don't know, 10%. Perhaps even Andariel unique from Andariel, Duriel unique from Duriel, etc. Uber Lilith style versions of story bosses that start at level 80 to fill in the no man's land between 80 and 100. If you do this, but it's only for like a cosmetic drop, I hope your air conditioning breaks. Anyway, game's almost really good, looking forward to Paladin, see ya.
Oh, God. I kind of want to watch this. Oh, God. Watch it? Yeah, what do you guys think? Oversized influencer, his wife. Oh, boy. Let's see it. Yeah, let's watch it. It's only 7 minutes, right?
Welcome back. Damning figures today revealed that obesity costs British taxpayers almost £14 billion a year. Obese patients cost the British health service twice as much as those of a
I
healthy.
thought that obese people didn't cost the health services as much because they just died. They died faster and earlier, and so just get them out of the system. That was my understanding.
The weight, but the body positivity movement preaches that fat is now fabulous, and that is crazy.
Sadly, no.
Fatfluencers who rake in cash by boasting about.
Whoa, wait, did he say fatfluencers?
And that is craze is fatfluencers who rake in cash by boasting about. Well,
oh, that's perfect. I love it.
What I eat today is a fat bitch. Let's go. I don't know how many times I have to tell you bitches. I'm gonna start my morning off with a Starbucks iced coffee.
9:30 in the morning cookies. Orange juice, that's good. Orange juice is pretty healthy. This is actually like my breakfast, except for instead of orange juice,
Restream
it's
it.
Coke.
Welcome to my channel.
A burger. Wait, what's this here? Russet burger, ketchup and chocolate. Oh my. Oh.
And then
A cake? Okay, that's good. I actually got cake today. Yeah, there you go.
Really?
Look at his face!
Really?
And that's only noon, too. Like, bro, you got the entire rest of the day. Holy shit, man. I think that one thing that Piers isn't going to bring up is the fact that, like, a lot of these influencers, almost every single one of these, like, fat influencers, there are male ones, but I think the majority of them are female. And that's because there's a lot of guys that they like fat chicks. So, like, it's actually appealing to a demographic of individuals. So I'm actually curious to see if Piers is going to talk about that. Sorry, what? Wait, you think it's a like, is this is news to you? That there are some guys that like fat chicks? You didn't know this? Bro, guys like feet. Like, is it really that hard to imagine?
Really? That's what people are watching? Apparently. Well, TikTokers like my next guest are putting the pound in excess pounds.
Oh, that's so fucking good.
$89.99. Do you like sweets? Well, you can get 2 kilos of sweets for £10.
Promoting obesity.
No, I'm promoting a good deal. $25.99 for 63 rolls of toilet paper. A donut maker from Tower. All of these products have 2-year warranty. A candy floss maker.
and a chocolate fountain.
Oh, you can get. Oh, is that cotton candy? Oh, that's like Golden Corral. Oh, this is awesome. I should get one, dude. I should get one of these. This is good. Holy, dude! I haven't had cotton candy in like 20 years.
Okay. So I'm
There he
joined
is.
by TikTok star George.
There he
Clooney,
is.
You just saw there, and Sienna.
Bargains.
Huh?
That's what I say, bargains.
Bargains. All right. And his wife Sienna, and the host of the Blair White Project, Blair. Well, okay, listen, Blair, I'll come to you in a moment. First of all right, George, let me get some stats.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, how much do you weigh?
Look, I'm not going to talk about numbers because the thing is, when you...
That's smart.
Should. I
No,
mean,
no, no, the thing is, if I give
But
you...
you should. I wonder if he's gonna push him on this.
The number of how much I weigh, it's going to be all over the Sun, all those trashy newspapers tomorrow morning. I don't need it. Don't need it.
Well, you don't need
Your hot wife? No. So there's another meta inside. So, oh my God, you guys just don't know. You guys really just don't know how you guys don't know how bad it really is, guys. There are metas inside of metas inside of metas of fetishes. It's like I could explain all of this, but I would feel gross even doing it. Let's do it. Okay. So inside of like the meta of this of like being into fat chicks and fat people, right? There's like a meta inside of that that's called feederism. And it's just exactly what it sounds like. It's, you know, a person feeds a fat person, another fat person, right? And this is a very popular thing. There are like fat girls that have, you know, on TikTok, they'll have little, you know, like links, and it says like, you know, it's a donation link, and it's like feed me, and it's like different things you can buy her to eat, and she'll like eat some of the things on stream, etc. So yeah, you feed the addiction. And this is also something for guys. Obviously, you know, it's like an 80-20 thing where it's like mainly, you know, guys feeding fat chicks rather than girls feeding fat guys. But of course it goes both ways, as you can see in this situation. So there is also that. Now, inside of the scope of that, there's like, what are the limits on that? Some people want to feed them until they literally die. I mean, is that really that crazy? I mean, there's incest porn, there's rape porn. Is it really that big of a surprise that some people want to feed a fat person until they die? No, it's not. People are disgusting degenerates. They fuck goats. Well, people fuck goats. People fuck goats. Like, I mean, doesn't that just kind of put it into perspective? You know, they get fucked by horses, yeah. So, like, this is just how it is. And so, anyway, you've got to have, don't forget the donkey show. My dad actually was talking to me about that. He's like, you know what a donkey show is? I'm like, yeah, of course. He's like, all right. I think he was talking about something that happened, like, whenever he was in, like, Mexico or something like that. I have no idea. It was, like, some fucking story from, like, 35 years ago. Anyway, so yeah, Clerks 2. Yeah, I watch Clerks 2. And anyway, so this is a meta inside of being into like fat people. It's like feederism. How do you know all this? You're a sick person. I don't think that you understand how much I know. Like, it would be disturbing for you to even for you to even understand the scope of the degeneracy that I am aware of. It would upset you. I have been on the internet. I remember being on the internet in the year 2000. I was in like 4th or 5th grade. That was a long, long time ago. It was insane. I know every single type of degeneracy. I know every type of bad thing, every bad meme, every bad word, every bad dog whistle for different, you know, different types of like racism, sexism, etc. I know all of that. I know all the other bad stuff. I know everything, all the bad videos, everything, dude. I've spent a long time on the internet, and it's been a very interesting ride. A custodian of degeneracy. That's right. Somebody has to do it. So, Pain Olympics. Next time Dylan is over, I will have him tell the story of whenever we watched Pain Olympics together in high school. very good time. Because we were 11th grade. Might have been 12th grade, I don't remember. Guys, this is a fetish. Now, it might not be. And it could also be a thing where, like, the guy's making a lot of money and then the wife is okay with it because they're making a lot of money. Sorry, I kind of went off on, like, a huge tangent with this. But, like, all I'm really trying to get at here is that, like, there are a lot of different angles that can exist with this. And, like, maybe, like, I mean, because he's not a bad-looking guy. I really don't think so. I think if this dude was 190 pounds and he was fucking fit, like, he would be a good-looking dude. So the odds are maybe they got married whenever he was in college or, like, fucking, you know, they met in high school or something like that. This dude was in way better shape. And so, yeah, she just kind of let it happen.
You're on TikTok every day showing us how big you are.
Yeah, and look,
and you're proud of it.
No. There's a difference. There's proud, and then there's just being positive in my own skin, and that's what I am.
Right.
I'm not proud to be fat.
Would
I'm
you
not
accept?
proud to...
Would you accept that by medical definition you are morbidly obese?
Look, if that's what medically...
Look, hey, yo, we gonna get into this fucking medical shit. Like, look, who wrote that book, you know?
You want to call it?
Yeah.
Then call it.
Well, no,
fine.
you know your weight, I don't.
No. But that's, yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
Right, so here's my issue with this body positivity thing. People shouldn't be celebrating being morbidly obese, in my estimation.
That's
because actually, it is a dangerous condition that causes many people to die.
Look, you've got a fair point. It is dangerous. It can lead to dangerous issues, which could, you know, diabetes and so on. And that is an issue. But we don't encourage gaining weight. There's a difference between the videos you just showed on the screen and what we're talking about now.
You're doing these TikToks are all geared to you.
You're showing people encouraging eating food. I'm just saying, wow, look at the pizza. Look, it's from Costco. It's nice.
No, you're not. You're not. You are. Sorry,
that's what I'm doing.
You are glorifying scoffing.
It's called taking the piss. That's what it is.
Well, maybe.
That's what it is. It's having a laugh and not taking yourself too seriously.
Why is it funny?
Because it is funny.
It's funny because he's fat. That's why it's funny. Can we just fucking admit this? Like, what are we doing? Are we trying to pretend like this isn't something that people have laughed at for fucking hundreds of years? That's why it's funny.
No, it is funny. You had a little smirk yourself.
I actually don't find this kind of thing funny. I think
come on.
I actually think it's quite sad.
It's not sad. It's comedy.
Let me bring him.
It's satire comedy.
Well, maybe.
You know it is. You know it is. You know it is, because I've been an actor for 13 years.
George,
damn right I know how this industry works.
George, I'll come back to you in a moment.
Come on.
Let me just go to Blair White in Austin, in Texas. Blair, I do have a problem with this because I think it's celebrating
a lot of people in Austin.
A dangerous health condition. And if you're an influencer, why would you want to influence people to think that is A, funny, entertaining, and B, something they want to do?
Well, you should have an issue with it. You know, my opinion is that the fat positivity movement is a death cult. You know, I'm all about...
Oh, it is a death cult.
Living my life on my own terms.
Yeah, they should be able to do what they want.
Finding a partner that makes me happy. But,
DTD,
you know,
a new
life
vote
is
has
short,
started.
So you have to find happiness. But what cuts it in half is being obese. Your life will literally end halfway of the length that you would live being obese. And so promoting it, you wouldn't be able to be anorexic on TikTok and not get comments about how you need to eat a cheeseburger, how you...
Yeah, remember that girl, Eugenia Cooney, or whatever the fuck her name is? Everybody hates her for the opposite reason, because she's too skinny.
Weight. And you can write it off as trolls, but it's the truth. You know, I've seen some TikToks made by him where he is addressing people telling him that he needs to lose weight as trolls and sort of making fun of it. And I just wonder, you know...
Well, I mean, like, I'm gonna defend the fat dude. I think it's fine. If he wants to be a fat fuck and be 500 pounds, okay. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, that's his right. It's his God-given right to be fat.
Is it really trolls? I mean, certainly there are mean people on the internet, but there is some truth to it. I mean, I know that he is a father, and the idea that you will, in all likelihood, in all certainty actually, not live past 50, 60 years old is an issue. So for me, you know...
He's loving it.
No, I know, I hear you. That's my idea. I want to bring in...
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen resourceful.
When you see the statistics about obesity in this country, the cost to the NHS, what it costs the country, are you comfortable about this?
The way I see it is, firstly, just us personally, we have private healthcare, so the NHS isn't a thing for us. I do understand that it is costing the NHS a lot. I think it's a bigger problem to address, though. I think it's about educating people when they're young to make healthy food choices. I think a lot of the time when you grow up in poverty, like George and I have, a lot of the time you don't have the healthiest options.
Yeah, but my response to that would be, okay, but you've managed...
Well, I mean, everybody knows not to eat this kind of... Like, what are you talking about? Like, whenever you guys are growing up, did any of you guys not know that fruits and vegetables were the things that you were supposed to eat? I feel like everybody kind of knows that. Like, the entire culture says this. It's not like this is only something you read in like a fucking, you know, rich private school. Holy fuck. Yeah, but they're expensive. Yeah.
It's not to end up as George has weight-wise. I don't mean to denigrate. I'm saying...
No, it's not.
It could be enough.
What it is...
I don't think it's genetics, is it?
No, I believe it's because my parents were, like, cool hippie vegetarians, whereas George's were not.
But are you comfortable? You've got a son, right? Are you comfortable about his current... Do you think when he does this stuff on TikTok, are you really laughing, or are you concerned about it?
I'm concerned not so much about his weight, but more about his well-being and, you know...
Sienna, you definitely glorify it, Sienna, and you guys post videos where you're jiggling his fat and you talk about how attractive it is.
See? What did I tell you? What did I say? I fucking knew it.
And for me, when I look for a romantic partner, I look for someone that would make me a better version of myself.
Well, yeah,
not
but George, the point Blair's making is a sound one. You say it's to get views. We know that, and you're making money from it.
Of course.
But the question is, there's no incentive for you to actually lose any weight because at that stage, your TikTok persona dies.
George is actually on a weight loss journey, and I fully support that. I think it's more like having a laugh at yourself, making the best.
Well, and it's also like another factor is that, like, this is always popular whenever it's a guy that's like an ugly dude and he's got a really hot girlfriend, because other guys will watch him and girls will watch him because they're like, wow, he really did it. It's like the equivalent of like somebody making it into the NBA, right? They started in like a poor community and they finally made it into the NBA. Well, for a lot of guys, that the NBA is having a hot wife or a hot girlfriend. There it is.
You know what made me? You know what pulled me around to your side, George? If you now flipped with this big audience you've got, and rather than gorging yourself every day on heat.
Well, he's not going to lose weight because if he's skinny, people aren't going to watch him. Most people watch him and laugh at him, and they're like, "Ha ha, you're fat." It's the funny fat guy. And then there's other people that are overweight that watch him because it's like, you know, somebody who's 330 pounds, watch him, and they're like, well, at least I'm not this bad, and it makes them feel better about themselves. Like, I've heard of, like, girls that would watch these, like, mukbang content creators eat food while they're eating food to make themselves feel better about overeating. As I said, if you want to understand why a trend is happening on social media, think about the most degenerate, wrong, dark, and disgusting reason. And that's probably why.
And donuts.
But that's not what I do,
But people laughing at you. Why don't you actually go on a fitness regime and show people how to lose weight?
If people actually knew what I was thinking and what I'm doing, I'm actually going to be doing it as Zenit needles privately as well before you start. So all of these things, we're paying out of our own money. We don't cost anyone anything.
How much are you making out of the TikTok?
A lot of money.
Like what?
A lot of money, over £100 a year. Over £100 a year.
So there's no incentive to lose weight, is there?
No, but
there's an incentive not to lose weight, if anything. What about the kids you can tell are fat because their parents spoil them? What about those unfortunate kiddos? I think that you can make a very strong argument that child morbid obesity is child abuse. I think that if the kid is a little chubby, that's not a big deal, right? I mean, like, what the fuck? But, like, I'm talking about, like, morbid obesity. Absolutely.
But it doesn't derive straight from that. That's from my sales. And that's with the collaborations and the deals.
You don't even want to tell me how much you weigh.
I don't need to.
Are you ashamed of?
Oh, I'm
I don't really understand how you can join a panel about
Alicidra.
about
Welcome to my channel.
Final word to you.
I just don't know why he would come on a panel discussing weight and body positivity, fat positivity, and not actually revealing the
I agree. Guys, I'm sorry, I run out of time. Thank you, all of you, very much indeed.
I mean, I don't know why, like, I mean, I feel like, really, like, the guy came on and he said that it's bad to be fat. And I feel like that's really all I need to hear. I feel like, yeah, it's like, it's not good that he's fat, but it's his own choice to be fat. Right? It's not like he's, you know, like he's telling other people that to be fat. And it's like, yeah, of course, whenever people see that, it might make them feel better about being overweight for sure. But like, if you apply that logic...
Da ometam. Evo ga je vlad. Ti si gledao TV, ja sam se javio, niko me nije registrovao, nema potrebe da slušam tvoj televizor ili šta si već slušao.
Gledao sam film.
Gledao si nešto, ali zaboravio si da se isključiš. I nisam stvarno bilo jezivo. Moment. Ha? Gdje mi je torba bio?
Pored fotelje.
Znaš da sam se, ne znam, pored fotelje. Nemam pojma, nešto sam izvukao iz torbe, vjerojatno veš i one mafine. Mafine sam izvukao. Ma dobro, nosio sam rukavicu naravno.
A gdje si ti mafine?
Uspio sam se ne, to ti je, da li, pošto naša firma, znaš, i onda neko je donao vjerojatno besplatne uzorke i donao vjerojatno 10 kesa i tu je bilo. Instant palačinki ovoga onoga. Pa nađeš recept i to ti ide, valjda, ne znam, brašno, voda, jaja, nemam pojma i dodaš tu smešu. Piše tamo.
A to si da napravim, jel?
Pa ako hoćeš.
A neću noćas.
Ne moraš. To ti je kao gotovo. Prepostavio sam čime Ćale ne zove, doćeš ti da dođeš.
Važi to. I to ti je između prsta ako imaš.
Verovatno jesi pa muzla ti koz.
Evo sad smo došli.
Pa znam, začudio sam se uopšte kako ste mogli da završite prije 12.
Šuto, završavam sve. Slušaj, ostavit ću ti ono supe u frižider.
Postoji, pa podgrijat ću ja sutra.
Podgri supu, imaš isto ili isprži jaja ili jedi kupusa ili što god hoćeš. Što je ovo ođe?
Šta je dje? Ma nek se osluši samo od sebe šta da moja radi. Sušit ću se dok bude mogu. Jedino možeš nabaviti neki premaz da ga premažemo da se osuši, ali ništa drugo. Možda malo kreće ili nečega. Samo da izvuče tu vlagu.
Treba sad da se isuši i onda ga onim...
A trebaš špaklom skinuti.
Skinuti špaklom i preći sa onim lijepoj za pločice, da se to parada. I prekreći.
Nazad.
Znači, dogovorili smo se.
Da.
Ali sutra ćemo saznati.
Sad bi te pitao hoćeš i da hostuješ ovu igru, ali... Ti da hostuješ sesiju. Ali ti si prilično nestalan i ko zna da će to tebe vući. Čim te prvi pita neko da igraš Hunt Showdown, ti ćeš da igraš to smeći. I onda ćeš da se nerviraš kako je zabagovano i kako ruski čiteri laguju i bla 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 bla. Ako je toliko toksična igra, zašto igraš?
Ruski čiteri laguju, pičke materine.
Nije to nego... Ako ja mogu, Vlado, da izvučem kabel iz rutera na 2 sekunde i mislim, ne moram to fizički da radim, mogu da radim sa programom, da sebi prekinem, što kaže, internet konekciju na 2 sekunde, da bi za te 2 sekunde stekao prednost i da posle to uključim nazad i bez ikakvih posljedica, zašto ja to ne bi uradio ako već želim da...
Možda zato što nije...
Pa nije, ali većina ljudi ne razmišlja o tome što to nije.
Nigel.
Imaš jedan upvote na onaj post. To mi je dosta dobra fora.
Od koga?
Hoćeš da vidiš od koga? Evo. Taj ću ti odmah pokazati od koga.
Od tebe ili...
Ne, sad ćeš da vidiš.
Welcome.
Samo da otvorim stranicu.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Evo ti pogledaj koliko sad imaš. O, imaš tu 1% Tarkovu također, ako te interesuje. Spočitao?
Jesam.
Mislim, to se mogu da znam, pretpostavljam, bez da pročitam, zato što je rađen na Unity-u. A Unity nije baš poznat po tome da je... Znam po 7 Days to Die, on da radi, ali da je sad najbolji engine koji postoji, znaš, ili da ima najbolji security.
But it don't touch. Don't touch.
Dobro. Mislim da nije. Daj mi ti na jednu čašu vode, molim. Ovo je naš smrde. Pa znam kuka za jednim kupanjem.
Jeszcze. Dentro dias.
Hele mi izgledali konc, pogledaj. Da se Da.
Živac.
S čim? S čim?
Ma znam, ovo je kanto jebeno.
Da igraš meč ili da se dopisuješ na Reddit? Da igraš meč. Ja sam ti rekao da je to mlaćenje prazne slame. Oho.
DTD new actions are available. Supply meal supply mods.
Генералочник, уж шпионеешь. Ебать. Дочь.
Like you could, you know, tell like hundreds of people, hundreds of different types of things. You shouldn't be able to do this anymore because it could, you know, like encourage somebody else to do the same thing. How's the difference? Someone streaming gambling and them saying don't gamble? I mean, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, people can stream gambling and it's okay. I think it's fair to say, like, this is my perspective, right? Is that, let me think of a way to put it, okay? That makes sense. Because obviously this is it's like a hot topic with people. I don't think that obesity and being morbidly obese, especially morbidly obese, should be viewed as an equivalent lifestyle to not being morbidly obese. Like, it's not healthy at any size. That's not true. It's not real. How do you know that? Because you go to a nursing home, there's not a lot of fat people there because they're already fucking dead. I've said this many times. Truth is that, you know, it's just, but it is their choice, right? It's the same as smoking cigarettes. It's the same thing as drinking alcohol, you know, drinking soda. All of these things are bad for you. And people have the ability and the right to indulge in certain things that do not hurt other people. And I think that if you are expressing that you're doing this thing without encouraging other people to do it, you're not necessarily harmful. It's their choice, sure, but society's going to make an example of them so they don't go to a shithole. I don't think there's anything wrong with people saying that being overweight is unhealthy. But there are also a lot of people, too, that are just going out of their way. They're like, oh, well, we're going to call this guy a fatty McFat. It's like, you're only doing this, like, and they act like they're doing it to help him out. No, you're not doing it to help him out. You're doing it because you want to be an asshole. Right? I mean, like, let's be honest. Like, most of the people that are, like, fat shaming, they're not doing it because they want to, you know, help this person improve their life. They're just doing it because they like making fun of them. That's it. I was like, calling people fat? Yeah, it's that simple. Should society shame fat people? I don't think anybody should be shamed for doing something that doesn't hurt other people. I'm sure there could be other exceptions on that rule, but I think as a general rule, that's the way that I feel. And also, shame shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter what society thinks of you or how they feel about you, because at the end of the day, you're your own person. You're not accountable to society. You're not accountable to other people. You're only accountable to yourself and the people that you care about. And that's the only thing that matters. Being fat hurts other people, like their family. Yeah, but so does smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol and doing a million other unhealthy things. Again, I think that that's between them and their family. Like, I'm not going to get in between them and their family and try to make them, you know, like, live their life according to, like, what I believe, right? Some people also say religion can get in the way of families, or different political ideologies can get in the way of families. There are a lot of things that fuck families up. But at the end of the day, like, I don't want to start meddling in other people's fucking family relationships. This is insane. Like, get the fuck away from me. Do what you want to do. You want to be fat and die at 50? Go ahead. Have fun. Yeah, Chatter's being so authoritarian because they think that they have... Like, people are authoritarian because they think that it's never going to happen to them. That's why. Affects taxpayers, though? Yeah, there's a lot of things that also affects taxpayers. I mean, again, I think that if you... I think the only thing that is harmful is the idea that being overweight is an equivalent lifestyle in terms of health to not being overweight. All other things created equal. That is what's bad. That's what the problem is. It's healthy at every size. Everything else is fine. I don't care about it because it's a personal choice. I'll read a few comments and I want to move on. Imagine your brother to ruin your family. What would you do in that case? It's something really fucked up. I don't know. I mean, your brother can ruin your family in a million different ways. I mean, can you control every single one of them? No. Shitty people are just using the shitty as good arguments, trying to justify their bullying.
Čekaj da počne event, pa ćeš vidjeti da li će biti
Half of the people in this chat probably got shamed for playing video games. Did that stop you? No, you're watching me. Like, if people back had their way in the 90s and the 80s, bro, you wouldn't be playing video games either. Keep that in mind. Everybody always wants to shame somebody else, but they never think that what happens whenever somebody tries to come and shame you.
Samo zbog toga.
Leave them the fuck alone.
Šta seljaci će dići bun, šta?
I mean, this is a self-correcting problem, isn't it?
Kad je to bilo? Kad je to bilo u Srbiji? A? Kad su to digli seljaci revolucije, a?
Koliko put je to bilo?
I koliko je to puta uspelo? Svaki put, a? Pa nismo mi Amerika da mi prosipamo pšenicu u more, zato što cena nije dobra. Hello? Da natovarimo kukuruzi pšenicu i da sipamo u Jadransko more.
Čekaj, nemoj ti obo isto.
Boli me kurac. Jedi govno, Milan.
Hoće nastup. I začeje, kog bre očaj?
A potisnu, Vano, ono što ima trebalo 6 mjeseci, čuješ, više od godinu dana, da... Čekaj, ne prekidaj! Godinu dana im je trebalo da uzmu jebeni 5 cijela.
Nemo, jače. Ovo ludilo mora da ima neku svoju metodu.
Bože moj, ludeo sam. Dešao sam kako zamki i nisam shvatio ni u jednu zamku.
Misliš... laguješ? Znači, krajte ko objašnjenje zvanično ti je, viš ja to nisam čitao, da je 8 sekundi dozvoljeno, kao, dozvoljeni desync. A šta je 800 milisekundi?
Dobit će ih. Ne. Nema veze s tim. Dobit će da strada kako god okreneš.
Ko će se strada? Srpski seljaci?
Obe. Jebali vas Rusi i Amene i svi da vas jebu.
Halo?
Ja mu kažem da ću on čovjek menjao u Rusima, u Amenima.
Ali mora nešto da priča, kapiraš? To je njegov štos.
Izginuo sam zbog tebe zato što bla 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 bla.
Izginuo zbog tebe, to je propad, brate. To je propad. Pa mora, brate.
Šta moj, komunizam?
Da svaka zemlja gleda svoj to i da nas ostave malo na miru.
Komunizam
da mi rešavamo naše stvari.
Radi, također radi i fašizam, ali...
Gdje komunizam radi to?
Ali, ljudi do sad nisu imali ni pravi komunizam, ni pravi fašizam.
Da, to nije pravi komunizam.
Pa nije pravi komunizam, znaš sam. Možda se smeješ, pa govorim istinu. Nije pravi komunizam.
Joj.
Wow. Toliko toplo sam ja. Nešto neću da siđem, nego što ću se popeo.
Mislim... Najbolje, brat.
Svi znaju da je Vlada stari.
A, jest.
Šta će biti?
Šta će biti s kućom?
Ajde, ne upoj gluposti. Ne upoj gluposti, molim te.
Nemoj čoveče, ako se slažemo svi ovdje sa tim, a ti se ne slažeš, znači
Oj,
da...
pošljenice.
Ko se slaže? Ja se ne slažem.
Da, vi stvarno mislite da će ako Rusi zavladaju da bude nešto bolje. Biće samo gore.
To jeste to što Rusi neće da vladaju kao Amerikanci.
Da, neće. Neće da vladaju, da. Oni su jako dobri.
Ovaj svet pokreće novac. Novac.
Kolonijalna sila.
Ali Rusija nije bio kolonijalna sila.
Pa u odnosu na ove je bila mala beba.
Ali Vlado.
Znaš kako su oni pokasapili onih plemena po Sibije?
Vlado.
Samo zato što su imali puške, a su imali lukovi strel.
Pa što ne bi? Ako oni ne mogu da se brane, ja želim tvoju zemlju, što te ne bi, kažeš ti pokasapio? Lova pokreće svet.
Ako mi su pokušali Japan na svoje i oni ih pocepaju kod dece djeca. Jedna osmanska zemlja pocepa kako reći na kontinentu.
A dobro, Japan ti je bio 2000 godina u ratu. Ova država protiv one. Ovaj vlasnik ove državice male protiv one druge.
Žuti lotosi, beli lotosi, ljubičasti lotosi.
Ljudi hiljadama godina žive u ratu. Ratnička nacija, šta hoćeš? Naravno da ih ne mogu pobediti. Kažeš ti prljavi, da ne kažem šta. Neko ko čita život ratuje također, ali više iz interesa nego što je to...
Druga stvar, evo gledaj. Kad su Rusi bili u Afganistanu, povadili su ono što je da bilo istražno nafta, zlato, ugalj i resurse. Samo se spakali koji Amerika. I ostavili na milost i nemilost. Isto što su ovi sad uradili, Amerikanci.
I sad su oni spasioci.
Ej, kome treba ti spasioci?
Nama ne treba ovakav narod.
Igrao sam sinoć sa Borisom i s onim Rumunom.
Da.
Ja, bote kad su novi Rumuna krenuli da cepaju kroz zid, to nije normalno. 3-4 puta su gubili kroz zid.
Molim?
Zato što ne znaju ili zato što ljudi jednostavno imaju dobru stolicu, tako to.
ASP je čist. Probali su i mene, ali ja sam bio u takvom uglu gdje nisu mogli da probiju.
Možda nije ESP, Nenade. Samo mi reci koji je to bio compound gde su vas bušili kroz zidove, odmah ću ti reći.
Onaj... Golden Acres.
Golden Acres.
Da.
Mhm.
Njega su izbušili.
Znaš odakle su ga pucali, pretpostavljam, sa stanice, ili tako?
Ne,
Ne? Iz compounda su ga pucali, onda nije derendering. Derendering je ako si dovoljno daleko da ti uništava teksture. Ako su bili toliko blizu i pucali su vas kroz zidove.
Da, u compound. Katastrofa, čovjeka se izbušili, tako da to nije normalno. Nego toliko se gubilo da više nisam mogu ni vidim.
Pa nisi imao...
Čim poginuo odmah, jao!
Kako?! Jel to?
Ajde, ono, ja mu kažem čuti da mogu da čujem gdje su, majo.
Ti ne kažeš čuti, ti kažeš čuti, čuti. Ti kažeš tako.
Pa ne, pa samo mene kada je oknu, ja kažem jebi ga i... pustim ljude da mogu da se slone. Ovo je stvarno igrica koji ti treba zvuk.
Kako Franju ne treba zvuk?
Ma te ne treba.
A znaš kako, tako što on trole.
Rado, jel ima novosti o pacijentu?
Pa polako bre.
Pitan.
Šta, zar ima pacijent zero? A?
Niš.
Dobro, ništa nisam pitao, ništa nisam čuo, sve je u redu. Ako će Nenad da taj i dalje. Ja moram da znam sve. Sam ja Milan. Ja moram sve da mi se kaže.
Ja znam i da mi se ne kaže. Viš kako mi ime.
Ne.
Gledaj.
Ne mogu te naći, ti si negdje Hanshodan, ne?
Ne, pa desno na ovome na Discordu.
A to Republic of Bia, to sam vidio. Ja rekao da... nešto drugo zboriš.
Sad se ti digo jebenu bubu, koliko ima ljudi. Pa ti nisi normalno. Sad će zato što uvijek padnemo u sandvič. Ne mogu da... Pa šta hoćeš sad? Šta hoćeš?
Šta hoćeš? Tišina.
You don't say.
Da to ne igraš možda sa Milanom u ekipu. A? Zvučalo mi je kao da se s njim preganjaš oko nečega.
Ne, on to išao tamo. Jeste, jako. Ma da.
Ma daj!
Ma puca malo pre u njega, čovjek neće da umre. Dešava se.
To i nije tako loše.
To je sjajno, što bi rekao, dinovačka. Ispred tebe, ispred tebe. Mrtav si.
Ko ja?
Oteo me je preobilan. Ja ne mogu ne verujem. Ovo nikad nisam vidio.
Šta ne probija?
Oteo mi metak da probije dasku.
Ne može da probije. Pitanje je lag. Jel tebe ubije?
Mene.
Znaš kako te ubio? Hoćeš objašnjenje ili znaš sam?
Nek.
Ne, onda ću ti ga dati ako želiš da čuješ. Zbog latencije. Da li si izvirio iz kavera i vratio se i bivo ubijen? Posle toga.
U nemogućem uglu.
Čekaj. Jesam li dobro rekao?
Nisam izvirio iz kavera, uopšte.
Jedini način na koji to može da se desi što ti pričaš je da ti si osmotrio, što kažeš ti, ajmo tako da kažemo. Ti si osmotrio i vratio si se u zaklon, on je opalio i zbog toga što Crytekov patentirani sistem We favor the shooter, ti si dobio metak koji je prošao kroz drvo, zid, bilo šta i kao probio te, metak koji je staklena ampola jebena, znaš. Zato što to tako radi. Ne znam koga sam gledao bio skoro, da mu se to desilo, Gardinovačkog ili ne znam. Neko. Peđa možda. To su gluposti, ali to je sve do igre.
Evo sam ti zajedno, se orme nalazim u PSF.
Pa ti se ne miči sa 3 zvezdice, šta ti kažem?
Jes, dovoljno da u jednom meču pobije sve i to ti je to.
Poginio Daije. Poginio Daije i...
To sam to radio, kad se popnem previše.
Ne,
Dva, tri puta i je.
pogini. Ne, pre nego što izađeš s mape, pogini. Ako igraš sam. Ako igraš sa saveznicima, još bolje. Recim, I have to do my quest, sorry guys, can you revive me? I odeš i ubiš sa 2-3 puta. Vidio. Peč. Tečerina. Odi. Иди. Иди сюда. Ovo je definitivno najbolja metoda za ubijanje zombija. Dok se veru uz merdevine, zato što obično kad idu pravolinijski na tebe, pokušavaju da cik-cak, da ti bace nišan. Tako je skript onaj. Šta je mrtav si? Hvala ti. Tako je zvučalo.
Ma dede...
Why are you getting bent out of shape about it? I got shamed in middle school for playing WoW? Yeah. I mean, it's so weird. People never think that it's going to happen to them. I'll link y'all the video. Who knows healthy every side thing is bullshit? Well, I agree, and that's the only thing that I think that matters. Shame of fear that people find out what your defects are. Really okay with being fat. You wouldn't be ashamed of it. If you truly love games, people making fun of you wouldn't make a difference. Of course it would make a difference, bro. People don't want to get shamed and shit on just for the way that they live their life. Like, obviously it might not bother them and make them cry, but wouldn't life be better if it wasn't like this?
Ko ne zna latinicu? Pa moraš da znaš.
Što bi jedna vojska označavala...
Ćirilično sve.
Ne ćirilično, latinično, kad njima to ne znači ništa. Zbog kojih ti hoćeš šta neprijatelju da pomogneš da nocira tvoje... Da znaš što da gađa, a? Umjesto da budu slične oznake da on zna da treba da gađa tvoj tank umjesto svoj sebe.
To sad Milan pokušava nauku da ti objasni, ne? Priča.
Zato što ovako Rusija deluje ultra moderno, cool i šik. Kako da Murica ima privatnu vojsku, da Rusija nema. Eto zbog čega. Druga stvar.
Nemoj s tim da se objašnjaš. Znaš da nije normalno.
Druga stvar, Wagner ti ratuje i po Africi.
Bros. Welcome to my channel.
A, pa to ti je privatna organizacija, PMC. Privatna vojska. Si ti lud? Kakve to veze ima sa patriotizmom?
Druga stvar, Kinezi su svoje zatvore ispraznili tako što su se ubacili u radne logore i po svijetu i poslali, da rade za džabe, da njihove kompanije imaju maksimalni profit. A Rusi su svoje gunali da budu kao ti Wagnerci.
Pa zar ti ne bi?
Ne, ja bi sjetio ako količe narkomane, kriminalce gurno u rurnike, to da. Ali, da je koristim kao vojsku, oni nemaju disciplinu i uopće nisu korisni da ih imaš u svojim jedinicama.
Misliš, ne možeš se osloniti na njih?
Da. Recimo Šakerovi krenu kontraofazivu i recimo krenu da ubijaju.
Kakav on ima interes da ostane na frontu i da drži front uopšte? Nema. On ima interesu da pobegne glavom bez obzira.
To je sad i dokaz, evo. Ovo ima godinu dana i treba da osvojiti 4-5 sela, a ovi su to povratili za manje od dana.
Povratili su pičku materinu.
A verujte.
Ne, nego Nenad doće da kaže, nije to isto kad se boriš za svoju državu i kad se boriš za dolar. Kad se boriš za dolar, onda, dok stvari idu lako, znaš, sve je okej. Kad malo krene teže, onda si bježe. To... Čovjek i more. Jeste, to je čovjek i more. Jer ako mu kažem Old man and the sea, vi si ljudi. Da.
Da ti imaš protiv Snake, to će on da ostane...
Ne želim da znam njegove tajne.
Samo da bi Snake, hoću pravdu Snake, odmah.
Ne trebam pravdu, od njega mi ne treba ništa.
Ne znam šta je Čakarica.
Kompjuter hoće da kažem.
Ne znam nija šta to znači. Ja zadnji put kad sam provjeravao, taj geto govori iz ne znam odakle, tu je to deo Crne Gore.
To je bre čoveče,
Geto.
kako se kaže,
Slang.
ti je Milane najčistiji govor.
Taj slang koji imam govori, je li to?
Da.
Pa da, vrlo je čist.
Dakle ti to znaš.
Pa znam čoveče, čim Milan kaže, to je tako.
Aaaa. Da.
Čim Milan kaže, to je, brate, tako.
Jeste. Njegova reč je amin. Sto posto. Oh. A? Izgleda da Krajtek ne može da ispegla bugove. Verovatno za event. Za kišu i za ta govna. Čim su pustili da Psycho Ghost napravi video. Da, obično im je stav da ti content tvorci sadržaj.
Da, kad ti više to je, te bombe jebem ti mater.
Može da nosi 4 konzumable, kako ja znam.
Mate, ovo koje pada minobacačka paljba.
Možda ima onaj... Možda ima samostal sa eksplozivnim strelama i 2-3 ammo boxa. A? To ti nije palo na pamet. Jel' tako?
Puca s ovim. Sa strelama.
Pa da. Ako imaš ammo box, možeš da granatiraš do sutra.
Granate.
Mama, tata, vratit ću se ja. Kad se ovo prođem.
Znači ti mu meni.
Daj, ali to je malo za njega.
Misliš da je potrebno veća doza, što? You're hungry. Buđevi sendvič.
Kako? Šta?
I mean, that's not the that's not the only two extremes. Yeah, he's an influencer encouraging this though. I mean, who called him an influencer? I mean, it's just a word that people use for everything. I mean, listen. Here's what I think. There's ads, advertising. You know, like alcohol. I think alcohol. I'm pretty sure more people die to like heart disease and like complications from obesity than alcohol even. But like I don't want to hear about people trying to say that you can't be healthy or you can't talk about being fat whenever we have commercials for alcohol. Like get rid of that first, and I don't give a fuck. Because I think that really that's something that almost everybody likes to do, but they're like, oh, that's different. Oh, that's different. Yeah, sure. That's what they think too. Leave people the fuck alone. Jesus. People never think it's going to happen to them. And then it does. But anyway, yeah. Again, I don't want to be... should glorification of morbid obesity be allowed on social media? Absolutely it should be allowed. It's a free marketplace of ideas. And you should absolutely 100% allow people to go and talk about how great it is to be morbidly obese. Because that is a bad idea, it's a stupid idea, and that will be proven to not be true in the free marketplace of ideas. I do not believe in censoring that. I think that there are limits, of course, but I don't think that's one of them. It's weird to you. This is one of the only countries that allow prescription medication ads on TV. I find it very interesting. Millennials get tired when fat people go out in public and celebrate their fatness, and are surprised when people call them fat. It is a it's what people do. Let's just say that. It's what people do.
you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize like women to leave families.
Yep.
So
no alimony, no
like,
child support.
You know, for example, child support, alimony. I'm not really a fan of those. I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned.
She has no idea. She wants to abolish divorce, which is an incredibly radical position, but she doesn't have any idea how any part of the legal system works. I've spent all of 90 minutes researching divorce, okay? And I know the answers to all of these questions. She supposedly didn't document. The reason why irreconcilable divorce is what's written on a lot of things is because when you go to court and you file for divorce...
Family court is based off of a balance of probabilities, so it means it's more like...
The balance of probabilities is based on evidence! Ethan, can I call in?
People change, right? Especially when people get married young.
Ethan's not prepared enough on the legal arguments.
People go through shit. People grow apart. A lot of the men who end up being abusive you hear were one way before.
I wish Ethan knew that phrase. All of Pearl's arguments rest on her not understanding what a preponderance of evidence is. Like every single argument Pearl is making is her misunderstanding.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Nice job, Ethan. I'm worried that Ethan might be the only person in the world that can lose a debate to Pearl. Oh man.
I know you're in the UK, so I thank you for making the time and coming out here at a weird hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I used to
Be a big fan of you.
I used to watch you like last year, actually, a good amount.
Before you became SJWs.
Like a year or two ago, maybe.
What is? Oh, like as a fan or as like a hate watch?
No, I don't know if it's like awkward to talk about like Trisha, but I used to watch like the show you guys did together.
Oh yeah.
Really
frenemies. No, you can. Well, thank you. That's nice to hear. Yeah,
I know it like didn't work out, but I actually thought that was really good content.
Aw.
Like you guys did the like the bus tour. I thought that was so funny.
Oh,
there's so much drama revolving around Trisha and that friend that I don't know anything about in like their universe.
At least you enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, it was her segment. Is that what happened?
Well, I don't know if it's so long ago. It's ancient history. But I remember she was upset that it didn't go the way that she was hoping that.
Oh, she thought we shot it unprofessionally.
Yeah, but Pearl liked it, so there you go.
Yeah.
Pearl, yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I guess let's just jump right into it. I want to I don't know how many of my audience, I'm sure a lot do, but I kind of want to just introduce you. You've become really successful the past year or two. Kind of, you're friends with Fresh Fit, right? Those guys are your dogs. So to speak. And you kind of are sympathetic to their kind of views. But you've made a name for yourself just on TikTok and on YouTube. So let me just ask you generally, like, what kind of messages are you sharing on your platform? What kind of important messages is it that you find yourself are about?
I believe in family, so I think that we should have policies that push family. I think that feminism overall is a bad thing. I think that we should be... I think women...
Pa, ja ću tebi da kažem, ti si Vlado dobar čovjek, od tebe nema boljeg. Znači, ti si takva dobričina. Znači, ko te poznaje, pa to je kao da imaš $1.000.000. Mi imamo tebi uvijek najpozitivnije mišljenje. Ok, hoćeš da mi pozajmiš $1.000.
Pa, ja bi da imam.
E, to ti je prijateljstvo iz interesa. Pa ne, ali već sam ti napričao kako si ti dobar čovjek i koliko si doželjubiv. Ti ćeš sigurno učiniti sve što je u tvojoj moći da mi pomogneš. Ali to tako ne radi, hoću to da kažem. Ne mogu ja da tebi pričam kako da kulej gradove i da te hvališem, ali da radim nešto drugo, razumeš, da ti zabadam nož u leđa konstantno. E, to je taj stav, razumeš, koji Srbija ima prema svojim tradicionalnim prijateljima. Ovo ja pokazujem znake navoda, a niko ne vidi.
Prema kome? Kome su mi zabili nož u leđa?
Ne mi, nego Srbiji uvek biva zabiven nož u leđa zbog tuđih interesa.
Netro, ajde da pogledamo zadnjih...
Ja se izvinjavam, prestaću da pričam, izvolite.
Jedan je Belorusija dala migove, brate, džabe.
Gdje nam dala džabe?
Nema džabe.
Znaš, može popegati tih migova?
Nema džabe.
Duplo više nego što koštaju novi.
Nije to džabe, Vlado. Nije to džabe, to je izračunato da se više isplati da ga daš nekome, da ti taj duguje pare za taj škart, nego da se ja s tim jebem.
duplo više nego da smo kupili nove,
To ti kao da ti američka vojska pošalje iz starih rezervi, da ti pošalje one stare koltove. Koltove one. Hamvije ti pošalje, znaš, kao evo sad smo mi vama učinili, sad vi nama dugujete.
Hamvije koji su toliko razjebani po Afganistanu da...
Nisu ni za kurac, razumeš? Sad ih oni pošalju, to je sad kao okej, to je zadnja reč tehnike.
Svećam se kad su Hrvati dobili tek komada.
To ti je kao kad ti Milan...
Pisao novine o tome, ko da su dobili...
Ne. To ti je kao kad ti Milan prodaje grafičku karticu. Znaš, ovo možete me citirati. On ti je proda ko da je nova. Nova, iz kutije, ja sam to napravio, to je radi, ja sam to natunirao, to fabrika, to nema niđe. U suštini ti prodam nešto što je overclockovano radilo godinama kod njega i samo zato što on ima račun da ti to proda, sad ti on kao stari ciganin svoga konja hvali, sad ti on to hvali kod da je to novo. Tako isto smo mi dobili na poklon.
Joj, govna jedna. Ne možeš popiti imamo se prati ovim materijalom.
Da mogre ti oči bile svetle. Znači, ništa nije bio sporan, neverovatno. Pijaker stari, ulicama lutam. Čekaj, šta je sad? Čovjek iznese dva argumenta, ljudi više neće s tobom da se raspravljaju. Prestat će da pričam, ajde Vlado, nisam u pravu, ajde, nastavi dalje. Počne se pričaš o migovima. A nemoj da pričaš da sam u pravu, iznesi svoje mišljenje.
Mi uvijek moramo da plaćamo tu konačnu cenu, ja bih htio da nas jedan sukob zaobiđe, razumeš?
Može da nas zaobiđe.
Može, gledaš svoje posla.
Reći ti ja kako može da nas zaobiđe.
Pa može ako...
Kad dođe do toga da krenu da protesti... Čekaj, ne prekidam. Kad dođe do toga da krenu protesti po BG-u da uđemo na scenu jedno, jedne proteste da uđemo na scenu jednih, a drugi da uđemo na scenu...
Treba obestiti te ljude za jaja, za bandera.
Preko jednih bili grupacije i ovdje ograbiš celu državu sa antiterkorskim barijerama, pa... I ovdje spakuješ u kontejner, jeste da Ruse, evo, će vas skipujemo sa parogranima tamo u Rusiju, pa ćemo tamo da pošaljemo u Nemačku, u Austriju, u Englesku delču.
Ne, di u pravu. Ko tako misli, ne deli moje mišljenje. Izvoli.
Da, ispričam nešto. Ovako. Neša mi je...
Druga.
Ostao nešto danas u takvom stanju. Da sam ja čvrsto rešio kad mu
poslao grudi.
Da spakujem i jednu kutiju sa lekovima zato što mu trebaju, brać.
Vlado, ništa ko izgleda kad se ja stavi iskreno.
Dobro, ali dobiti jednu kutiju lekova gratis, brate, tebi to treba
Nenad smatra da mu lekovi ne trebaju.
Treba, brate.
I glavne aktere bih ubio na gradskom trgu.
Tih buna i protesta, to.
Da. Znači, hoćeš da Ruse niti bitna tvoja država, ubit ćemo te na gradskom trgu, će to besmo ići da vidiš dok te ne pojede obja, ne? Si za Engleze, da ubimo opet da vidiš. Jedne pol drugih će ih pokačimo da ih jutri vreme.
Te podstrkače.
I da vidiš kako bi se to osmijelo odmah, znači.
Bilo bi manje tih radikalnih pokreta u Srbiji. Ne kažem radikalno.
Briga mi za sve. I će na prođu s vojskom, će naplatiti, evo kažem, recimo, 5 milijardi. Evo, idi, pokoljite se. I će da begajte nazad, pa sad koša 15 milijardi.
Ovo mu nije loše. Ovo je dobra taktika. Ja sam za to...
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Znači, kak je starši prelaze, isprodaje im čovjek, onaj, što to kaže, potrebčine, naplati prelaz, sve živo. I šuka neke beneficije za njega. I on, kada uvi bega, pa to si neko uši da begaš, što samo ne prelodiš. Još usput postavi malo gerilske jedinice da ih pokokaju, da im pokupe opremu.
Kao partizane, da im oslobode viška opreme.
A gdje je gostogovornik, što se utiša?
Mora da otišao da jede.
Znači, svi naši kraljevi su više taktikom širili teritoriju nego ratom.
Boris, znam te, Milan. Gori. Gori.
Slušaj, dok drugi kralj Aleksandar nije došao.
Da.
I malo mu se skladila vaška pička i ona je dao deo teritorije. Rumunima je dao ostrva, dao ovo, dao ono. Dao i crkvu.
Dobar čovjek.
DTD, a new vote has started.
Pečatio u bulju dok je bego preko Albanije.
Kako sam ja vas teo da pitam, kako vi?
Nije loše, kad ne pričamo o politici.
Evo, razbijem malo sa faktima i kako tome...
To, Matić igra sam opet.
Pa zato što su neozbiljni ljudi ovdje. Sve neozbiljni.
Timnem, da li tu? Ne rade. Hoće ga cimnem, jel tu?
Ček, ne čuti, šta si rekao?
Makića vidim da igra, hoćeš da ga cimnem?
Cimaj.
No, ako i on ne gori.
Pravda za mene, što pravda za mene? Ja se ne osjećam ugrožen.
To malo...
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Feral Party Girl Attack.
Ne. Party Girl Attack. Ne. Upravo me napalo 7-8 zombi striptizeta. Nije čak ni šala bilo s moje strane. Nope. Gorim. Skrepik me zapalio, gorim.
A što si pustio da te zapali?
Ne, to je bilo već ranije. A imaš i domaću verziju, klanj se da ne znaš za nju. Radovan baci fosnu. Moj kum zna tu verziju.
Women are happier when we have, you know, a family and kids over a career in the long run. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. Yeah, I understand. So it's more like traditional. You want people to kind of follow a more traditional path in terms of family and gender and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, and you just see the negative, like outcomes a society has when, like, families fall apart, right? And it's especially hard on the children. Like, you see, you know, the kids are more likely to go to prison. They're more likely to drop out of school. They're more likely.
A jesi ikad ubio čovjeka tako što si ga zapalio sa vatarnom sačmom i on pobegao od tebe i ti pukneš sa vatrovnom stalicom iza zaklona kojeg se sakrije. I ubi ga oblak. Zato što gori. I ne gleda šta radiš. Pokušava da se zaustavi gorenje.
Da zaustavi.
Ne vodi mati cijeli bre.
Gori.
Useless. Džabe pobijem u liku ljevike. Ja sam.
Teć, da igramo duos.
Ajde.
Nema ovaj se javi.
On gori.
Joj preja. Tok prejela.
Šta si rekao? Stoka prejela?
Stoka se prejela.
Ja rekao stoka prejela. Šta je to?
To je neka stoka koja se služi prejela.
To je onda neko bravlje meso, mi to tako zovemo.
Bravlje, a?
Mhm.
Bravlje. Sad bi tu Kum i Milan rekli da je to neki prčtavac.
A ne, to ti je kozetina.
Znam šta je.
To prč, kako još imaju oni te neke fore. A pašće, šta ima još od tih aforizama iz mog kraja. Nazivnice. No mi da kažu jednogodišnja svinja ili dvogodišnja svinja, ne, oni kažu nazivnice. I onda kao šta je to?
Ne.
Malo preraslo da je...
Nazivnica ili nazivec je do 60 kg.
Boga mi nije tako, nego to je kad valjda utoviš prase.
Kod nas je ovako, znači do 60 kg.
Dobro, ajde. Ne znam, nisam profesionalni uzgajivač prasića. Samo sam radio u industriji mesa 10 godina. I stvarno nisam povatio te gluposti. Ne verujem da mu sin koristi njegov nalog, malo mi je nelogično.
Pa, iskreno ti kažem. Ne mogu da tvrdim da ne.
Da ja znam njegov, kako se ono zove. Ne znam kako reći. A ima svoj računar.
Jeli ja? Jeli ja?
Mislim da mu je Milan prodao grafičku karticu ili monitor, nešto od ta dva.
Milan prodao nekom nešto.
Zato što, naravno, Milan svojim prijateljima uvijek proda stvari po dobroj ceni.
Milan kad proda, to je prodato.
Da, to je o zlatu.
To je prodato, da ti ja kažem.
Kako on ne radi kao pregovarač za Rusiju? Da su ti beše prodao Makiću, šta ono beše, monitor grafičku? A?
Ja, bogo mi, nijesam ništa. Gdje si imenjake?
Evo ga Boris. Gdje si Boris Makić?
Ima ljudi.
Isto prvo sam pričao kako Milan
Malo da se ishantujemo pred spavanje, bre.
Ajde par slijavaća, pola 11.
Ja sam stvarno mislio Makiću da...
Radi.
Da će kraj tek da da announcement ili za event ili za nešto. Ili za onaj patch. Ništa. Totalno su zatajili. Mislim da su platili ovaj Psycho Ghosta da im napravi ovaj kao sneak peek.
Lik, gledao sam.
A taj lik svi znaju za to, razumeš?
Žan lik.
Dao je neke interesantne ideje, ali u svim nešto nije ni puno...
Šta bio Makiću i ti si se spustio na te, a?
Ma da, s randomima, brate, pako.
Pako?
Ja sam ovo da se spustim na 3 jer nije to nijedna meža.
Evo ti sad počeo da igraš.
Ko? Ja?
Ti restovo nalog, šta?
Da, on je svež.
Da, on mora da ima
Ja, brate, 1.38, bato.
Mora da ima KD 5.0.
Izjebao sam ga sad. Poslednji tečati pati.
Misliš kad te je Milano navuku?
Nije. Sa Milanom sam odigrao možda agresali.
Znaš kako odigrao jedan meč 2 s Milanom i rekao je okej, moram sad opet da grindam, da vratim akaunt.
Ba jeste. Jeste. Bio sam u minus 6-7 kilova.
Čega u minus? Čega u minus?
I kad sam krenuo ligan sam, nabio sam 20 plus kilova.
Javi mi se gdje se to dobije medalje od Kreteka, molim te.
Baš.
Da se ja prijavim. Da uzem medalju što sam bio ovdje, što sam uzeo 100 prestiža zarad ništa. Mi kaže Kretek, svaka čast. Ili kao, možda Makić zna za to, prvih 100 igrača ili 1000 koji su kao napravili onaj hardcore karakter za Diablo 4 i kao stigli do 100. levela, kao dobija kao plaketu ispred, ne znam, nekog univerziteta ili gdje te rekoš. Kao njihovo ime će biti ispisano na neku kao stubu gluposti. Nebitno.
Igram ja s nekim randomima. Što ja vidim, oni nešto pišu, brate mili, ono ja ne znam koji je to jezik, mislim, ova slova su latinična, ali... Ja napišem Klingon i znak pitanja. Jedan mi odgovara, what? Ja rekao, do you speak Klingon? I on, no, Jermenian. Ne znaju šta su Klingon. Jebo, vater, kakve budale je. I ja igram, jebo. Kaže, no, kao, Jermenian. Gdje ste vi upali, jebo.
I've got a job for someone of your talents. Thank you. I bet you wouldn't do this for just anyone in the wasteland. Would you?
A možda i...
Ček.
Grešim.
Uva su ljuti, brate. Ina uključi za komarce, ima da me izujeda opako.
Ovdje je bosište.
Šta za komarce imamo?
Komarac je jedan, brate, jebati ima ih.
Šta uključuješ, oni tableti? Vlada?
Da.
Vigor!
No, pa to je sjajno. Sad ću ja ga zakačem. Nemo li ga naći?
Imaš Vigora ovdje, Makić ovdje, treba.
Sad ga bi on htio da bude miren. Jo, be, bio. Zakači se.
To, you know, be in mental health institutions. So you just see like all of the problems that come with, you know, single mother homes. So I just think it's important that we push policies that push family.
So how do you push a policy that promotes family? Like in what way can you force a family to stay together?
Make divorce illegal. Oh my God, say it, bro.
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize like women to leave families. So,
no alimony, no
like,
child support.
You know, for example, child support, alimony. I'm not really a fan of those.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, okay? I also pre-watch the future. I watch the future as well. I do believe in astrology. I do believe in tree leaves, and I can read the future. I do. Even on live content, I pre-watch it. I don't know how I do it. I'm just...
Child support. So if there's a divorce, let's say
actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. Yes.
Okay.
How does he do it?
You have to acknowledge that, right?
No.
So banning divorce means that when you decide to get married, you are not allowed by the government to leave your significant other in any situation.
My third eye is open.
I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married. So,
how ingenious.
In the real world, that kind of simplistic.
And you know, there's like exceptions to this, but I would just say in general, for most cases, you know, we could talk about exceptions, but like the rule.
Well, the exceptions are the important part, because I've heard you say that a lot when you're talking about things. You say, oh, you want to talk about exceptions, but the exceptions is the important part, because those are the people that are going to be affected. I mean, exceptions are going to be a large part of divorces, as you say. I mean, you're talking about like, you know, 25% maybe or more, because if you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about like, what if the relationship is physically abusive?
Yeah, I think if it's physically, this is the problem though. All right, if it's one-sided physically abusive, okay, fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions, but like I've even.
Ne znam se se vrati. Nemoj samo da je tražiš gore tamo u... Evo ja ću
da ti napravim sandvič, učeš tunjevinu ili džem od kajsije.
Evo ih. Mislim da odavde dolazi.
Southwest, a?
Da, Southwest.
Mhm. Newman.
Pivam se.
Zatvorio je vrata.
Hoću ja tog da palim, pazi.
Daj, ne zajebavaj me, ko me ubio?
Bež.
Kako je ovo zakasnelo ubistvo je?
Uzmite bounty.
Nema ništa. Uopšte dobar ovaj skin od ovog Greenfielda je. Ao, komarci su počeli... Jebe mi materu.
Idemo napolje.
A? Idemo napolje.
Ja mogu da pretečem skills da onda nema šanse.
Pogledali okolo, nema niko, a?
Nema. Bre, nisu umirali od jednog pogotka iz ovoga, iz šotke. A pa zvon koliko 2 metra sam ispred njega.
Another one bites the dust. Another one's gone. Another one gone. Another one bites the dust.
I talk to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting the
Igrao
hitting.
sam demo, ona igra na Invisible.
It is so easy to just say, yeah,
Meni
in
se sviđa,
physically
nije
abusive
loš.
relationships, people should split.
Ona
Why would
logička
you
igra
even
da
try
je
to
kao...
quantify
Ono
or
kao na masu
qualify
istražuješ da šta se desilo
or
sa tim.
provide an exception? Like, well, in some relationships, people are beating the shit of each other. Right? It's just that's such an easy position. Like, yeah, just bite that bullet. Yeah, it's so stupid.
And others like mutual. So
surely that's not every
I think. Yeah, I know.
But it's not healthier either.
I just think that the goal should be to keep families together, and that the goal should be to work through it.
I think most people agree with that, right? Because I think we all can look at this and say family
Podsjeća
is
me
important, right? Family is
na
important.
Red
Nuclear
Dead,
family is
ali
important to like the health
u
of
Star
children
Wars.
growing up in general. I think we can all say
Nema,
that.
ali što je
But
fora,
when we say
nisu
something
napravili
like
kao
divorce
klasični
of the
Star
ego,
Wars, znači nema
we gotta kinda
svetlosnih
suss it out,
sablji,
because that's a
nema
pretty,
budalaština
for
tih,
example,
ali ima
in
duh taj,
2014,
ima duh taj Star
family
Wars,
violence
ti
was
zvukovi,
the
šta
cause
ja
of
znam.
25% of divorces. So I don't think it's fair to characterize that as some
Nije
kind of
loš
like...
What if they were both
epizod,
being
imaš na
abusive?
ovome
Well, but you also have
YouTube.
to look at there's incentive structures in place where there's a lot of false accusations in family court. And a lot of people don't know this, that family court is actually based off, it's not based off of evidence, it's based off a balance of probabilities. And there are incentive programs that you get, like in the UK, you get a free lawyer if you accuse your husband of abuse.
Iskreno pokušavam da zaustavim sebe da ne kupim taj Diablo 4. Igra mi se, ali...
Ne bi dao te pare.
Ne, nisu čak ni pare problem. Nego me strah da ne uzmem da igram i skontam da sam bacio novac u smeće, zato što Blizzard
Ne znam, hvale ga ovaj Diablo 4.
Pa znaš koga hvale, ti ja kažem. Ne, znaš koga hvali? Ljudi koji ne znaju za bolje.
Ili hardcore fanovi, ja?
Ne, hardcore fanovi ga ne hvale. Zato što, znaš šta je last epoch za Diablo 4, ne. Znači, naučna fantastika. Znaš ono što se ja i ti zajebamo, pa ti mene pitaš koji je to skill ili šta radi ovo. Ja ti kažem, čitaj. U Diablo 4 nema šta da čitaš.
Ajde ljudi, redujte se, igram ako ćemo igrati još koju partiju, idem spavam.
Sve je maksimalno zaglupljeno. Za prosječnog korisnika koji sedi za kaučom sa džojstikom u ruci. Ja se izvinjam ako sam koliko uvredio. Ali to je tako.
Pa za Diablo 4, ja?
Da. Bukvalno to ti je couch experience igra.
Diablo. El Diablo.
Design, menu, minimap, party system, sve ti je podređeno, razumeš, tom couch konzolnom iskustvu, razumeš.
Konzolaštima.
To mi je odvratno. Pa, jedna od stavki ti je, kad jašaš konja, ako igraš na mišu tastaturi, i držiš kursor kojim se nišan vidi. Ako ga držiš blizu konja, konj ide sporije. Ako ga držiš na ivici ekrana, on kao trči brže. I onda je neko provalio da je to zato što kad na džojstiku pritisneš onaj analogni stik, on ideš polako. Ako pritisneš do kraja, on trči. I nikom u blizu nije palo na pamet, znaš. Da to hotfixe. Jedno 100-ak ljudi je izginulo zato što Blizzardovi serveri nisu stabilni. I čak i kad igraš single player solo, može se desiti ti diskonektuje sa Blizzardov servera da ti ubiju karaktere. Ima ljudi koji igraju hardcore, to ti ono, ako pogineš, obriše ti karaktera i igraš iz početka. Da, 100-ak ljudi je poginulo, tih hardcore igrača. A što Blizzard nije napravio, kad vidiš da recimo ti igre laguje, uzimam se, igraj.
Nemaš indikator.
Ne, imaš indikator, vidiš da ti igra laguje. Ideš escape, disconnect, da se rekonekteš na server, ali te ne disconnectuje odmah.
Poslije 10 sekundi.
10 sekundi, 20. Znaš šta je 10, 20, 30 sekundi u igri koja se igra online, u kojoj može svaki mobil igrati. Uloguješ se u igru, piše ti je karakter mrtav, da napraviš novog karaktera, što je bi hardcore.
Ja nome da napravi novog, da?
Pa da ti napraviš novog.
Ne, da mu vrati novog površnicu.
Ne, nema ništa od toga. Sad su bacili zato što su kukali ljudi, jedan deo tih hardcore igrača kukali su, a dobar deo su streameri. Kukali su i dali su im opciju ako nađu taj scroll of escape ili kako se zove.
Šta je radio drugi deo?
Drugi deo je... Ne, neš dobiti nazad karaktera. Nije u duhu igre. Dali su im opciju da nabave kao scroll of escape i ako pogineš i imaš scroll of escape, ne ako pogineš, ako ti igra diskonektuje, da, nasilno, on ti iskoristi scroll of escape i vrati te u grad. Ako moraš da ugasiš igru, a karakter ti stoji, razumeš, ko tele da ga ubiju. Tako da... Pa dobro, bar su dali tu opciju.
Idemo na logbase, šta ćemo?
I tako neke gluposti. Isto kao Krajtekova politika. nisi možda igrao Diablo, si igrao slične igre, Path of Exile ili
Igrao sam Diablo.
Znaš da kad pritisneš tab, on ti je dao onu providnu minimapu, ono, preko čitavog ekrana.
Da, pa kao što ima u ovome,
U Diablo 4 to nema, zato što su developeri rekli da kvari...
Izgled igre, što?
Da.
Izgled kao igre.
Jeste, ruži izgled igre, zato što kao gledaš kao overlay mape i kao, znaš, kao ne obraćaš pažnju na kao njihov kao stil koji su kao oni uložili trud.
Performanse. Sigurno neki problem sa performanse.
Igre je od uvek bilo moj Milane.
I ljudi popizdali,
ja sam Milane u partiju.
Moraš stalno da otvaraš veliku mapu, što kažeš ti ne da je moguće s performance. Moraš stalno da otvaraš veliku mapu i igrati u tom trenutku ne rendere ništa na ekranu, samo gledaš mapu.
Malo. Don't look so good. You might want to get some antibiotics for that.
Ima li negdje heal, vidite li tu?
Matiću, potroši heal iz inventara.
Evo ga, punim se.
To si nazvao si ga ciganko, nemoj ti mogu.
Rekao sam da potroši molim.
Joj, pogledaj da se ljudi jeba.
Blizu se nam. Imamo ljude blizu. Tu negdje. Ne, taj heal može da te spasi. Tih 25 ili 50 health jako puno znači da ih imaš.
Da kad svaka puška do $200 skida 90% HP. Martini, Henry, Sparks i tako da.
Vidim.
Ne znam gdje.
Šporkš. Here is šporkš.
Što ti diraš? Iliju, ostavi ga čući na miru. Pravda za Iliju.
Pusti ovaj Boris, ne obraćam pažnju na budala.
A daj bre, puši kurac 130 metara. Kap si me vidio tamo.
Dobar Boris, pusti, nije mi bitno.
Gdje umem? Kakav zakon imaš tu?
Samo što sam izašao zakon sa pitchinga.
Išao si iz pitchinga prema crkvi, jel?
Ne.
Išao sam prema Nenadu, pošto mi je rekao da su ljudi ispred njega, jebi ga. 130 metara.
DTD, a new vote has started.
130
Eno ti ga iza u šumi, gledaj to drvo kako si gledao. Eno ti ga.
Vidim ga, ali nema optiku ovdje.
Tu je bila ekipa, brate, ispred nas.
Dve ekipe su tu bile. Ne hila se, jebi ga. Ovo ne bi tresao u pušku ko da mu fali koks.
Izvini.
Pa ne da mi uzmeš nišanić, ide... Čovjek ne bi sunni da drži pušku, kamo ništa nema.
Milane, kad se kreće silosti? Ohoho, bit će kinta.
Ne ovo kako se zove.
Imam ja nekromanstva, što ću ih poići.
Nemam čovjek bombe baciti.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Home Run Derby.
Nemoj samo da mi se preradi.
Ajde kurac.
Isti taj Kinez label.
78 metri, da. Uzmi digli da neke nas.
Hoće i mene, brate. Ima ovaj snajper ili šta?
A ima label optiku, da.
U prednosti je vidio. Snajper baba. Naš čudo.
Pogođen. Pogođen. 2 put pogođen.
Prebaču da ga dignem. Što imaš oružje, gdje nemaš? Ovo je iza.
Bi trebali da se prebacimo tamo gdje izlaz. I kako možemo.
Evo, lakše se kažemo da se učinu. Ajde, to je monitor uglavnom, molim ti. Ne vidite?
Ne. Pa ću ja da trčim, pa... Jel može nije? A.
Išmo na most sigurno. No više idemo i mi. Kasniš ga dinovački, kasniš.
To, pokri izlaz tamo. A neko je već ne izlazi.
Boss metal.
That's absolutely marvelous.
Absolutely.
Use. And it's less than 10% of cases that actually like follow through with the police.
Okay, hold on. She doesn't know anything about anything that she's talking about. Sorry. When she says on the balance of probabilities, not on evidence, that doesn't make any sense. Generally speaking, from what I'm aware of, there might be more. Generally speaking, there's like 2 ways you can prove something in court. It can either be on a preponderance of evidence, meaning over 50%, right? So like in civil court, this is how we would go. You need an over 50%. That's what the case that Trump lost on rape. It was over 50%, okay? Or beyond a shadow of a doubt, which is like 99%, okay? No reasonable person can have a doubt here about a particular thing. For family courts, it's based on a preponderance of evidence. It's based on that 50%, that 51% standard. That doesn't mean no evidence. That doesn't mean somebody just makes a claim and it's believed. That's not how that works. Those probabilities, the balance of probabilities that she's talking about here, the probabilities come from evidence provided in court.
Sorry, I don't want to move on quite yet. I want to stick on the topic of not allowing people to divorce. So you're saying that you do want to allow people to divorce, then you don't really believe that?
No, I would say ban divorce.
Okay, because you just said you would allow an exception in the case of abuse.
I said one-sided abuse exception, sure.
Okay, so how do you prove the one you don't believe in force? I mean, you
okay,
ban divorce.
Fine. Ban divorce except for one-sided abuse.
Okay,
sure.
Except for one-sided abuse. And is there going to be a system to kind of, how do you prove that that the woman or man.
There's no way you can enforce
this. You have to press charges in criminal court, not family court.
So only if your significant other is tried criminally are you.
You don't press. An individual doesn't bring criminal charges to somebody. It would be reported to the police, and then the DA would do it. She's doing a whole documentary on this. Why doesn't she know any part of the legal system works? She has no idea. She wants to abolish divorce, which is an incredibly radical position, but she doesn't have any idea how any part of the legal system works. I can't, as an individual, go and bring criminal charges to somebody. Like,
allowed to leave the relationship. Tried and found guilty criminally.
Yes, yes. Otherwise, just stick out of, which is fine if you don't, want to be with someone forever. But I just say stay out of marriage. Because marriage is supposed to be, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, and for richer or for poorer. It's not supposed to be, when I feel like leaving. And the majority of divorces nowadays, it's just when the girl just feels like leaving.
Any evidence of that?
I've talked to hundreds of women.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad that her channel is nowhere near as popular. People think her channel is so popular, and it's not. They gamed the shorts algorithm. She got a ton of subs on that. She gets very low. She gets less engagement than me on her long form content. People think her channel's more popular than it is. Don't be too depressed, okay? This channel will not be around for as long as people think it is. God, her takes are so unimaginabally uninformed on everything she talks about.
Even if you look at when no fault divorce was initiated in the 1970, I think it was initiated. I mean, one of the number one reasons was financial differences and irreconcilable.
I've spent all of 90 minutes researching divorce, okay? And I know the answers to all of these questions. She's supposedly doing a documentary. The reason why irreconcilable divorce is what's written on a lot of this is because when you go to court and you file for divorce, you have to give a reason. And that's just the default reason you give. Oh, irreconcilable differences. Oh, okay. That doesn't mean that there wasn't a good reason for divorce. It doesn't mean that maybe infidelity or some other thing wasn't involved or some huge disagreement. That's just the thing that you write on paperwork to have the divorce, irreconcilable differences. What? I'm getting ready for our case, Mel.
What the man?
But it's like, what, she hasn't spent like even 2 seconds reading anything about this, and she wants to abolish divorce.
And reconcile.
Sorry, good thought. But yeah, I just think like, for the people that don't believe in real marriage, because what is marriage if you can get divorced over damn near anything? It's not marriage anymore. It's something else.
Well, I think the reason for that, historically, is emphasis on staying married, right? Or even before this no-fault divorce was an option, and it was more difficult for women to get divorced. The abuse of power and the risk for abuse and for people to get stuck in a horrible relationship situation, not just for them but their kids, right? I mean, obviously, we have seen kids watch their mother get beat up, and oftentimes it's going to believe.
Or the kids get watching their father get beat up. Like it goes both ways.
She's such a pick me.
I acknowledge that it goes both ways. So both people have a right to, in my opinion, get divorced, because the alternative is one of the partners being stuck and like
potentially illegal. Do you think that's the majority of cases?
A majority of cases of what? Divorce?
Of divorce.
25%. 25. It's 25% based on statistics.
No, but that's not. No, that's not what's in criminal court. It's like less than 10%. Actually.
In criminal court? What? I thought we're talking family law. What does she mean in criminal court?
Followed through in criminal court.
Well, regardless, 10%'s enough, don't you think?
No, I said less than 10% of the abuse cases of the 25%. So that's like
less than 10% of the abuse cases of the 20. Is she talking about how many accusations wind up in convictions?
Journal of Family Violence in 2014 found that approximately 25% of divorces in the United States involve domestic violence.
Right, but again, that's because the woman says that she was, because they're incentive.
But you're just saying stuff. You're just saying stuff. You don't actually know that to be true.
No, I do.
How?
I do. Like, okay, in the UK, there's a law that you get a free lawyer if
how does that prove that women are lying about violence?
No, because I'm saying that you can't prove it unless they go to criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, where family court is based off of a balance of probability. So it means it's more like
balance of probabilities is based on evidence. Ethan, can I call in? What do you think the balance of probabilities? Do you think if you go to civil court in the United States, it's not based off of beyond a shadow of a doubt, all you have to do is make an accusation, you automatically win the case? What does she think the balance of probabilities is? What does she think? What does she think the words means? The balance of probabilities. Where do the probabilities come from? Is it the probability that the judge just likes the way you look that day? What is she?
If they did it, then didn't do it. It's not innocent until proven guilty.
Right, but
it is innocent until proven guilty, but it's not a crime. It's not a criminal thing. Well, it's not innocent until proven guilty. I don't even know if that makes sense in civil court. But you're still presumed innocent until the other person wins the case.
Going to jail. It's just to let the abused.
I mean, you could call it jail when you have a lifetime of not seeing your children.
Oh my God. Okay, it's all right. She's never gonna leave back on her show again. I already know it. I need to do one more red pill show on like divorce. Maybe I should do Rolo in Vegas while I'm down there, because I'm gonna be in Vegas for another show anyway, and just let's have the divorce conversation, because I need to put this shit needs to go to bed once and for all. There is so much stupid shit that people say about this without even having any idea. Like, they don't know, like, I'm not even saying you have to be like a lawyer, but just like the basic shit of like what the legal system is or like how it works or what's going on.
You could, but it's not.
I mean, you could. I mean, have you spoken to these men? It's like literally their whole community thinks they're an abuser. Now they get to see their kids maybe. A lot of them are.
Yeah, there's bad outcomes for sure. But on the whole,
a lot of men zero themselves out during this.
They what?
Like a lot of men commit suicide during.
A lot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible, you know.
A lot. It's horrible. It's
What
like
does a
absolutely
lot
terrible.
mean?
Like,
jebi ga, garbage, yes,
But at the same time, you're saying women are lying about violence, and I haven't seen you be able to prove that.
I'm saying that you can't prove it unless you go
Ali
criminal court because
jebo,
family court is
život, napucavam se
It's
dvojicu,
just about the welfare of the kids,
jebo.
you know, I mean, the people.
It's a crime if you're falsely accusing someone of abuse.
Pa ispred mene, brate, to je zvuk, jebote.
Jel si ti
Jebi ga, istrošao sam sve healove, diziti vas jebote. Sad ja nemam da se ishealam.
Jesi ti u istom meču sa njima, Boris?
Ma. Trošio sam,
Ne,
brate,
ozbiljno.
3 ove, 4 heala i 22 šprica, 5 healova jebote.
Jedino ovo si digu koliko 4 put.
Ako ne možete da se konsolidujete, najbolje da...
Kaj jebote. Ajde, samo da ne redem.
Gotovo ili pičem dalje?
Ovo još, koliko je sad, možemo još par partija odigrati. Jebno matru, ono nubine jebno.
Kako kažeš, botovi ne sudije. Ne budi tako strog prema sebi. Tako su ti karte podeljene, tako moraš da igraš s tim špilom.
Pičku materinu.
No. Yes.
Hello, Snake. Thank you for the
Ne
lure.
to čak. Izvinjavam se.
Microphone muted.
This demo is buggy. It's a very good game.
Ovaj moj brat treba se zaposliti, ali ko...
But
Ko njima poslao?
very buggy at the moment.
Oj, ti gdje ti to nema?
I'm sad.
Aki, gdje si ti nastala?
I don't can play with my team.
Was?
Čiri bi čiri.
Okay, danke. Gib uns aber auch nochmal ein Like. Auch ein Like. Von mir.
Ja.
Witzig.
Fertig, Blumer.
Ja.
Nenade, hoćemo.
Izvinjam se.
Dann lade mich ein.
Ali jesi, dajte sam. Evo kako to košao s tim.
Aliens Dark Sector ili kako se zove ono, jel to?
Skidaj mi.
Vidi 550, mnogo.
Šta?
No.
To je mnogo. No, jesi kupio ono smeće Diablo 4.
Jesmo.
I'm saying there's no, you can't, they only prove it unless the 10%.
Diablo 2. Čak i Diablo 1.
Šta je tu lepo?
Pa isto ko Han Shodan, isključiš mozak i točkaraš okolo i odbijaš monstera. Isto, kurac. Što ga pakovanje.
Nego, gdje nam je Rahtin ubica? Što činiš, ja da ne bio...
Možda je stream snapper.
Iskupovao sam neki dio sve za ovog goma, ko se zove za Hunt.
Aha.
300 dinara ova majica.
Ne bi je uzeo ni da je džabe.
To sad kažeš, ali...
Ne bi je uzeo...
Ali to ti ideja da nema veze s Rusima, to su plaćeni.
Ne bi je uzeo za catching.
To ti nema veze s Rusima, imaš ti tamo, brate, i Danaca, Finaca, Norvežana.
Pokazuješ vernost Krajteku.
Ruteku. Nenadu treba za rođendan kupimo majicu na kojoj piše a ja ljublju Mother Russia. A Nenade.
Ja ljublju ćebe ja.
Krećemo, evo, ne.
I love Mother Russia.
Ovaj Psycho Ghost kaže da će možda biti ovo aktivno vreme.
To si sad malo...
To bi bilo interesantno.
To si sad...
Da kreneš šuljiti, a da nešto šuljiti.
Ne, nego kreneš, na primjer, magla je, kreneš mapu s maglom, ali...
On je teoretisao o tome, ali to ne verujem, s ovim engineom nemoguće. Ali...
Sad ćemo da vidimo.
Čekaj, šta, kreneš mapu s maglom i?
I negdje posle 10 minuta nema više mape.
Kao u Tarkovu, imaš dinamičko vreme. Ne mora biti magla, može biti kreneš meč u podne, u 12. I ako sačekaš kraj meča, bude noć. Zadnjih 10 minuta je mrak, možeš recimo da izađeš po mraku.
To nije u redu.
Da, ima ona mapa sa sumrakom, taman tako.
To nije u redu.
Ili ako je sumrak, svane. Recimo bude noć negdje na pola meča, na kraju meča bude ujutro. To nije u redu. Dobro, ali ima dinamičko vreme, jel ima?
Pitanje je samo kad će ubacuje skinove, znaš. Da se kupuju za pravi cash, a ne za one dolare.
U Tarkovu?
Da.
Čekaj, kako sad stoji stanje? Kupuješ skinove za in-game novac, šta?
Da, za in-game valutu možda menjaš one pantalone i te gluposti i to.
Aha, pa dobro, ne brini, napravit će on još.
To je sjajno ako u igri možda menjaš pantalone, je empty, znači ja
za novac.
Ja tu igru moram da posjedujem.
Za novac, za svoj lepi novac.
Mada mislim da sam je već posjedovao.
Pa posjedovao je i Drakula, samo što je Drakula prodao.
2 puta.
Ozbiljno?
Da. Ja sam mu rekao da je trebao da ponudi tu ljudima s kanala, a on dao za džabe nekom punim predajem, mislim.
Ono je tako smeće da i za džabe preskupo je. Samo napakostiš nekome kome daš i...
Jeben.
Reći govno diga.
Simulator romske nacije.
Let's just say less than 10%. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt. Still seems like enough to give people the option to leave. And this idea that women just leave whenever they want seems a little bit infantile, since because people change, right? Especially when people get young.
It's not prepared enough on the legal arguments.
People go through shit. People grow up.
Ti si u suštini skupljaš smeće.
Were one way before they got married and one way after you get married. So I don't think it's
skupljaš akumulatora, osigurače, olovo,
or you should just have to stay in this area. Wouldn't you prefer people get married than never get married? Like, I feel like you would be disturbed if, like, only 5% of couples ever got married.
I'd rather people got married than stayed married.
Right, but that wasn't one of the options.
Ali čekaj, Boris hoće da ti kaže zašto bi ja morao to da skupim? Zašto ne bi mogu da otvorim novčanik i kupim to? Što moram kao slepac da vučem okolo akumulatore i eksere?
Ajmo na njih.
Kad imamo gdje je boss, brat.
Boss do bossa.
Evo ti ga kod nas, brat.
Kažem.
I actually don't see a point in getting married with the way that marriage is today, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just everywhere. Why would you get married? Men are exposed to way too much risk. Like, blah, 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 blah. I think that Pearl should be locked up and not allowed to give any opinions online until she is married with a kid. Because, like, what is she doing out here as a 26-year-old hardcore rad femme, pursuing her career, not having children, not being with a guy yet? This is like an internationally traveled woman. You should have settled down by now. There's absolutely no reason why she should be wasting her time speaking online, pursuing a career. That's a man's job. Why doesn't she just have a husband, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like the fact that these people even exist, like, is a contradiction to their entire stated belief system.
Yeah, because again, like, what is it? The average marriage is like 8 years. So the average marriage is 8 years and you're done. That's not marriage.
Leaving a marriage due to domestic violence and not pursuing criminal charges. So let's say that a woman's in a marriage and they have a no fault marriage divorce. So let's say she doesn't want to charge her husband. She just wants to leave amicably, okay? But in your situation, she's forced to charge him legally, to have a police investigation, charge him for domestic violence. Wouldn't that be more damaging to his reputation?
Yep.
Not if he beat the case, because again, it's based off of evidence, but...
Oh God, Ethan! So if you beat a case, it's not bad for your reputation? Oh, well in that case, false rape accusations must not matter at all then, Pearl. As long as you beat the case, who cares, right? Like, she doesn't even believe the shit she's saying.
I mean, I think that, why would you want an abusive guy walking free? If he's actually abusive, he should go to jail.
Right, but it's just not that simple again, because like this is...
I don't even know if Ethan understands. Actually, he should, because he's had a bit of the... because he did his whole DMCA court case or whatever on fair use. Like, oh, well, if somebody did something bad, shouldn't they obviously go to jail? Like, yes, if only every single court case, if only every single criminal conviction, where the standard is, beyond a shadow of a doubt, just needed one witness to put somebody behind... Okay, what do you think we're lynching black people in the 50s? Okay, listen, that's not how court systems work today.
It's just not that simple, abuse cases, because, you know, and it's not that simple to convict people.
I just don't think that men should be punished without evidence, and I think in family court it's not based off of evidence, it's based on a balance of probabilities.
I wish Ethan knew that phrase. All of Pearl's arguments rest on her not understanding what preponderance of evidence is. Like, every single argument Pearl is making is her misunderstanding the difference between a civil and a criminal matter, thinking that civil matters need no evidence to support them. Oh, it's a civil matter. Oh, it's just something that means no evidence.
And so you have a case where men only, like, they're stuck seeing the kid like 3 days a month, when again it's not based off of evidence. Like, guys where literally the wife, and I've seen the court documents. It's coming out in my documentary that's coming out in the fall. But the wife was plotting.
She's got to be trolling in bad faith on purpose? No, she's not trolling. And I don't even think she's bad faith. She's just surrounded herself with a ton of people that agree with her. She probably is legitimately hearing sad stories of men that are getting fucked over. Because guess what? Probably all men have gotten fucked over in civil court. They're probably in family court. I'm sure that has happened. Nobody's going to sit here and say it's perfect, right? There's also a lot of women that get fucked over too, especially not getting child support, especially getting abused or raped and not getting their even charges levied against the guy because they're the only witness, or because they didn't do a rape kit in time, or because they did do a rape kit and it was inconclusive, or blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, I mean, shit happens, but like to say that this is the norm or this is the rule is okay. What? Good, you don't deserve anything.
What?
What?
You really want your wife to not deserve anything?
You know that paper shit I had you sign when we were filling out your green card? There was a prenup and a postnup. You're not getting shit if I leave, okay? Your life is over.
So if I have your
you serve
no purpose.
Anything. You should kill yourself. Or in a video game. I'm on YouTube, sorry. Just kidding, I love you.
Steven, your abuse is sick.
I don't love you anymore. Okay. Be careful.
I'm obsessed with your abuse.
Good. I'm glad. Love you.
Get the guy to hit her.
Right, I'm sure that happened, but you know that.
And the wife still got custody.
Right, but that's not a representative case. Again, for example, you ask why a mom wouldn't want to try a parent. It's more nuanced, right? I mean, you need a more developed take on that, because it's very traumatic for the kids and the family to put their father through a violence case, and especially when the kids are probably going to have to ask to testify, to talk to the police.
True.
I mean, I totally
True. Oh my God, Ethan firing on all 4 cylinders today.
I mean, I can understand it. Yeah.
Sure. Sure. And I mean, according to national statistics on domestic violence, okay, there's 10 million men and women each year that are the victim of physical abuse. But in your world, I have a feeling that a lot of these people would be trapped in these marriages.
Evo municije ovdje koći.
I said in one-sided abuse, they could leave, yes.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Do you?
I do think he should push her on what one-sided abuse means, because because here, let's say for instance somebody's abusing a partner, and then the other person hits back. Is that now no longer one-sided abuse? Now is it two-sided? I
think in order to get custody of your kids, if you're going to accuse the other side of abuse, you should have to prove it.
Do you think what do you think is more harmful to kids? Divorce or physical abuse?
Ovdje bio iza levo, pazi.
Physical abuse.
Okay, you passed that one.
I didn't think about it. She must have gotten grilled on that question too many times. Good job.
For a second.
Or she watched the clips that went viral on all the MLD shit and realized I should probably answer this one like that.
But anyway, let's move on from this.
No, I just thought it was kind of a silly question. That was all. But.
Okay, that's refreshing. Tell me, what does red pill mean to you? I've heard you use that.
I don't think Ethan realizes, but the maneuvering there was really funny. So she sighs, and he's like, "Oh, well, you passed that," and she's like, "I just thought it was a silly question." And the bait there is like, "Well, why would you think?" But he's just like, "Oh, cool. I'm glad we agree that it was a silly question," and then moved on. I don't think he did that intentionally, but it was really smart. That was a QTE passed. Yeah.
Phrase a lot. You're part of the red pill community.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people. I will say a lot of people have their own definitions of it, so people use it for different things. But I would say it's viewing the world the way it's supposed to be, or the way it is, not the way you're told it is. So, for example, a lot of guys think if they treat a girl nice and give her flowers, that she'll essentially sleep with him. And then a lot of guys find out that's not true, and so then they came together and realized that. So it's just one thing.
Is that true? Do men really believe that?
That
if you buy flowers and be nice, she'll sleep with you?
Welcome to my channel.
I don't think so. I don't think that's real. I think that's like a really odd way to describe dating. It's just like men are nice guys and women are...
Wait, that's not even the red pill, no? Isn't the idea of the red pill the idea that people say that as long as you try nice, you get a ahead, like women will like you for who you are and blah, blah, blah. But the red pill is realizing that no, there is sexual market value, women value things like fame, physical attraction, resources, so the amount of money you have, this is the red pill, is realizing where people actually stand in the world, the value that men and women actually have in the world. That's the red pill. Not that guys getting friend zoned by women because they bought them flowers and didn't get their dick sucked.
It's very cartoonish. We're talking about real world stuff, and it's just you can't
I just think men don't really. Men don't expect women to reproduce more with felons than non-felons.
Oh, headshot me dao.
That's not a surprise. That's a surprise to you because you think that having more money means that you have the ability to have more kids. The reality is poor people have more children. So the felon stat, that's not even that surprising, right? Felons are probably some of the lowest class people in terms of socioeconomic status. So that wouldn't be surprising that felons have more children than non-felons. Women are probably felons because they're the bad boys, and that's what women want. They want to be left by some guy that's in fucking jail for selling crack and stabbing some dude and to be a single mom. No, they're just fucking more because they're low socioeconomic status, and those people tend to fuck more and have more children.
Women reproduce more with felons than non-felons.
Yeah. I mean, think about it.
Hold on. Why? What does that mean? So felons who are procreating have more kids in general than non-felons. What does that stat mean?
Yeah.
They have more children with felons than non. It's like
violent felons
versus non-violent felons. But I just remember violent felons have more children than non-violent felons.
But why? And so there's men who are looking at that.
100 ljudi sam pogodio, jebate niko da
I've never heard that stat in my life.
No, I think just surprise.
Right, I've never heard that stat.
Zbog onih 800
milisekundi.
It just seems kind of an odd
stat. Ne, pogodim ga jebote. Svakog sam pogodio po 2 puta.
What does that prove? That's such a good question. What are you trying to say with that stat? A lot of these people just hang these numbers out there and they don't actually go anywhere with them. She's obviously implying that women want to hook up with the Chad Alpha bad boy murderer and not the Beta Bucks guy, right?
800 milisekundi plus 2,9.
Gdje nađe 2,9?
Pa bi, koji bi?
Šta ti je 2,9?
2,9 plus 0,8. Toliko 3,7 sekundi imaš, znači, gratis. Kad pališ i gatiš na bacić.
Aha, da uradiš šta hoćeš praktično to.
Da.
Zovite me u party, vrte.
Što sebi ne skineš to? Po potrebi zlostavljaš ljudi. Što se smeješ? Sam mrtav ozbiljno.
Možete mene rećite, mislim.
Pa ja ne mogu nikog da viče, meni neko nije ušao.
Milan ko da ima lag sviču, vidio si kakav mu je gameplay. kad ono zabode u zid ili kad nastavi da trči u vodu, ono, random, ono. On kod da ima lag switch. Ako se ja dobro...
Što on uđe, on sigurno gubi pakete.
Pa vjerojatno gubi paket.
Ili ima PR signal i mora se stane više onih razdelnika.
Au, taj treći mi je jebo mater, što je ovdje živ. Bio sam dvojicu iz tog tima, treći je neko se pojavio.
Sranka bilo.
Sram ga bilo, a?
Sram vas bilo?
Jebote, 2 asistencije, 1 kill. Jebo, mat. Nevjerovatno.
Čekaj, reci ti meni ste vi iznali pare iz meča.
Ja smo i jednu partiju izašli.
Znači, taj meč prošli nije bilo para. Znači, izgubili ste.
Para nema. Ja sam za 2 dana 20.000. 3 dana 20.000 minus.
Misli,
Problem,
to je tvoja profesija,
no,
tako,
imam,
bori si novac i
da, ali imam para, mislim u igri.
Niste likvidni kao ekipa. Brzo biste bankrotirali.
Na kredit igram.
Pa dobro, Crytek ti daje opciju da igraš na kredit svaki meš, možda igraš sa prvi loss.
Možda. Lijepo od njih.
Rutec.
Kako kaže onaj Francuz što ga Boris ne voli. Onaj Francuz što Boris kaže, prljavi Francuz, kako ga ono zoveš? S masnom kosom.
Delaney.
Neoprani Francuz. On kaže, da, kaže ovako, kaže medkit i nož te koštaju $50. Ako ne možeš svaki meš da pokupiš jedan trag, ne treba ni da igraš hunt.
Dobro je rekao je.
Znači, nož ili bokser ti treba da bi mogao nekako da se izboriš sa AI-em. Možeš i bez toga, ali malo teže. Može, teže. A medkit ti treba da bi bio uopšte ono, bilo gde, razumeš, da ne trčiš stalno po medkit po mapi. To ti je $50, jedan trag. A oružje možda nađeš na svakom ćošku mapu, to znate sami.
Noćna mapa je vatrna.
Možda možeš da nađeš... Da, malo ćeš da štrčiš sa vatrenici.
She's doing the alpha fucks beta bucks argument, essentially the dual mating strategy from Rolo without saying it in as many words.
Kids and non-felons.
Well, I think the reasoning is because women want a guy that can, like, protect her, basically.
There it is.
A felon?
Yeah. Why do you think Ted Bundy had, like, love letters?
Oh, well, that...
Wait, hold on. Was Ted Bundy, like, an alpha Wait, why would she compare... They always go to the celebrities, too. You ever notice that they always go to the celebrities, even though they'll always say, like, oh, don't use exceptions, blah, blah, blah. Also, wait, what am I supposed to... Oh, it was this one.
It's a whole different weird phenomenon about women being interested.
Also, remember what I said too. For all of these dating shows, all of these podcasts, all this red-pilled garbage, okay? They don't ever talk about real relationships. They don't ever talk about real dating advice. Everything is framed through this fantasy world of, like, people are trying to kill us constantly, and I need to defend you from all the bad guys. Like...
Weird. Niche
no, but
women
that's the point.
all serial killers.
That's surprising.
Right, it is surprising, but I don't think it's any interesting commentary on the dating scene that serial killers get love letters from freaks, you know what I mean? Richard
Yeah, but the point is it's one, like, it's not the same for women. It's just men.
So what is your point exactly?
Wait, how many female serial killers are there?
The
funny thing is, there's a whole there's a whole Twitter account called, like, isn't it called, like, Shorty Mugshots? Where, like, guys are, like, simping for women that have, like, nice mugshots that are being But I mean, how many? There's probably like 2 serial killer women, like at all.
What does that prove? That felons have more kids than non-felons?
Yes.
You know, a lot of times women pick the bad boys. You know, I mean.
There it is. Thank you, Ethan, for making her say that. God, she's so fucking retarded. Thank you.
That's pretty much it.
Of having more kids.
With, I mean, a guy that's a violent felon. You don't think? Okay.
I like how she also has no defense. She's like, okay. Like, she doesn't have any way to defend any of the points, too. Like, for as much as I make fun of lefties, a lot of these red pillars sit in their echo chambers as well. You can tell she's never had her opinion critically challenged ever. Because, like, she can't even name a source for her shit, which on one end, I normally say that, like, going source, that's kind of cringe. But if you're working in a documentary, you should probably be ready to at least say, like, oh, well, like, this group of people studies this thing, or these groups of people study this thing. Or you should be willing to explain, like, anytime somebody's relying on a single stat or number and they can't give any context or an explanation behind it, it's because they probably don't know much about it. They've just memorized a couple of talking points and they don't know what they're actually talking about. Which for like a civilian or like you guys, like a normal person, I guess is fine. But if you're actually like out here, like as a content creator or as whatever the call it, documentarian, is that a word? Documentarian. People that are making films and shit. Like you should know, you should be able to contextualize things and argue about them a lot more.
Is there a source for that? It's a really weird stat. I'm just trying to grapple with it.
I can get it in a second.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, we can try to look for it too. I just want to hear it.
I can show you.
Oh yeah, but
fantastic. Yeah, Casey Anthony got love letters apparently. So she was a serial killer, right?
Oh, babe.
Oh, she killed her daughter.
Just a while.
So Casey Anthony murdered her daughter, and she was getting love letters too. She got letters proposing marriage. Don't you find that surprising?
Yeah, that is surprising.
So in a sense, it's not. It goes both ways, kind of when you look at it holistically.
Yeah, no, I think it's more so for women pick violent men more than men pick violent women.
Based on what?
How can your whole worldview be built off of feelings, right? Like, yeah, what are you basing that off of? Where does that come from? Let's see what she'll say.
I think you can just. I would just say.
Remember, documentary. Hold on. Remember, not only is she making a documentary about this, she's been having conversations about this on her stream exclusively for weeks. No, I'm sorry. What am I saying? For years. No, years? At least like over a year. She's been talking about these same issues nonstop. How do they not have a collection of stats that they can't just fucking rattle off? How do they not have a collection of studies? We've done this with trans stuff. We've done this with COVID. We've done this with vaccines. We've done this with education. We've done this with economic. There are so many things. And we'll only have like a week on these topics. And we'll like know like, oh yeah, like, you know, NBR did a study on this, or Nature published a thing about the Wuhan virus, or not the Wuhan virus, the COVID virus, where it came from Wuhan, blah, 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 blah. How does she not have anything? Like, I feel like they should be like masters of debate in these particular topics. Like, oh, you don't know about the divorce stat? Well, in the United Kingdom, they did a study on this. The NHS collected this data, and the CDC has this data, blah, blah. How do you not know anything? How is it that you're just like, well, isn't it obvious? Because, like, everybody that I bring on my show agrees with me. Like, how do you not do any research? And I'm not even saying, like, do intentional research, but how doesn't this just come up, like, accidentally? Through, like, the months and months and months you spent on these topics.
Zato što si desinkovan.
I would guess that it's more common.
Jesi me čuo? Desinkovan si. Ako pucaš u nekoga I nemeci ga ne pogađaju, znači da si desinkovan.
Stoji, znači ne pomera, skriva se iza ograde, ja ga vidim. Puta 4 puta.
Znači da... Da me čuješ? Znači da server nema tvoju pravu lokaciju, znači da tvoj metak pogađa levo ili desno od toga što gađaš. I jedino što možda uradiš je, osim da izađeš iz meča, je da probaš da nađeš neke lestve I da se popneš na njih da bi server resetao tvoju poziciju.
Prošli su ovo.
To ti je tehničko objašnjenje s moje strane. Ne moraš da me slušaš, rekao sam svoj.
Ima ovdje neki trait.
Ja idem da sam pa ti idem na sve prelazno.
Možda prije.
Aj, čao.
Ništa su radio. Terasi čovjek.
Znači skrabik da pukne.
Ne mogu, gorim!
Ja ne mogu. Ne mogu. Ne mogu.
Zapalio me.
Okreni mi glavicu. Okreni glavicu.
Beo je. Kako je moguće da je beo?
No, tiše to vidim gdje ome.
Vidi, vrlo je logično ako nije crven da je beo.
Bacam ovo na njega.
Bijel.
Bijel.
Silenzio killer.
O, nakršen.
Silenzio assassina.
Jebo vas, otrovi, jebote, sad opet moram heal potrošiti.
Dođi. Ne mogu da ti iskijem.
A komu je bacio otrov?
Ja sam.
Pa imali smo, brate, ovaj stick i on nije mu ostalo ništa.
Čika nešto bacio otrovče.
To nije lepo.
Erotika.
Ni drugarski.
And with women because of that study versus like a fringe case. I would be surprised if women got the same amount of letters, but you know, I could be
You
wrong.
might be surprised, but do you feel that sometimes you argue from emotion rather than like concrete facts? I find that when you talk about, and I've watched a lot of your videos, you say stuff that I don't think has much of a backing in reality. It's based on feelings, maybe instead of not emotions, but feelings. You say, I feel this to be true. Do you think you do that a lot or no?
I try. I would say I'm a woman. So
I'm a woman. Oh, I was just gonna say
Okay.
that. She was gonna use that cop out. She was gonna, yeah, as a woman, I am emotional. Oh, it's such a cop out. Fuck. I was gonna pre-watch that one and I didn't say it because I didn't think she'd actually be dumb enough to fucking say it, but she did say it.
But, you know, hold on. Do you want me to find it or no?
Sure, yeah, I'll give you a minute. That's totally fine. Okay. So why should I engage with in a conversation with you at all if women are just emotional? Shouldn't I be talking to a man about this?
Probably.
Why do you bother to even have a platform? Shouldn't you just concede to a man?
Yeah, probably. You know.
God, she's
we
so
gotta look for a man to
weak.
replace you. Okay.
No, not really.
You don't think? Okay. But you do think women are more emotional.
I gotta find. Hold
Okay, go
on.
ahead. I'll give you a minute. Sorry, I won't.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to like
That's all
talk to
good.
you and find it at the same time.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute there. But it's fine too. We can move on. I'll give you a minute, but we don't have to get stuck on it.
Kažem, dole samo jedna bounty uzim.
It's fine. I mean, we can. It's fine. We can move on.
Is this even a hard number to find?
I found it.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, perfect.
Oh, there we go.
Felons, more children than non-felons.
Here. The link, he pulls up a study in this stream, so the link is on here.
Whose stream is it?
It's Rolo's stream.
Rollo Tony Brown.
Yeah, he's great actually.
Wait, she's not even pulling up an actual number. She's just going by a Rolo stream? You remember what I said yesterday when I was talking to Amy? That the problem that I have with a lot of people that say they do their own research is their research is watching somebody else cite something they don't even know about.
Like his head where?
I like when he rocks out.
Where do I send it to?
Send it in the Zoom chat.
The Zoom chat, yeah.
Or you can just tell me the name of it and I can pull it up.
Okay.
Either
It's
way.
in Rolo Tomasi is offensive and vile. It's like 7 months ago. But yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll look into it. So if women are so emotional, do you think it's bad faith in terms of an argument to argue from feelings and to present feelings as facts? Do you think that's a bad faith way to argue or no?
No, I was kind of kidding. I was like
What were you
joking.
thinking?
When I don't know, whatever you were asking me earlier, you're like,
Nemaš od otrova.
I don't even remember. You said something like, do you think you should have a platform or like...
Well, right. Well, I asked and you said, well, I'm a woman. Of course I'm going to... I asked you, do you feel that you make arguments based on feeling? And you said, yes, I do because I'm a woman.
Oh yeah, I was kidding. No, I use facts to back up my arguments. Sometimes I'd say I'm wrong. Sometimes I think something and it's not correct. But I would say most of my opinions, I try to at least have a basis of fact. Yes.
Okay.
Some things you just see in reality, right? I mean, like sometimes you're gonna. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can. Like some things you just learn from interviewing hundreds of people. You see patterns.
Right, but sometimes when you interview people, you interviewing specific people with specific experiences, you're obviously going to run into a
selection bias. Yes, good job, Ethan.
Yes. No, I don't think so, because we do street interviews all the time too. So that's like random people on the street.
Okay, fair enough. So so there's the red pilled, which are people who see the world for what it is, and then you have blue pilled people, which I'm assuming is someone like me. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what does blue pilled mean?
People that see the world for how they like it to be.
Please say gynocentric. I hope that word comes up at least one time in this conversation. Gynocentric.
I guess.
Okay.
But I don't talk much about, I guess, like blue pill, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We don't have to focus on that. So I've noticed that one of the primary focuses of your content is kind of the problems facing men and how there's so much unfair societal pressures or norms or expectations on men. Why is it that you're so singularly focused on the troubles of men?
Amelia, be careful.
Why am I focused on the troubles of men? That's an interesting way to, I guess, phrase my content. I would say I think it's unfortunate what happens to men in divorce court. So that's probably why I talk about the most. Is I think that men should have access to their children.
That's not what you talk about the most. You definitely talk about stuff like pay gap myth. You talk about men want younger girls. You talk about men are just doing what's in their nature. You talk about women who have higher body count are less desirable. I'll be honest, I watched a lot of your stuff, and the vast majority is not about divorce court. It's about this kind of like dating coach stuff.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a dating coach, but okay.
No, but that realm, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mean you're a dating coach, but like that kind of realm, it seems like you're super focused on. So what is your interest in that?
Well, bro,
manosphere, that's a better term, manosphere stuff.
What is my interest? I don't know, I just thought it was interesting, so that's what we talk about.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh my god.
So what is, you say your anti-feminism, feminism was basically a mistake. So what is your problem with feminism? Let's start there, that's a good point, right?
I think that feminism wants equality when it benefits us and not actual equality.
Like the draft.
And are you going back to the beginning of feminism? Like the whole history of feminism, like women's suffrage and everything?
Yeah, no, I don't.
You don't vote for women's suffrage?
No.
You don't think women should get the right to vote?
No, I don't.
Okay, so are you serious or are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, so women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Because they don't serve in the military.
Yeah.
Why?
No.
They don't have to be drafted.
Because men are signed up for selective service, so they're fined $300,000 if they don't sign up for selective service when they're 18.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
I think if we want the same rights, it comes with the same responsibilities.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
No.
Okay, so
no,
then there's a paradox.
No, but that's my point. I'm saying, like, let's make it fair.
You don't believe? Well, listen, this is your perfect life.
I'm saying that if we are going to vote, have the same cost, which is that men are put into selective service and women are not. And if I had to pick between the two, then I would give up the right to vote instead of sign up for selective service.
Okay, so you're saying women should only get the right to vote if they sign up for selective service, but at the same time you're saying women should not serve in the military. So in your world, women are just going to be disenfranchised.
True.
They shouldn't serve in the military because they're not as good fighters.
No, I'm saying for me personally, I would not want to sign up for selective service if I had to pick.
So
I would give that up.
You think women should be given the choice if they want to do selective service or not?
I think if we're going to vote, we should have no choice like the men do.
So women should be drafted mandatory into selective service, you believe?
No, that's
okay. But don't you see the there's an issue? There's a problem here.
I said if feminists want the right to vote, right, then it should come with the draft. It should come. I mean, it's not called the draft anymore. It's called selective service. Personally, in Pearl's world.
No, that's not true. You stupid fuck. She doesn't know anything about what she talks about. She used to talk about so much. It's not that it's not called the draft or selective service. Selective service is what you enroll in when you turn, I believe it's 18 years old as a man. The draft is when we have a military conflict that requires us to start drafting our young men into the military. There hasn't been a draft for, what, since Vietnam? There hasn't been a draft in a long fucking time. Selective service is not the draft. We don't just call it something different. She actually is so stupid. She doesn't know anything about any of the shit she's talking about at all. Like, she doesn't even know a little bit about anything she's talking about. She's like memorized talking points. Oh my God.
I do not want to be drafted. I do not want to be in selective service.
I'm asking you, like, in general, in terms of policy, because obviously I think it's safe to say women in general want the right to vote, right? And so then, by your logic, women need to be entered into selective service, right? But you don't think that should happen, or you think that's okay?
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Not you. I mean, in general, the women, because women want to vote. So how do we resolve this issue? Do they get drafted like men?
I think it's unlikely that women will ever have the right to vote taken away. So I guess moving forward, maybe net taxpayers potentially you could do, but that's that's a whole nother conversation. But
wait,
no, I think if we're gonna vote, I think that we should have the same responsibility as the men and be enlisted in selective service.
Okay. So you're saying women should also have to sign up for selective service when they turn 18, like men.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're gonna be equal, make it equal.
Okay.
And for me, I don't want to do that. No, thank you. Keep me out of that.
Okay, so I understand that's your preference, but I'm just trying to understand like the policy that in your red pill. We're doing the red pill. We're seeing the world as it is.
No, I wouldn't assign that belief to like red pill. That's not really like a red pill belief. That's
Okay,
just
cool. I'm just trying to make a point about it. So do you think having women in the army would weaken our military?
Yes.
So then, probably don't draft women into the army.
Yeah, but then take away the vote with it.
But you're not giving that. That doesn't.
So
seem
you're
very
saying
fair.
woing should never be able to vote. That's essentially what
well, you guys are weaker.
saying.
You guys are going to.
Ethan's doing a really good job at pointing out the logical.
We don't want you in the military.
Track there,
but because you're not in the military, you don't get the right to vote. It's a catch-22. You know what I mean? So what do we do about that?
Well, I'll tell you what I think we should do.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it goes back to, I just think that you have to have some skin in the game. And so it's like, if we're voting for a commander-in-chief, right, that's the person that decides if we go to war or we don't go to war. And so it's easy to, again, I think that if you're going to vote, you should have the same responsibility as the men, and women don't want to do that. It's either we're equal or we're not equal.
Okay, well, just to be
equal,
fair,
if we're really equal, have the same responsibility. But again, it's equality when it benefits us.
Well, but your logic doesn't even make sense. I mean, you're talking about, first of all, there hasn't been a draft in the United States in 50 years, right? So if there was a draft, maybe we could have this conversation, but it just seems kind of silly. In 50 years, there hasn't been a mandatory draft. It just hasn't happened. So, so why is it a big deal, I guess, about the selective service? But it's there's not going to be another draft. You know what I mean? There's enough people in the army. I don't think that there's going to be a draft. It's just not going to happen. And with the way technology is going, we're going to have autonomous robot fighters before there's a draft. You know what I mean? So why does it matter? I just don't see the point with the selective service thing.
I just think it's, again, like, women want all the rights without the responsibility.
What other ones?
If you don't think that there's going to be a draft, then equally do what the men do. Men are like $3,000.
They don't have the option. They don't even have the option right now.
Right, so give them the option.
Okay, let's give them the option.
Make it equal.
Not
the option, it has to be mandatory.
I know, but you say like women want the right to vote, but they don't want to enter into.
Reci mi gde, pa ću reći da imaš spawn. Salted porku imaš 3 spona. 3 spona imaš, možda i 4, što je Nenad rekao. 3 spona minimum.
Prednja leva ili prednja desna?
3 spona imaš, mogu da se sponuju 2 trios i 1 solo ili duos i trios. 3 ekipe mogu se sponu lagano.
Ja sam mislio spone na kolima, prednja leva ili prednja desna.
Da. Exactly.
Heroes, yeah. Ovdje je boss, beo je.
Jel?
Koji boss?
Asas.
Imate antidot?
Ja imam.
Nemam antidot.
Ništa.
Ali ga ubiji s ove, da ja ugasim ovo sranje.
Bitno je da ne goriš.
Ne.
Da imate upgrade poene ovdje. 6 komada sam dobio.
Ej, Nenade, ode mi čank, jebote.
Čanak. Ode čanak.
Ja ne mogu da stanem u otrov jer si ti zapalio to sranje.
Kako se pogodio meni tempo?
Tako.
Je boss bio?
Jel to Assassin?
Mhm.
Pa Assassin baca više noževa, to znaš? Ne baca jedan nož, nego baci kao shotgun, ispali 3-4 noža u onu liniji. Misliš sam da znaš.
Hentai-chan. Welcome to my channel.
Mame je ovo. Ne mogu biti zolje udaljeni.
A ne mogu bre, nerviraju me.
Zolje.
Zuzare.
Imate napolju upgrade ako neko hoće da uzme. On je upgrade po eni.
Sam ja bio u prugu. Wow.
Yes. Take care.
Selective service, but it's not an option. So how do you know what all women want?
I don't know what all women want.
So then why are you saying things that are generalized all women?
I'm saying, no, okay. Because I'm looking at the policies that have been pushed. I'm saying the
She's gonna complain afterwards that she got ambushed in this interview 1,000,000%, by the way.
These are not, like, where are the feminists fighting for equality in this situation? Like, when they...
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not that relevant, but also no women in the army is kind of a byproduct of patriarchy, because women are looked at as that they weaken the military, as you pointed out. Is that possible that it's men driving that policy and not so much women?
I didn't say women drove that policy. I said they don't try to make it equal. It's only equal when it benefits us.
Even if nobody's being actually drafted?
I mean, 50 years isn't, that long of... I mean, who's to say? You don't know, but okay.
50 years? I mean, the last man was drafted like they're in Vietnam, wasn't it?
Do you not think it should be equal? Do you think that it shouldn't be?
No, I think it's...
Were we drafting all the way up through the 70s? I don't know how long we were drafting for, but it was the entire Vietnam conflict.
Selective service. Fine. I'm fine with that. I think it's fine. I think everyone should sign up for it. And there's other ways that people can support the military other than being on the front line, right? Right. So, what other rights do women want? You know what I mean? That are contradictory.
Okay, women want the right to not be a mother, but men don't have the right to not be a father. So women can have a, which I know it varies state. I'm in the UK, so I forget sometimes the US.
She's going to talk about, well, let's see if she uses the phrase financial abortion. Let's see if she uses that phrase.
Different by state, but like in the UK, abortion's free up to 6 months, but a man can't opt out of child support. So it's like, why does he have the right to not be a father, but women don't? Or why do women have the right to not be mothers, but men don't have the right to not be fathers? I don't think that's fair or equal.
Sorry, just to go back. She's describing a financial abortion. I don't know if these guys have picked up on that term yet. That's what they used to call it a long time ago.
So feminists actually do, they want the draft abolished. So their point is, let's not sign up for the service. Let's abolish the draft altogether. So they are fighting for equality. They are against the draft. There should be no draft. So men and women shouldn't be drafted. That is also equality, isn't it?
Oh yeah, okay.
So you accept the premise is wrong on that?
I don't. I mean, it's still not equal the way it is. But yeah, what they're saying.
No, it's not equal the way it is, sure. And I disagree. Feminists agree with you.
Oh, okay. I've never heard him talk about that, but...
Do you listen to a lot of feminists,
Well, does she think the average feminist is like a fucking war hawk? Does she think the average feminist is like, we need to go to war with everybody and send all of them into war? Like, have you heard a feminist talk ever about anything ever? That's like if somebody come to me, did you know that feminists are generally anti-war? That would be the least surprising thing I've ever heard in my entire life. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't necessarily know that, but that's not surprising at all. Like,
ideology? Do you read books? Do you listen to lectures? How do you listen to a lot of that stuff?
So I talk to feminists all the time.
Right. I haven't seen you talk.
And by talk to feminists, she means talk to the 19 to 20-year-old uni girls that she pulls onto her stream that they recruit through Instagram.
To an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women.
Yes. Good,
right?
yes.
That's fair to say. Right.
This feels like some fucking Tim and Eric shit.
Ideology? Do you read books? Do you listen to lectures? How do you listen to a lot of that stuff?
So I talk to feminists all the time.
Right. I haven't seen you talk to an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women. Right. I mean, that's fair to say. Right. So when you say you talk to feminists, you just mean like random women off the street. Not like a scholar.
That's say they're feminists.
Yeah, but the feminism
doesn't count.
It's like a.
It doesn't count.
Well, you said you know what feminists believe because you talk to a lot of feminists, but I'm talking about like.
No, I said I've never heard them bring it up. So.
Oh my God. Do you have any interest in talking to feminist scholars who are more aware with like kind of what feminism?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I think that would be good.
Send them to the UK.
But they're in the UK.
No, I actually tried for some, but then they'll be like, "You're a hateful woman." Da 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 da. There's one that's I can't remember, some blonde chick out here. Can't remember her name, but yeah, she didn't want to come on.
Blondes.
No, I'm just saying that was her. That's what she looked like. I don't know her name. I forget.
But like, I mean, my point is like when you just bring a random girl and they say, "Yeah, I'm a feminist," it's kind of like the Steven Crowder "Change My Mind" versus like actually talking to someone who's involved in like the scholastics, the academia of what feminism means historically in modern day and previously. So the level of discourse you would have is obviously different. So, so feminists are in favor of equality though. So I don't know if that's interested you or not. You don't believe me?
I'll take your word.
You can trust me. I'm a man.
Okay.
Okay. So moving on. Oh yeah, we're talking about feminism. So what other? So you're talking.
U Njemačkoj raste podrška nacističkoj partiji koja podržava sebe.
Ne bi se ja uzdao druge ljude da drže interese Srbije. Hvala. Ne, niko van Srbije, hvala.
Ne, svi su prijatelji, svi su savezni.
A ne. Ja sam nisam ja za takvu vrstu diplomatije, volim da se odmah zna. Ja nisam političar, to se zna.
Ne.
Kod mene se diplomatija vodi preko puščane cevi. Kako imaju naziv za to Amerikanci? Ne znam da li imaš na srpskom dobar prevod. Gunboat diplomacy. Čuo za to? Da mi fino poređamo tenkove na granicu i spremimo toljage, a vi razmišljate šta ćete.
Talking about divorce court. Sorry, I know you were making a point, so let's go back to that. You were saying that women can decide to terminate a pregnancy, therefore they can choose to be a mom, but men cannot decide that, and they don't get the choice to be the dad.
To not be a dad.
Right. So do you think that, like, do you not think that the idea that the baby, obviously the reason for that, right, which we both know, is that because the baby's inside the woman's body.
I don't think that matters. Yeah.
So
I mean, personally, I'm pro-life, so I don't believe in abortion at all. But again, it's the double standard. It's like the women have a choice, but men do not have a choice.
Sure. No, I see that there is a sense to that, which is unfair. Although there are a lot of single moms, as you pointed out.
Yeah, that are on child support. Not all.
Please bring up that 50% of women do not receive their full allocated child support. Please bring that up. 50% of women. Come on,
Mr. Fez, what's up? Kako ste?
Pitaj ljude, ja kažem neće čim kuri da dođe.
Kako neće moći ovdje?
Čekao sam pravi trenutak da upadnem.
Pravi igrač.
Da spavam još.
Počeo da se javi da ide da spava, evo pa da se kaže.
Ne, što?
Ništa, odo ja spavat. Laka vam noć, samo sam došao da vam laku noć kaže.
Ne.
puši kurac Borise, samo to da ti kažem, nisam odavno to rekao. To je isto koji ti ono, kad si morao opucat, bre. Taka je osjećaj. Je tako?
Tako, a?
Je tako.
Laku noć.
Gdje ćeš ti, Nenade?
Gdje ideš ti?
Ti ideš, ja ti
A ko ide?
laku noć.
Ne umeš ti da čitaš između redova.
Pa ne ide on
Znaš šta je ironija?
On multitaskuje, pa...
Neće ona
Znaš šta je ironija?
Neće ona neđe.
Ne mislim na ona glumca, ona kao zove Jeremy Irons, nisam na njega mislio. Ni na Ironmana. Ironija.
Ko to pucam?
Jeremy Irons. To je dobro ime za...
Dolja pukla je.
Za ovaj Hans, ne? Mislim tu puca neko za Jeremy Irons.
Pukla Zolja da ti kažem.
Ili Lambert, gdje ćete?
Šta, igrate nešto, jel?
A neko
igraju. Neki
shit. Da nije možda Hunt Showdown.
Pa nije.
Znaš.
Dobro je tamo Nenad napisao recenziju za ovu igru, evo. Ne
Stvarno?
kupuj ovo, upropastite ti život.
A koja je igrica?
Kad si to napisao, majke ti? Skoro?
Ima recenzija, Nenad napisao. Napisao, don't buy this game, it's gonna ruin your life, evo.
Čekaj, ja sam napisao nešto
Kupuj ovo,
interesantno.
postaćeš Milan.
Ja sam imao recenziju pa sam je promenio. Bila je pozitivna, otišla je negativ.
Ne kupuj ovo, postaćeš Milan. Ha 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 ha.
A koja je igrica, nisam uspio da ukačim.
Hunt Showdown.
A Hunt Showdown?
Aha.
Zamisli za promjenu.
Za promjenu, da, to je dobro.
Nemoj to da ja, kogod to radi, nemoj.
A Milan?
Tvoj drug, Boris. Stavljaš nam metu na čelo.
Ako imamo ljude koji znaju da igraju u igri, oni se znaju gdje smo.
Sad smo najbolji.
Ima da se nabiju negdje nas čekaju.
Sad smo najbolji.
Au.
Šta je, opet ste pucali u pčela, a?
Ne, ja malo izigravao ovoga.
Robina Hooda.
Kvazimoda
sam izigravao malo.
Vidbelt, Prison, gdje ćemo?
Imaš jednu.
Čudi me da ti case nije palo na pamet, da uzmeš onaj Winchesterku sa silencerom i da iz daljine pucaš po onim crkvenim zvonima da agroš.
Joj, dobro si mi ideju.
Pa znaš da se ljudi obično skupio, recimo u onoj, beše li Healing Water Church.
Healing Water, ja.
Tu se skupio ljudi. Zamisli da opališ metak u startu tamo. Pa 2-3 ekipe bi se pobijela odmah. A nije boss uopšte tamo, što znači?
Ja bi sačekao izluto bi.
Pa to je to.
Ovo jebote, nijedno nismo ove vrane zlobište, pogledaj ovo.
A pre više kad i noć ti ide.
Ako vam se ne igra, nećemo igrati.
Pa nije, nego sad kad si kroz prve prošlo stavio reći.
Moći ide na kraju pogled.
Sad i ti troluješ, tranje ove zaradne. Boris počeo trola.
Da počeo si on trolovati, jel?
Aaaa, otišao liglu u kurac.
Neka. Hvala Bogu.
I treba.
Tako se treba igrat, Hunt. A ne se nervirat.
Ma da.
Ja ne nadiš uvijek tryharda.
Vlade mil.
Šta će biti s kućom?
Teško ćemo tamo biti prvi.
Možete jedino dobiti odbor za doček.
Welcome committee.
Welcome committee.
Nije li igrao Milan Hunt?
Ne znam, možda.
Tu igro, pobedio Hunt.
Evo u Boliviji...
Pobedio čovjek.
Pazi, u Boliviji kada je cijel ubio jedno policajce. I oni su skupili 5000 policajaca i okružili cijelo to mjesto dakle taj. I povatali su sve ove... cijelu tu bandu su povatali.
A sve se može kad se hoće, mi to znamo.
5000 policajaca su digli zbog...
Ne pričamo sad o policiji, pričamo o Milanu, pusti policiju.
Pusti ti Boliviju. Kakve to veze ima s Milanom?
Kako oni cene...
Šta, ljudski život?
Ne, država ceni svoje upošljenike i to. U Brazilu, ako ubiješ one bope...
Je bolje da si ubio predsjednika nego njih. Bolje si.
Oni... Pokasape celo ono makalo.
Moramo se skanjati odavdje.
A to si gledao onaj film o njima, a?
Mahadžala.
Mahadžala čekirava, amangava.
Kekelava magava.
Ljudi ovdje.
That's absolutely mouse.
I ovdje su gore.
Eno ga.
Pori se vidi da ti ovdje jedini igraš ozbiljno.
Ako mi gađu strelom.
Evo ga ovdje iza jedan.
Kucaj tamo čovječe, gađa me jebote, vidi.
Pogođen. Kuca mi neko se od nekud drugde, ali ne znam odakle s nekim silencerom. S leđa, pa da li je moguće?
Da.
Evo ih, leđa su nam došli. A jebem ti igru.
A ja uporno govorim s leđom.
Pazi se radi, ubići ti iza gadi.
Budala stojim uopšte tu jebem.
Nisam mi ti rekao da će da te ubije iza.
Tu ti!
S leđa dolazi.
To je čekane šerek u startu.
Dižem me odmah.
Beži gardi odatle.
Možda nisi trebao da zvoniš u početku.
Mene njega! Mene njega, gradinovački diži nas!
Dobro.
Ovdje imam trojicu, kako da vam dižem, brate mili?
Ja sam u jebenu dati ovdje.
Lepića te čoveče, ali ne vidiš.
To je treća ekipa.
Bum.
Jebote, trojica s leđa, dvojica napred, treći napred, gdje da idem u kurac?
Tamo gdje sam ja bio, evo sad će da pogledamo. Nema tu, niko ne gleda. Niko!
Jedan viče diži, jedan viče beži.
To sam ja rekao diži.
Ja ništa rekao, bro.
Ja sam rekao.
I 3 sati u Ligi Gradinovački, znam šta može, šta ne može.
Dobro, 2 metka sam primio s leđa i tebe su ubili odande.
Ne, mene ubio ovo što si ga ti ubio.
Nenade, možda nije trebao da zvoni.
Ja ne znam, Nenade, što si ti nerviraš, znači.
Ja ne znam, pada mu KD.
Ja, padaju mu zvijezdice. Koliko zvijezdica imaš sad? 5, jel?
Padaju s neba bela zvijezda.
4, jevem ti. Znači, Borise,
Odmah
ako
resi.
Nenad umre, nemoj ga dizat.
Da, zapali ga.
Zapali ga da ga ne može nikad. Tek kad je čitav server čist onda.
Onda ga digni s 50 HP. Zamisli to da uradiš stvarno, Haze. Da ti ubiju sa igrača i ti priđeš i zapališ ga. Šahmat, šta sad?
Čovjek spasio je KD iz zvijezdice.
Zamisli to je. Kao nećete ga vi zapaliti, ja ću. A to sam ti pričao kad sam ja zapalio Milana. Kad sam ga otresao sa sekirom, dvoručnom onom, iz boss arene. Otresao sam ga i zapalio i on kao haha momci ne zjebavajte se. I mi ga zapalimo i sad čekamo da izgori i izađemo. Bez njega. Dos i
Gdje je ovaj
terminus.
terminus?
Maximus terminus formula. Ja se bojim da tu shotguni ne pomažu.
Ja sam imao shotgun sad je bio.
Bolje da si nabavio, šta ti vredi shotgun ako to kruži? Ha?
Aj, kako je.
Gle, utorak veče i Steam se diskonektirao.
Evo i mene je sign out, ovo, brate.
Meni se u subotu, kada je ono bilo? Subotu ili nedelje ujutro. Kada je ono bilo? Kikovo mi je bio Steam. I to su ulogili uopšte.
To je smeće.
Konačno magla. Ja najviše volim magla.
Šta si uzeo od oružja?
Aranđela, jeli?
Nisam
A znaš ko je Aranđel?
Zna. Springfield, onaj
Marksman, da.
Nešto je po meni magla.
Ne, ako koristiš više.
Koristi Boris sve, samo da ima neku prednost u igrici Hand Showdown. Mu je dosadilo više, pa vidiš da je se podigao na 4 zvijezdice čovjek.
Da.
Znači bio uporno 3 i to je živi dokaz da taj reshade što on koristi
radi.
I one skripte da to radi.
Radi.
Da će on IT podrška biti da ne koristi skripte i te zajebance.
Trebaš samo da znaš da koristiš Google malo i to je to. Sve ima dostatno.
A što je najjače, toliko je to lagano.
Ako hoćeš da se time bakiš, jeste. Reshade skripte za automat, na primjer. Ima ono za recoil. Bila je stara... Pa nije no recoil, nego prvi metak opali u tu tačku i onda on ti sam spušta ti miša kako ti pucaš u centar. Samo ti skripta kontroliš recoil.
Oni to mogu da banuju.
Mogu, ali neće. Zašto? Jel ti kupuješ skinove za automat? Kupuješ?
Ne.
Ne ti, nego taj koji to koristi. Kapiraš?
Ja sam kupio oba skina za automat, ali ne zato što imam skripte, već što znam kontrolirati. Mislim, donekle.
A to je...
To je RNG doslovno.
Ubiste li to?
Ima svoj domen.
Prveno!
Ti laju, bre, ljudi.
Jesi gledao video, Boris?
Čekaj.
Psi, kaže.
Ani, ispred nas su
To nešto novo.
Pa zar nije nešto novo, već je...
Sam ja gledao to.
Šta ću ti reći? Ovo avanture u Hand Showdownu.
Čekaj, molim te.
No, kad si se proširio.
Je, to je prvi... onaj...
Dio.
Maš.
Prvi dio, a kasnije vidjet ćeš da išli smo bounty, smo u biti drugi gonili i odjednom, znači, kerova je bilo 17. Imolator. A vidio si vjerovatno.
To je bilo pored Desale, ili? Lower Desale.
Da, upper.
Jeste.
Kad Boris ni pedniše. Vidi pasak!
Jeste vi to igrali Diablo slučajno umjesto?
Pa ne znam. Na jednu ruku je ličilo kod Diablo. Šta je on, Milan prebacio ovaj nik u Republiku od Bija, šta je Bija?
Nenad.
Nenad, da.
A, to ti je privatni kanal da ih ne ometam. Previše smo obučili.
Da, ali oni su na Killing Floor, nije privatno, nego on je nik promijenio svoj.
Jes.
Zašto?
Ne znam, mora da neki što ozbiljno.
Ne znaš.
A BIA ti ona bezbedonosna informativna agencija kao FBI Srbije.
Aha.
To ti je bio.
I rekao mi ovaj jedan poznanik, kaže, izgubila Bosna i Hercegovina od Luksemburga.
Šta je to, futbol, tenis?
Pa futbol.
Pa ne znam, možda Luksemburg ima bolju ekipu, šta znam.
Je, u Luksemburgu igraju 3 konobara, 2 šankera i 2 kuhara. I brani im vlasnik tog objekta. Eto koliko su loši.
Možda ljudi igraju srcem.
Igrali su srčano. To je se saznalo isto. A ovi naši, tako
možda
da
nisu
kažem,
motivisani, Balkanci.
Nije, ali oni su protiv Portugala odličnu utakmicu odigrali. Parirali su. Protiv, ne znam, nija Grčke isto su odličnu utakmicu odigrali, jer nisu podcijenili protivnika, vjerovatno. A ovdje su ušli vjerovatno s kojom pivom u sebi, to ćemo mi. Znaš nas.
Balkanska posla, da. No.
A kad su ih krenuli ovi rendat, to je bilo to.
Zvuči kao da si gledao utakmicu.
Nisam, što je najbolje. Ali pretpostavljam kako je to išlo. Još šta je s ovim Steamom, materno jebe.
Ti možeš ući u offline mod, ako to što igraš ima single player. Ako ima multiplayer komponentu. Failed to upload screenshot. Pitam se zašto.
Zašto, ali bi to moglo?
Kaže, to bi to moglo da se...
Joj, usred meča me izbaci. Mamu mu jebe.
Kad te izbacio se s time, izbacio te s meča, ozbiljno.
Jer je to usko povezano. Ja ne znam kako oni igraju hand shooter.
Ko zna? Sve bi pitao.
Vjerojatno je problem sa network service,
Čekaj,
iskaču im ne.
Ih pitam. Alo, momci, kako ste vi u meču? Kako ste vi u meču?
Šta bio? Šta mi sad ovo piše enter ovo?
Steam je offline. Ne vredi ti da izlazi iz igre, pošto je Steam offline.
Šta da radi?
Ništa, čekaš.
Nije bio offline.
Off to bed.
Meni stoji ono 5th anniversary hunt showdown.
Ma da, nego Steam je offline.
Nema veze sa Huntom, nema veze sa Steamom. Steam kao